Foundations crumble, but we Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third installment of Esfand's Draft Night Extravaganza. Okay, today, lives are gonna get changed with none other than Will Neff, my partner in crime, the expert on the Jets.
Yes.
He knows all the trade rumors, he knows everything. But this year, we're doing it a little different, okay? This year, we're doing it bigger. We're doing it better. And we're doing it in front of a live studio audience!
Yeah! All right. Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes. No, you're amazing. Thank you.
Great crowd.
Thank you.
Good turnout.
Thank you.
Really impressive.
Very impressive. Thank you guys. Mwah. Mwah. Thank you guys for joining us. We got a great draft night planned for you guys right here at WePlay's brand new studio in Los Angeles, California. This is the best place to watch the draft on the internet, and we are excited, we're ready, and we cannot wait to share one of the best nights in football with you.
That's right. Let's get started.
Let's get started for Esfand's Draft Night. Thank you guys for joining us. My name is Esfand, and I'm with Will Neff for Esfand's Draft Night Extravaganza. We got another great night planned for you guys. It's gonna be super fun. Tonight, and really for the next few days, lives are gonna get changed.
Yeah, the NFL's gonna get changed.
The NFL's gonna get changed.
Yeah, man, there's something magic about the draft. I think football is really the only sport where people watch this process, and it's so integral to the makeup of a team immediately. And I think it's great because, you know, good teams get better and bad teams have hope.
Yeah.
You know, as a Jets fan, this is pretty much the highlight of my football season every year. So it's amazing, and all the drama and the subterfuge and intrigue that go into a draft play out right in front of you. So I'm excited to see what twists and turns we face tonight.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a great night, as it always is. A lot of people have talked about this draft being, the first 10 picks, the first 5 picks, whatever, it's set in stone, right?
Yeah.
It's ready to go. But it's draft night, okay? There's all kinds of twists and turns. There's all kinds of cinema that occurs over the next 5-6 hours. It's gonna happen tonight, and it's gonna happen over the next few days too, in the second and third round, and all the way up to the end of the draft over on, what day is it? Saturday.
Yep.
Saturday. Today's Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's a 3-day event. Now, we do our show only for tonight, but it's gonna be a great night. It's gonna be an absolutely wonderful night. We got a lot of guests planned. We got people calling in. We got some people coming in studio, okay?
Yep.
And
we got current athletes.
current athletes.
We got retired athletes.
All right, we got a lot of
head coaches.
We got a lot.
Yep.
It's gonna be a blast. So, actually, we have our first guest right here.
Oh,
Yeah,
pull them up.
yeah. Devin Kirkwood,
Woo!
come on in
Yeah!
from UCLA.
Our first in-studio guest. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to have me. Thank you.
How's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You came blasting a fit, too. My goodness, those jeans go crazy.
So how's it been? How's the whole draft process been for you?
It's been really good. Living in the moment. It's a great experience to live out my dream.
Yeah.
And being from LA, so it's a great experience to understand everything
Yeah.
and just live it.
Have you been training here in town?
I was in Atlanta at first.
Okay.
For a little bit, training with Exos.
Oh, okay.
And then I came back and finished some of my training out here at UCLA.
Okay. So what was the biggest thing during the entire preparation process? Getting ready for the draft, getting ready for everything. You're leaving college. What was like the number one thing that you felt like you needed to work on? And what was the number one thing that you didn't expect that ended up being a thing?
I'd say mentality and being able, like, when I went to the Tropical Bowl, they tell you straight up, you got to learn a playbook just like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's not no okay, you got days to understand it and memorize it. You got to learn it right after, basically after meeting.
Yeah.
And then going out there and performing at your best.
Yeah.
So that was really a big eye-opener. But, like, at UCLA, we did the same thing.
There you go.
But I feel like, and then going against a whole bunch of different talent, and then training your body to be professional, that was a big eye-opener.
Right.
Because in college, you could play. When you get used to the playing style of college, you get used to doing what you do. But in the league, you got to take care of your body on your own, prioritize the time that you have in time management.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely a thing. I think one of the big things for guys coming out of college is exactly like what you said. In college, you know, you get recruited, you know, and it's not to say that the coaches in the NFL and the organization doesn't care about the players, because they do. Yeah. But it's a little bit of a different type of investment, right? Like you have like an academic center at UCLA, right, where they want to make sure you're going to school. They like prepare you for life. Once you're a professional, like you're in life. Like you should have been prepared, and now the onus is on you, and it's real cutthroat and it's real.
Esfand was a college football player. Didn't take care of his body. Did a drill like what 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Shattered his wrist immediately.
Yeah. I tore my tricep. Yeah, I tore my tricep. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So no, I know all about not taking care of yourself. So yeah, do that. Do that.
Yeah.
So So you've been learning to take care of your body and kind of focus more on yourself and putting the onus on yourself. I mean, has going to the NFL has want to get drafted, and was like football just a thing for you as a kid, and you just always wanted to go to the NFL, or are you just like, oh shit, I'm pretty damn good, I'm gonna keep going with this thing?
I say growing up, I really didn't. At the beginning, I didn't like playing football. I was like a stay-at-home type of kid. I really wanted to be at home. Growing up in Inglewood, I always wanted to be at home with my mom.
Yeah.
But once I played my first ever football game when I was at 5.
Oh yeah.
That's when I was like, okay, I like it.
Yeah.
I didn't really see myself going to college for football until I really got to like high school. I got my first D1 offer.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, now this is
this
is really where
like
this is where everything is feeling good. And
yeah. So what did you said you were a stay-at-home kid. What did you do? Like what was your hobbies growing up?
Play the game and
You're
sleep.
a gamer?
Just do whatever. Go outside, play.
Yeah.
Go to the park. But
you're a gamer?
I'm a gamer.
What do you play?
I play Fortnite, NCAA, Madden.
Yeah.
A little bit of COD.
Yeah.
And
so you like the sports games?
Yeah, I love sports games.
So I feel like a lot of guys, this is what I've noticed, talking to a lot of players.
Yeah.
People either love sports games or they're like, I don't want to do sports games.
Well, the other thing is the football guys all play the NBA game.
True. They'll play 2K and they'll play FIFA.
Yeah.
Because 2K is different. Like, it's different than just playing, because, like, we play football all day.
Yeah.
It's like I might as well go play something different.
I don't want to go do this at home, too.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, some people do, but see, that's the thing. It's like you play until you can't, and then you're like, oh, shit. You go, and then you're doing superstar mode.
Do you have a favorite team growing up?
I was a Seattle fan growing up.
Really?
But I also loved Green Bay.
Okay.
Packers.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, you got a 6'3" corner who was a Seattle fan. What a surprise.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so you had the whole, you were there during the whole, like, Legion of Boom, all that. Richard Sherman, all that.
Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas.
Yeah. So who's your favorite player?
My favorite player of all time?
Growing up.
Growing up?
Like, who was active?
While that was active, I'd say Richard Sherman. Richard Sherman was up there for sure.
Okay.
And who else was it? Well, at UCLA, my head coach, Chip Kelly, before he had left, he always talked about Darrell Revis, too.
Oh, he's nasty.
Technique was phenomenal.
Yeah. So
Jets guy.
Yeah, there you go, Jets guy. Yeah, there you go. So are you, like, what do you feel like your strengths are? Like, do you think, like, whenever you're talking about, like, okay, I'm going to get, I mean, obviously, when you get drafted, you're like, hey, this is it. This is my team now, and I got to do whatever they tell me to do. But what do you think, like, an ideal sort of scheme fit for you would be?
I feel like, to be honest, I could play in any scheme.
Okay.
I could play safety. I could play corner. I could play nickel. So I feel like the scheme-wise, I could play man and I could play zone. I understand where my help is and where I shouldn't get beat. And I understand keeping my leverage is the main priority.
Yeah.
So, and then my strong suit is I love to play man press.
Yeah.
So, like, at my size, that's...
That's the big advantage. So I was watching some of your highlights. I was watching some of your tape. And I think that's one of the big things that you have going for you, going into this draft and really going into the NFL, is you have a lot of versatility, right? You have the ability, just like you said, to play in a defense, play defense in a league that's getting faster and faster. And I think a lot of that has to do with how colleges have progressed over the years. Like, I mean, high school, like in a lot of things, you look at it like professional and then you go down. But I swear, it's different in football where like kids learn something, things are trained, and then it goes up, it goes backwards. That's why you're getting more athletic quarterbacks. That's why you're getting a lot more people running like RPO and these quick read offenses and stuff like that. Because, I mean, for you, see, for me, that happened like in the middle of my football career, okay? Like while I was playing football. For you, I mean, that's probably most of what you experienced your whole life is like these quick, fast
RPO.
Mm-hmm.
If you playing off, okay, they might throw the ball. If you press, they can audible it to a fade. It depends on the scenario and who you and the type of personnel you in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, do you have any wild predictions for tonight in the first round? Anything you think is going to happen? Any trades? Anyone that you?
I don't really know, but I feel like one of my teammates is going to go first round.
Okay.
Carson Schlesinger.
Oh yeah, linebacker.
Linebacker.
Yeah, he can play.
Captain America. They call him Captain America.
Captain America.
Solid nickname.
Yeah, that's a great nickname. So how's the playing with him?
Great.
He's a good locker room guy.
A great person.
Just in general.
Great in person.
Yeah.
In general, like he's really good, down to earth, handles his business on and off the field.
Yeah.
He plays well too.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's a hell of a linebacker. He might be the best linebacker in the draft, like stand-up guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna be big time, I think. So no, that's been fun. Did you guys train at all?
Together? No. I just seen him a lot.
Yeah.
Like we was always in different areas. Like we trained in different facilities.
Oh, okay.
But that's my brother though.
Yeah. No, I get how it is because you want to train and focus on different things. Did you train with anybody else from UCLA who's going pro this year?
No, I haven't.
Oh, really? Okay.
When I say I was in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I was far.
Yeah.
Most of them went to Florida. Well, some of them were out here, or in Texas. I was in Atlanta.
Yeah. So why'd you end up going to Expos and why'd you like Atlanta? Do you feel like that was just the best fit for you and what?
I feel like it was the best fit, and for me to go away and get out of LA for a little bit, just to clear my mind and get everything ready.
That's good too. That's a good answer. Yeah, I mean, because a lot of it too is you gotta get ready to. You might be in LA. There's 2 teams in LA now.
Yeah.
Right? Who knows? Or you might have to pack up and end up in Atlanta or anywhere else, and you got to go like on a dime.
I just hope you don't end up in New York because we don't win much, and I want better for you than that.
Okay. Here's a big question. Is there a team that you have a feeling that you might have, like they have a little bit more interest in you that you think you might get drafted by? Is there anybody that you kind of got that feeling from?
Right now, I don't know.
It's hard to tell.
I just want the opportunity. That's it.
There you go.
So, like, at the end of the day, I leave it up to God's hands.
Yeah,
God knows the decision. God knows where I'm going to end up.
Yeah. And
how this draft is going to go out. So, I feel like I'm going to play as soon as I get the call. I'm on the plane, and I'm going to do what I have to do.
There you go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now, you have a charity. Is that right?
Devin Cares.
Devin Cares. Tell us a little about Devin Cares.
It's a foundation I started the end of my freshman year.
Oh, okay.
So it started off as like a toy drive.
Okay.
I was giving back on Christmas, around Christmas time, giving back to the kids. And then we started doing football camps.
Okay.
Doing more toy drives and food drives. Giving back to the less fortunate. Because growing up, I want to give kids the hopes and dreams that they can do the things that they want if they put their mind to it and willing to work towards it. Because growing up from Inglewood, you don't really see that many people doing what like a lot of people are doing nowadays. So I want to be that light for the kids that you just gotta put your head down and grind and understand that nothing is given to you. You have to earn what you want.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Where can the chat find it? Where can they contribute? What can they do to help?
I say probably the link in my bio on my Instagram.
There you go.
Link in my bio on Instagram.
Follow too while you're there.
Yeah,
if you want to follow me, you can follow me on Instagram too.
There you go.
And I'm gonna put it on my TikTok too.
Okay.
put my foundation on there too. So if you got TikTok, you can see me on TikTok too.
Do you have a Twitch channel?
No, I don't have no Twitch, but I'm thinking about getting into that.
Yeah, you should. You should. You get a Twitch channel and.
But I low-key want to start like a YouTube channel though.
We'll do both.
YouTube seems more like, but like a YouTube of like vlogging, like I'm vlogging my life.
Yeah, do that. You should actually. That'd be sick. Yeah, I mean, you do that, and then I mean, you can do Twitch just for fun. I mean, if you're gonna play games and stuff in the off season or just whenever, you just turn it on. You gotta entertain though.
I know, I'm an entertainer.
I'm just saying, you
I talk
be
trash.
yourself, okay? You don't gotta be too professional or anything. Be yourself. Be like you are now.
By the way, guys, we are 10 minutes out from the Tennessee Titans
We are.
being on the clock. Do you think Cam Ward's headed to Tennessee?
I feel like he is.
Yeah.
First overall pick. I feel like Cam Ward gonna go first.
Did you see that? Did you see that clip of him talking about who are the best receivers in the NFL? He named like 4 Titans receivers or something. Like media training.
Yeah.
That's media training right there.
What he's doing.
Yeah. No,
He's
I
a
think.
great player.
Yeah.
Really great player.
Yeah.
I played against him my junior year when he was at Washington State.
Oh, okay.
Really good player.
Yeah. No, I mean he's a freak. Big arm. Got good pocket presence. Great athlete. I mean he's the whole package.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna be real damn.
Should we start talking about some of the things that we might see happen soon?
Yeah. Go
First
right
of
into it.
which, big rumor.
Okay.
Browns stick and pick it too, Travis Hunter, and then trade back into the draft for Shedeur Sanders later on in the first round. Keep them together, pair the Colorado kids together. What do you think? We've had the Houston Texans do something similar recently. So
Yeah, no, that's true. They did. The Houston Texans 2 years ago went for the second and the first overall pick. So it was. I mean, that was nasty. That was crazy. Whenever that happened. But look, I mean, I think if something like that happens, that's like the cinema sort of like. It'd be like a crazy thing to happen. But that's what we live for. You know, that's why we're here.
It's a big draft
We're
moment.
hoping that something crazy like that happens. But I mean, who knows? I mean, for all we know. How are they even going to, what is Travis Hunter going to do? Like, how are they going to use them? Is he going to be more of a corner? Is he going to be more of a receiver?
I think on the
like he can
Browns,
play
he
both.
might have to do, he might have
he's
to
gonna
throw
be
the ball too
like
if
he
he don't
can
get
play both.
Shedeur.
Really good player on both
True,
sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Really good player on both sides of the ball. So I feel like if the opportunity presents itself, he can play both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of analysts had him rated as their #1 corner and wide receiver. So
Yeah. But you know what that kind of makes me think?
what's that?
It kind of makes me think, how many guys, if they had the opportunity, could
Play both sides.
To play both sides, could be that good on both sides of the ball. Maybe not number one, but they could be big time impact players.
Yeah.
Right? So like for you, did you play corner, safety, like straight up all the way through high school, or in high school were you playing like?
I played receiver at first.
Okay.
There you
In high
go.
school, and then changed to corner like my junior year.
Okay.
Safety and corner my junior year.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, because this kind of stuff happens all the time. Where I mean, whether it's in high school or in college, at some point, like people change positions and they end up being, one of the top players in their class.
Yeah.
By the time they graduate college. So I was at SMU, and when Cortland Sutton came to SMU, he came as a safety.
Oh, snaps.
Yeah, he came as a safety, and then he was redshirted his freshman year. They moved him to receiver, and then he ends up being one of the best receivers in the country for 4 years, right? So yeah, I mean, this kind of stuff happens all the time. For you, it was like the opposite case, where it's like, yeah, in high school you were a receiver, and they were like, this guy's big as shit, and he can cover. Let's put him at safety. Let's put him corner.
All right, I'm gonna give you guys some speed round stories before we get into the nitty gritty. Abdul Carter, do you think these war rooms are worried about his foot, the stress fracture in his foot, or do you think there's no slide whatsoever? Abdul Carter 3 overall to the Giants or 2 to the Browns?
I think that he will not make it past pick 3.
There you
And
go.
I do think there's a chance that the Browns decide to take Abdul Carter.
I agree.
Everybody says Travis Hunter, but man, imagine Myles Garrett and Abdul Carter.
Terrifying.
Terrifying.
Terrifying. Bad day to be a QB.
Yeah.
All right. Where do we think Ashton Genty's going?
Raiders.
Raiders.
The Raiders.
He's going to the Raiders.
Raiders. Yeah, I mean, I think. I mean, you never know with running backs, but I think he's probably not going to make it past that point. Some people were talking about him maybe going to the Jaguars. I mean, that backfield's going to be stacked if they do.
The other rumor, Jets rumor, Breece
Hall
Hall
getting
potentially on the trading block. The Jets trade a second-round guy who's been unbelievable for them, and maybe pick up Genty and then dump Brees for the trades. That would break my heart personally, but the rumor is out there.
I mean, I think Ashton Genty might have more. This is the thing with the draft, and with trades, and with you're swapping out current players. When you're getting a guy in the draft, you don't know what the ceiling is. You think you know what the ceiling is, and it's sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Now, when you have a guy in the NFL, it's like, okay, you know what you got. We've had him for so long. But Brees Hall is like really damn good.
Yeah.
Like that is a damn good running. And I know he's had a couple injuries here and there, and he's a damn good running back. And he's got years left. He's young, So it's like, I don't think it makes sense to get rid of a running back who I think still has room to grow for another running back, because you're almost like you're like on a hamster on a wheel and you're like running the same place.
All right, ready? Higher total in the first round. Quarterback selected or trades?
Trades.
Trades? Okay.
Trades. Now, a lot of people think there's going to be 2. I think there could be 3 quarterbacks.
I think there most assuredly will be 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah, I don't think there will be 4.
No.
Yeah, I think there will not be 4 quarterbacks. But I think there probably will be.
So we're
3.
thinking 3-4 trades in the first round?
Yeah, I think
so.
I think it depends on when it happens. So like, I think if a trade happens early,
It's gonna be in the 20s. I feel like it's gonna be in the 20s.
Oh, you think it's gonna sit until the 20s? Okay.
I like how locked in here.
Yeah.
I feel like that's when it is.
Yeah, and you think it'll unravel towards.
What do you think the trade in the 20s is gonna be? Someone trading back in to get a quarterback, or
That's what it's gonna happen.
that could be the Browns. There could be the move right there. All right, other question. Tachano McMillan. Sorry, I always struggle with his first name.
Yeah.
He is the one that early draft projections, top 5, top 10 pick every time. See him sliding a little bit. Do you think Tet's going before the 10th pick or after the 10th pick?
I think that.
And I think the 10th pick is your Cowboys, right?
The Cowboys are at 12. 10 is.
I think the Cowboys are the basement for him.
I think so too. I think if he makes it to 12, then the Cowboys are likely to take him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna. I mean, he's just so damn good, right? So do you know him personally?
That's my boy, T-Mac.
Yeah. Did you guys train together, or like how do you know him?
I knew T-Mac since like my freshman year of high school.
Oh, really? Okay.
T-Mac like that. He really good player. Really good people too.
Yeah.
Hard worker always. I remember when we first met, we was at the park we was doing one-on-ones together. I didn't even know who he was at first until afterwards. He really good.
Okay.
And like I've always knew T-Mac. And then when we was at Arizona, whenever we played against each other, we would always talk trash to each other.
Really?
It was all love. That's my brother.
Yeah. I mean, it's just fun. Yeah. That's cool.
Nah, but I feel like T-Mac gonna go in the top 10 though. He really good.
Yeah.
Really good receiver. Great hands. Great speed too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And he tall.
Real tall. Yeah. He's I think he's 6'4". He's about 6'4". So I mean, big receiver. There's not a lot of real big receivers in this draft. So I mean, I think that kind of adds a little bit of the.
By the way, guys, this is everybody watching, this is your last chance. If you haven't filled out a mock draft on our website, the top mock drafts have a chance to win a StarForge PC.
Yes.
So if you want to win a free PC and you know something about football, please go fill out your mock draft right now and come home with one of the best PCs in the galaxy, a StarForge. Yes. Is it the galaxy or the universe? It's
both.
But please go fill out your mock draft. Last year, everybody copied mine, and I won, so we had to split it between 25 people.
Yeah, we just sent somebody.
Don't copy mine this year.
We sent somebody a RAM stick.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Make sure to fill that thing out, chat. And look, even if you don't know anything about football, just fill out a mock draft. Yeah. So go to draft.esfand.tv. You have a chance to win a StarForge PC. It's going to be great. So,
and ladies and gentlemen, in Green Bay right now, we have the national anthem playing. After that, we are going to start the clock and we're going to go into things. We're going to do one more general question for you guys. Do you have any player that you're looking at that right now is maybe ranked outside of those top picks that you think slides into the first round?
Slides into the first round.
Can I give my guy?
Give it to us.
Omarion Hampton.
Okay.
I think there might be 2 running backs. I think the running back position is so strong. This kid is unbelievably talented. Not a lot of mocks with him in the first round. I think you could see him slide in.
So actually, that was going to be my pick as well. So the thing I like about Omarion Hampton is you have Ashton Genty, and he's a shorter guy, right? He's 5'9".
Yep.
reportedly, might be 5'8", so who knows? But he's like 5'9", I think he's about 215. Big back, right? Great, so he's in that mold of like, you go, you're running like let's say like a zone run offense, and you go, boom, one covered up field, and you're gone, right? Like a slasher. Big time running back. Now, Omarion Hampton is kind of similar, but he's scaled up. A lot of people compare him more to like a Rashard Mendenhall type.
Yep.
And he's 6 foot, 220. I think Omarion Hampton's a hell of a running back, and I think everybody talks so much about Genty and how productive he was that people forget, hey, there's other good backs here too. You know, there's another guy who's gonna end up in the first round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got any sleepers? Do you think might slide in?
I already said I think my boy Swess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Schlesinger.
Okay. Okay.
He's one of the top linebackers on the board.
Yeah. I mean, I think for sure he's gonna go in the first round.
Oh, I think there's gonna be a lot of defense this first round for sure.
Yeah, I think a lot of defense. So it's gonna be great. And you know what else is gonna be great, chat? Is I have decided, because we have no sponsors for our show this year.
Other than Starforge.
Well, kind of. I'm gonna sponsor my own show. Okay, with Starforge and with Mad Mushroom Games. And our next game from Mad Mushroom is Hell Clock. So, or actually, it's not the next game, but. Chat, Hell Clock is one of our next games coming from Mad Mushroom. We're very, very excited about Hell Clock coming out soon. Actually, our next game is going to be Conquest Dark, which we're going to show you in a little bit. But Hell Clock is going to be a game. It's based off of actual Brazilian history, and it's one of those dungeon crawler type of roguelike games.
Yep.
A lot of people have compared it to like a PoE type game. The demo is available now, so you guys can go on Steam. You can wishlist it. You guys can check it out. It would mean a lot to me because, again, we have 0 sponsors, okay? So please Twitch Prime so We Play does not come after me. Yeah, it's scary times here. We're on Esfand Television. but yeah, so please go wishlist that game. Go wishlist Hell Clock. And it's absolutely incredible. Now, you played it quite a bit.
Oh yeah. I loved it. It's got a little bit of Hades to it. If
Yeah,
you
a little
like
bit of
that
Hades.
game, you'll really enjoy that as well.
Yeah, so it's just there's a lot of different like progression mechanics, and I mean, dude, I have people actually for this and for Conquest Dark. I have a lot of people in chat. Actually, a lot of you are probably here, but there's people who've been messaging me on Discord, people who type in my Discord server and the Mad Mushroom server, talking about how much time they've spent playing both of these demos. And for me, I'm like, what the hell is wrong with us? Why are we putting so much content in the demo? So like, the demo has so much replay value. I'm like, dude, nobody's gonna buy the game because they're playing the demo.
Yep.
So, but no, the games are coming out soon. They're gonna be very, very fun to play.
And ladies and gentlemen, with that, the Tennessee Titans appear to be on the clock.
Oh, okay.
So, coming soon. This is
The draft has begun.
draft has begun. All right. Degenerate Cowboys fan.
Okay.
Who's your perfect pick? Who's going to make you the most excited?
Perfect pick. Man, okay, who's gonna make me the most excited?
Yeah. Who would you?
Sell the farm, find a way to get Abdul Carter.
Okay, I love
Yeah,
that.
that's supposed to sell the farm. Hey, we're gonna go up to number 3 and get Abdul Carter.
What about Travis Hunter on the Cowboys?
You know, Travis Hunter would be that's another one.
Yeah.
See, I mean, I think the Cowboys need help in the. I think they need help defensively, not because they need to be making plays in the secondary, but it's not because they don't have playmakers. I think they need to up their pass rush. I think they need to have more guys on the D-line who they can rotate in as pass rushers. I mean, you know all about it, where it's, hey, you can do your job as much as possible, but you can only do it for a certain amount of time. The guys got to get to the quarterback. It takes a whole team. It's a team sport.
A whole defense to get a sack. Or to get a turnover.
Yep. So it's all these different moving parts, and I think Cowboys have playmakers in their secondary, and they have guys who can rush the passer too, right? But it's the same thing, like you said, it's a whole defense. You have one side of the line that can get to the quarterback, that's great, but if there's no contain on the backside, then they can roll out. They can design ways to kind of try and counter you. You can have guys who can get to the quarterback quickly, but if you don't have nobody who can cover, then they're never going to get a sack because they're just going to play quick game. They're not going to have guys like Devin here coming up here and man press, knock them on their ass. So that's what it is.
Okay, so that's your dream pick.
I mean, if I'm going crazy Coach Esfand, sell the farm, let's get us Abdul.
How is that Coach Esfand doing?
I think he's recovering.
Oh God.
Coach Esfand might be a guilty.
Oh man. Okay. Well, if I had to give my dream Jets pick, I think, man, if Mason Graham somehow slid down the board, I think he would be. Put him next to Q, interior of that defensive line. Give me a Wolverine.
Yeah.
I'm with it.
There it is. There it is. Yeah, I think, you know what's always crazy to me is, are we confirmed that they are on the clock?
No, apparently it's 4 minutes. Sorry. They sparked up.
Oh, they were showing the graphics. Okay. Yeah, so, again, guys, this is the last call. Draft.esfand.tv. You guys can go fill out your mock draft. You have a chance to win a StarForge PC. Again, I am sponsoring my own show from the companies that I own that I don't get a salary for. So please, please Twitch Prime so I can pay for this incredible studio. I mean, you guys have seen, let's give them a wide shot. Look at this. So just got a brand new studio. We saw them building these last night. Yeah, I was here all day yesterday. They were building these couches. Yeah, you know, well, actually they were gonna order couches, but they were too expensive, so they started building because I was like, hey, we gotta cut some costs. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. But yeah, we got the draft coming up soon. We have StarForge PCs to give away. We have a whole lot of guests. It'll be a lot of fun. Yeah. So next up, what we have is, next up after the Titans, we have the Browns coming in. And then a lot of the talk has been Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. Most people have Travis Hunter marked as their guy for the Browns. And then I don't really know if he ends up being a guy that plays both sides of the ball right off the rip, or if they use him in sub packages on offense. Or a lot of people, I see them saying he's going to play offense and then they'll use him in sub packages on defense. But I feel like that doesn't make much sense. I feel like you would play defense and then you'd rotate in on him.
So first cool little draft tidbit. They have a picture of Jahdae Sanders' draft setup. And it's a giant bookshelf that says legendary money on it.
Oh my God.
And it's got, how many hats do you think he has set up?
He's probably got 33.
16.
Oh, okay.
16 hats.
Yep.
Okay.
So
I figured he'd have one extra.
It's funny. On the top row, though, he has the Tennessee Titans, the Browns, the Giants, and curveball, the Patriots.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. What do you think? Where do you think Jahdae ends up?
Man, I think Jahdae Sanders, the Patriot, would be hilarious.
They would never do that.
They would never.
Drake on the team.
I feel like the Patriots are known as like the most like kind of like buttoned up, reserved. Yeah. Like, and having a guy like Jahdae Sanders come in there and just, he's the show.
I think Jahdae will either be a Brown, a Saint, or a Steeler by the end of the night.
Brown, Sanders. Actually, I think that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's a world where the Browns come back into the first round and end up taking them.
Or trade down.
Yeah, or trade down. Yeah, you're right.
There's been a ton of trade down rumors, my Jets included, but no one knows, as you said, who's going to be the first tumbler there. Because it only takes one, and then the run starts.
Yes. Yeah, whenever somebody trades, it screws up everybody's sort of like this mock draft that they have kind of set up. Because I don't know how many teams. I mean, I've never been in a war room. Now we might talk to somebody tonight who's been in the war room.
Yeah.
But I would assume that people kind of have this like natural sort of like mock draft in their head of like, oh, these guys are probably going to pick that. These guys are probably going to pick that. And then they kind of have an idea and they mentally prepare themselves to pick certain people because they think they're going to be available to them.
Also, this breaking from John Breach, rumors are now swirling that the Jaguars are trying to trade up.
Really?
Yes.
Who would they trade up for? I mean, they're at 5. I mean, the only person I could even think of is Travis Hunter.
Or Abdul Carter.
I mean, actually, you know what? They could use pass rush. Yeah, they could use pass rush.
That would be a crazy way.
That'd be a big one.
Draft.
Yeah, that'd be. See, I think if that happens, the whole damn thing unravels, and it's just trades.
Yeah, then it's chaos.
Up, down, absolute chaos. It's gonna be a crazy night. Yeah, it's gonna be really, really wild. So do you watch the draft normally?
Yeah, I did. I watched it last year because some of my friends got drafted last year.
Yeah. So they're trying to follow along and be like, okay, who's it gonna be? Who's gonna get there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sick. That's sick. So you know by now too. I mean, you obviously you play at UCLA, great program. You got guys getting drafted. You got guys who they might not get drafted, but they get a call 5 minutes after the draft ends, like, hey, come here, undrafted, whatever. I mean, so for me at SMU, like we had a lot of those guys, right? Where we had guys that were high picks, but then we also had guys who were undrafted, like a Cole Beasley, right, and ended up playing in the NFL for like 10 years, right? So it's pretty cool to see how everything kind of manifests itself, but also it doesn't really matter where guys get drafted.
That's
the clock is on.
We are on
the clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just 10 minutes, we'll have the first pick in the draft. We're going to go right to our coverage right now. I think barring some kind of miracle, you have a new quarterback in Tennessee in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Obviously, they have a young kid there, but
Dude,
he had a highlight reel of very bad decisions last year.
I am going to be so sad that Will Levis is not going to be a starting quarterback in Tennessee because damn was Monday funny.
Yeah, it was also a free win for a lot of teams.
Dude, every Monday was so funny because there was a new Will Levis meme, and it was fantastic.
I brought my Hurricane colors, though, for the first
Oh,
pick.
there you go.
Cam Ward, here we go. Lock in.
There you go. Yeah, so what we have here, chat, with the with Esfand's Draft Night Extravaganza. If this is your guys' first night, if this is your guys' first time watching the draft show that we do, this is our 3rd year doing this. The way that we have this entire show structured is, we have our own analysis, we have our own graphics, our own picks, everything, right? But this is designed to be a show that you can either watch on your own, just like on its own, or you can watch it as like a co-stream with the draft. So we have the same thing going on here, where we have the official broadcast on. We're seeing the official, the footage, the highlights and stuff that they show of the players. We see a lot of that game film, and then
I guarantee you will get the results up faster than the main broadcast too. So if you wanna be the first to text your group of friends,
but we will have the picks first. Okay? Yeah, we will get the picks out before them, but yeah, it's gonna be fun. So this show is basically designed to be able to. You're able to watch it either way. So, however it is that you want to watch it. You guys want some pizza? Let me get pizza. Get ready for this pick.
Let's talk about Cam Ward, 6'2", guy who played at a bunch of different programs. Unanimously the #1 quarterback in the draft. I think there was some. I'll have one of them. I think there was some speculation earlier on which one of these guys would be the #1 QB, but Cam kind of arose as a consensus #1.
Yeah, I mean, Cam Ward, like you said, he's from Miami. You got your Hurricane colors on. He's a guy who has great arm strength, and a lot of people have seen the quarterback position change over the last, I would say 10, 15 years significantly, because when I was talking about how like it starts younger and then they move up, what's happening nowadays is they take guys who, coach takes the best athlete on the team, puts him at quarterback, and then they teach them how to throw. Whereas years and years ago, like whenever I first started playing football, it was like, hey, who can throw the football? Okay, you're gonna be the quarterback and we're gonna teach you how to get better. But it's completely changed, right? Even by the time I was in high school, it changed. Where it was like, let's take the best athlete, give him the ball, have the best athlete touch the ball as many times as he can, and then now we can focus your training more on actually being a quarterback and throwing the football and all that. And that's why the floor of athleticism for quarterbacks, what the hell?
Yeah.
The floor for athleticism for quarterbacks has changed a lot in the NFL. And in football in general.
Wow. The GM of the NFL just rode a bike out in Green Bay.
I didn't even recognize him at first because I was like, is that? Yep,
I can only imagine what the boos sound like.
Dude, it's the Tour de France.
Why are they all riding bikes?
The Tour de Pack.
Oh, wow.
Lil Wayne.
Well, Lil Wayne. Is Lil Wayne from Wisconsin?
No, but isn't he like a Green Bay fan?
Oh, maybe.
Strangely enough. Tennessee taking its time, locking it in, probably waiting for the Godfather offer from someone.
I think it's so funny that you have 10 minutes for the first pick, but not really. You kind of had a whole offseason. So
Yeah.
you should know who you're, like, I think the only reason to really let it sit is one of two things. Either you're waiting for a trade offer to see if somebody makes a crazy offer, like Will said,
Godfather.
or the NFL is like, hey, pump the brakes a little bit. We got to do some fanfare.
Can you imagine if they
I
had
actually think they
decided-
do that. Oh, dude. It's like,
What are we doing, guys?
Yeah.
No, they must have known a month ago. Yeah, I think this draft starts at 2. I think this is going to be foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I think so too.
6 of the last 7 drafts have started with a QB. Why break from tradition? This pizza is shockingly good.
Yeah, I was gonna say this pizza's really damn good.
It really shut me up so fast.
Also, it's good. It's like it's pretty thin, so it's not like you get pizza that's like real thick.
There he is. There's Cam on the screen right now.
There's a guy. I went to an SMU football practice a couple weeks ago. I went to an SMU football practice, and the head coach at SMU was at SMU as an offensive coordinator, and then he went to Miami for I think 2 years, and I think he coached Cam Ward at Miami for 1 year, I'm pretty sure, and then came back. And also, there's like a bunch of transfers and stuff. So right now, SMU has like a bunch of like just a lot of Florida guys, and a lot of guys who are they played at Miami or whatever, just the transfer stuff. What's that like? The whole transfer portal and every year, it's almost like the NFL, with free agency now.
It's different because like
Well, that happened in the middle of you playing, right?
right when I got there,
Oh, it was right when you got there. Okay. Yeah, that's wild.
you could transfer wherever and not have to sit out.
Yeah.
That was like crazy.
So you're just always seeing guys just come and go.
It's just like they come in, they here, they might be here for a year, they might be here for longer, but if they can help the team win,
Yeah.
they're gonna be here.
Did you feel like that made an impact over time on like how people built relationships? And how, do you think that affected the locker room at all? The fact that there was like kind of a revolving door of guys?
I'll say no.
Okay.
It's a yes and no situation because like at the end of the day, you about your business in there.
Uh-huh.
And then it's like if you want to get paid to go to the NFL,
Yeah. You kind of got used to it anyway.
you gotta get used to it.
Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, I know for me, like, whenever I was in college, we had if you transfer, you have to sit out a year. If you weren't a redshirt, that would be your redshirt year. There was all kinds of crazy rules. Now, if you graduated, you could immediately play the next year. So people would try and like rush credits in the summer. They do all kinds of crazy stuff to make sure that they could play. But now, you don't got to worry about a thing. They just, all right, I didn't play enough this year. I'm gonna leave. Now, to be fair, I'm gonna ask you. Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing that you can do that now?
I feel like it's a good thing.
Okay.
Because it's like you get to show exposure for yourself, and if you feel like, okay, you're not ready to be at this team, you can always go play somewhere else and be even better.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way, maximum capacity NFL draft entry temporarily paused. The event venue has reached maximum capacity. Thank you for your patience. Not only that, they're not only not letting people into the draft, but Roger Goodell yapped for so long, they reset Tennessee's clock.
That's crazy.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They were down to under a minute, and now they're back over 10.
Yeah.
Roger Goodell really making people fall in love with him all over again.
Yeah, he's on a whole PR campaign.
And resetting the draft clock. Wow.
And it's actually crazy. So not only is that the case in Green Bay, that's the same case here. We actually had to close off the entries for a live studio audience.
Well, it's packed.
It was an absolutely packed house. We had an absolutely packed house here in the studio. So we had to stop people from coming in. There was borderline riots outside. I took a look outside. I thought somebody was driving a Tesla in LA.
Yeah.
So it was crazy. So yeah, it's pretty wild out here. No, basically they reset the clock, so we're waiting on this pick. I don't know why they don't just make the pick though. Even if the draft is, I guess they pause the draft for like competitive integrity or something. Like why would you?
I don't know.
It's probably for TV time, dude. It's probably because of the fanfare.
I mean, that's the only time I've ever seen a draft clock get reset like that, unless the main broadcast had the time wrong, but I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the NFL draft. Anything can happen.
Last game of the season, got to try everything.
Just got to try everything. So when you were at UCLA, what was your most memorable game that you had? Like, what was the game that you were like, when you look back on now, you were like, damn, like that was sick. I got to experience that. Do you have that moment? Like,
yeah, really, but I feel like that was my freshman year was probably.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like when you first went out, like first game, you were like, holy shit.
No, it was when we played at Washington.
Oh, okay.
When we played at Washington, it was the last drive of the Washington series for Washington.
Mm-hmm.
It was like under like a minute 30 left in the game.
Yeah.
And like, a freshman in at that time.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we're going to throw at him.
Yeah.
And like, you just see me just come out of nowhere and pick the ball.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Nice.
And we won the game that night. And it was like, that was like probably the craziest moment because like, they had us predicted to lose that game.
Yeah.
We go in, get the pick, and we win. And I was just like.
Yeah, you're like the man. You're the hero.
It was crazy because like, it was just like, wow, that happened so fast.
Yeah.
And then like, I got all my older teammates.
Yeah.
Like just cheering me on and just happy. And I'm just sitting there like, man, it's crazy that this just happened.
Yeah.
Like,
these are the guys who you've been looking up to all through fall camp, all through the season, everything so far. And it's kind of like that's like a big moment of like, oh
Game
shit,
changer.
like I'm here. I'm the guy. Yeah. That's sick. That's sick. We do have a guest calling in right now, actually. A Browns fan. Actually, we have a big time Browns fan calling in. And my good friend, Sab. Sab is joining us. Yo!
Hey, what's up, Esfand?
Hey,
Yo, what's up, dude?
This is the biggest Browns fan on Twitch.tv, okay? I know what's going on. I know who's going to select. I can tell you what's going to happen.
All right, tell us.
Okay, tell us what's going to happen.
With the second round, with the second pick in the draft, the Browns will select Travis Hunter on the board. He's generational talent. The guy is like, nobody's ever seen a guy like him, okay? You can play the wide receiver role or you can play that defensive role. We need a guy like that to get a Super Bowl, to get a championship. Finally, the Browns for 55 years have not a championship. So we need one.
So, Sam, do the Browns win the Super Bowl this year with Travis Hunter as a rookie?
Absolutely, if we have a quarterback.
If they get a quarterback.
Okay, so
If they get a quarterback.
Sam,
Somebody has to throw the ball to Travis Hunter.
I have a question for you. Travis Hunter is the first player in the modern draft era to have 2 draft cards as a wide receiver or a defensive back. A team can draft him as either. Are the Browns going to draft him as a wide receiver or defensive
He's
back?
generational talent.
Yeah, but which card are they going to use? Wide receiver or DB?
Wide receiver. Wide receiver.
There you go.
Wide receiver is more sexy, like that. Wide receiver. It'll be more exciting for the fan base, for sure.
Do you think they're going to trade back in and grab Shedeur?
I hope not.
Why?
Really?
Because you got Travis Hunter on the board. You'd be a fool to pass on him.
No, I'm saying they would trade back.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen,
the pick is in.
pick is in.
Pick is in.
And there it is, Cam Ward.
Cam Ward, the first overall pick of the 2025 NFL Draft. From the U, baby. From the U.
You know what that means, right?
Yeah, oh, I know what it means, Stab. Your pick's about to happen. We're about to get Travis Hunter.
Here we come.
To
Here
the
we
Browns.
come. It's time to celebrate. Here we come.
Okay.
Okay, quickly, again, everybody's seen this pick coming for the last few months. No big surprises. Now we start to get into the draft because in my mind, this is a Schrodinger's cat situation. It's either alive or it's dead. It's either Travis Hunter or it's Abdul Carter. We got a real live Browns fan on the call right now.
We found one in the wild.
Travis Hunter.
We found a Browns fan in the wild.
216 Sally. Here we come, baby.
Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how
Browns.
I don't know how long they're gonna take for this pick. I don't know if they're gonna let it sit for a minute and see if anybody wants to trade up or if they want to go for it. But yeah, the TV broadcast is just getting caught up with us here. Yeah, they're getting caught up with us here in just a second. So imagine if our correspondent on the ground was wrong.
Yeah.
Listen, the Browns can't pass Travis Hunter, okay? There'll be riots at the city, downtown Cleveland that happens, man, okay? We've had, as a Browns fan, I've had so many shares of L's.
So
And I'm just sick and tired of losing, man. Can we start winning, please? Can we start winning?
just for those of you at home, maybe you don't watch football, maybe you don't watch college football. Travis Hunter last year on defense, 25 solo tackles, 11 passes defended, 4 interceptions, and on offense, 96 receptions, 1,300 yards, and 15 touchdowns.
A lot. That's a lot.
Oh, that could happen next season. I mean, let me ask you something. Could he be the Rookie of the Year when Offensive Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year? He could get the trifecta.
That's the
Whoa. Whoa. Uh-oh.
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 Uh-oh. What are you hearing?
The Jags,
No,
they
no,
did
no,
it.
no, no.
I'm hearing the Jags did it. I'm getting news. Is this real? Wait a minute.
Let's wait. Well,
Is this real?
Hold.
The Jags just traded.
Guys, if we have a trade, we got to get that up. Hold on. If that's real,
Hold.
we're about to watch a Browns fan die inside.
We're about to see a Browns
I'm having a meltdown.
die inside in real
Hey,
time.
Chad, you ever watch a guy die in real time?
Bro, they can't be doing this to us, man. Come on. They can't be doing this to us.
Hold.
I don't know if this is real yet. I don't have information.
It says next, Jags.
We'll see. We'll see if the TV gets caught. Well, yeah, it might be a little bit of a misinformation on social media or something that we're getting.
The trade is in!
Oh my gosh! No, we
The
just
trade
got it.
is
The trade
in!
is in.
What?
I gotta go.
What's going through your head right now? This is gonna go viral. What's going through your head right now? Talk to us.
Hey, I told you it was gonna happen fast. It was gonna be more than.
Yeah. The Cleveland
They did it!
They cannot
have
be doing this to
traded
us.
down
They
one
did it!
spot. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
No, excuse me.
the Jags have
3
traded for the
spots.
second overall pick, a 4th round pick, pick 104, and a 6th round pick, 200. And the Browns have received the 5th overall pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars' second round pick, their 4th round pick, and their 2026 1st round pick. They picked up a 2nd, a 4th, and next year's 1st. And the Jacksonville Jaguars have selected Travis Hunter.
No
I don't believe
are they thinking?
How are you feeling as a Browns fan? Listen, you got a haul. You got an absolute haul. You got next year's first-round pick. You got a second-round pick, but you lost a guy you were excited about. Talk me through it.
I feel sick to my stomach.
Dude, Sab has not stopped talking about Travis Hunter for the last 10 minutes.
He's having an out-of-body.
Right through his fingers, he slips away.
Wow.
Look, they have the 5th round pick, or excuse me, the 5th overall pick. So they're going to be picking again here in 3 picks. And then after that, they're going to be going for they're going to have the 1st round pick next year. So the Browns are making the long-term play. So the Browns probably looked at this situation and said, look, there is a handful of guys here that can make an immediate positive impact on this team.
Yeah.
Let's take the value. Let's take the picks.
Sab, we're going to let you go, but can we call you back when they pick at number 5?
Yeah, I'll be here.
All right, we're going to call you back. We're going to let you go, Morn. Esfand, that is what the draft is all about right there. We watched a man's hopes and dreams die in real time.
Yeah.
That's cinema, baby.
I think we saw Sab's soul leave him.
Yeah, dude.
We actively saw Sab.
I gotta go.
Travis just
All right, we'll talk to you later. Thank you so much.
Second pick. Thanks,
Wow.
I was going to go second pick.
Yeah. So that was Sab. Make sure to go follow Sab, also known as Captain Slacks on No Pixel. He's one of my PD buddies.
That was one of my favorite draft moments ever.
That was amazing.
Told us what the pick would
Dude,
be. He told us about the generational talent. And then we watched him have an out-of-body experience.
Dude, it looked like he got freaking like thundershocked by Pikachu or something. It was like completely stunned.
He thought we were messing with him.
Completely stunned.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is
man.
time for the Giants to pick. Barring some kind of act of God, I think we have a Nittany Lion going across tri-state lines to go play in New York. I think you're going to have Abdul Carter picked right now by the New York Football Giants.
The New York Football Giants.
You're really digging in there.
Look, I got some mushroom.
Really digging
Do you like
in
mushrooms
there.
on pizza?
Nah.
Oh my God, what is wrong with you? Mushrooms are good for you.
I don't like mushrooms on pizza.
You like mushrooms on pizza?
I mean,
Oh my gosh, you guys are crazy. Mushrooms are good.
I like chicken and pineapple on pizza.
Oh, okay, base. Yeah, okay. Pineapple on pizza is good. People get so butthurt about pineapple on pizza.
I'm a sausage and fennel guy.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the thing is with the pineapple, like it cuts through the grease. Like it's like a,
Real good.
it makes it good.
It's like a little sweet taste in there. Too.
Yeah, it's big time. So, Devin, do you have anything else you want to share with us before we let you go here in the for Esfand's draft night? I mean, you've been great here. It's been super fun having you. Tell us one more time about your charity, just so anybody new who's coming to the stream can hear about it.
My charity, Devin Cares. I'd like for you guys to come support, help give back to the community in Inglewood, and help donate to the kids that's less fortunate, that's growing up and that's wanting to follow their own dreams and aspirations. You can find it on my Instagram, and I'm going to put it on my TikTok later. And sooner or later, I will probably start a YouTube channel.
There you go.
Absolutely.
There you go, Devin Cares. So, Devin, thanks a ton for joining us, man. It's been great having you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Good luck, man. It's gonna you got a big week ahead of you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. All right, man. We'll see you later.
Maybe I'll see you on my Jets, but I hope we win some games for you if that's the case. All right, you were speaking of cutting through grease, but speaking of cutting through, Abdul Carter, quick stat line. Last year, 24 tackles for a loss, 12 sacks, and 43 solo tackles. The kid's a freak.
Absolute freak. Absolute freak. Yeah, I mean, Abdul Carter from Penn State. He's, Penn State's they've got a history of big-time defensive players that have come through, and Abdul Carter is going to be no different. The guy who's big, powerful, fast, freak athlete, productive. He's the whole package. So it's going to be really exciting to see. It's going to be really exciting to see how he actually ends up performing. So.
The main broadcast right now is announcing the Jaguars selection, so we can see Travis Hunter come up. I think he was wearing an all-pink suit, which is phenomenal. Incredible look, and let's check this out now as we go back in time and watch Duval pick the most talented athlete in the draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this Travis Hunter pick is going to be, oh, man.
By the way, Duval, how you feeling about Travis Hunter? We got some fans in chat. Guys, how you feeling about the new face of your franchise, the two-way player? Do we have any Jags fans sounding off?
904. Duval.
07 his career.
Hey, you know who I think's gonna have a hell of a career? Is Devin over there.
We sold. Jags made a smart move. Okay, people are split on this. I'm not gonna lie, giving up next year's first round to move up 3 picks is wild. Wild.
Yeah, I think they sold a lot. Yeah,
that's a lot.
I think they gave away a lot for it. So they must have a lot of plans for Travis Hunter, without a doubt. I mean, I think Travis Hunter is going to be. I mean, he's going to be a great player. I do think he's kind of small.
Like, damn, look at that suit.
As a receiver, like I think he's kind of small. Just his frame is he's just kind of thin looking, but he's a great athlete, makes plays. He's a game changer, both sides of the ball.
Damn, Next Gen Stats have his athleticism at a 75. They did him
really
dirty.
75. I wonder how they calculate that. I mean, you know,
Next Gen, they got robots or something.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Giants taking their sweet time picking Abdul Carter.
Yeah, they are. And Travis Hunter is taking a sweet time walking up to the damn podium. Like, what the hell?
Imagine they shock the world and go Ashton Genty. Imagine they shock the world and go Saquon who.
Yeah, exactly. Now, that'd be crazy.
That'd be crazy.
I want to talk a little bit more about Devin, who just joined us. I mean, I mean, you're talking about guys having a great future and stuff. When you have corners that are that size,
yeah.
I mean, you're 6'3", he's probably about 210, right? It's a big, it's a huge, it's a difficult matchup for a lot of offenses because a lot of corners are not that size. To be that big and be able to move the way he does and be fluid like that, it's hard, right? Just the way physics work, okay? People who are taller usually can't change direction as quickly and they usually don't, they end up not playing corners. So when you have like a big corner like that or really somebody like Devin who just joined us, Devin who just joined us, dropped my iPad. So like Devin who just joined us, they, there's a lot of opportunity there for being able to move him around a defense and have him come over in front of a tight end in the slot, being able to cover a slot receiver, man press, use his size to his advantage, being able to keep a guy at the line, screw up the timing of the offensive line or the offensive rhythm, and yeah, I think it's a huge deal. So great guess.
Man, the Browns have This gives a lot of credence though to the Browns double dipping, because the Browns have an arsenal now to trade back up if they want to take 2 players in this draft. Obviously, not the guy we thought they were going to get, but still, I mean, they have ammunition.
I mean, what if the Browns take Shador? What if they go quarterback?
At 5?
I don't know. I do not know. I mean, what if?
I mean, they're wide open now.
They could go. I mean, who knows what's gonna happen? They're actually everything is. Well, a lot of people thought Travis Hunter was gonna go second anyway.
Yeah.
So, and if you did your mock draft on draft.esfand.tv, cheers, pizza, on draft.esfand.tv, it goes in order of picks. That's how it's calculated. So if you pick Travis Hunter second, then you're still good.
Yeah.
You're still in the clear. So,
by the way, New York Giants down to 30 seconds. No pick in yet. Pick is in.
The pick is in. Okay, let's see who the Giants pick.
Wow, I cannot get over that. Browns received 5th overall, 36 overall, 126 overall, and 2026 first round.
You know what I want to hear Travis Hunter say in an interview?
What's that?
Thank God I didn't go to Oh, the pick is in. There he is, Abdul Carter. Abdul Carter, the big-time defensive end from Penn State University. Abdul Carter, size, speed, power. He's the whole package. Rushing the passer, an absolute terror on the defensive line. And going to the New York Giants, who have a history of incredibly talented pass rushers.
Yep.
Over the last 20 years. I mean, they've won 2 Super Bowls in the last, like 20-some-odd years.
Yep. Listen,
The
guys.
key has been the defense.
This is one of those picks where the writing was on the wall. Value guy, smart pick, position of need, important position. I think now is when the draft starts. I think those 3 guys were going to be off the board in the first 3 picks, no matter how you sliced it. And now we start to get into the interesting stuff with the Patriots on the board. Patriots, another team that we're potentially looking to trade down. I think the Pats know who they're going to pick if they stick, and that's going to be your 6'6" left tackle out of LSU, Will Campbell. And we have a guest right now who can maybe give us some insight. Esfand?
We do. We do have a guest here coming up to give us some insight. Can we get on the call?
Oh,
right, we have Robert Griffin joining us. RG3.
RG3.
Here joining us today. So, Rob, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. How you feeling about that trade?
Oh, the Travis Hunter trade?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, he seemed really excited not to be going to Cleveland, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. He came out there and he was like, thank God. Thank God. All the glory to God. Thank you for the trade.
He was hyped.
Everything.
I do have to say, I had a 6 months hot cup of tea in Cleveland. Great place.
Yeah.
Great place. Love the fans there.
Yeah.
But I think he's gonna enjoy going to Jacksonville, and they're gonna let him play both ways.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big things. Do you think they're gonna let him play both ways? But do you think he projects more as like a corner or a receiver? Actually, he projects better as.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think he projects better as a corner and receiver.
Oh, okay.
Now, I know that's not really answering your question,
but I know
let me tell you why.
Okay.
He's been playing wide receiver and DB his entire life, like both ways since he was 6 years old. So it'd be kind of like me taking the Muffin Man and asking him to make me spaghetti and meatballs.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Right?
Yeah.
You want the Muffin Man to make muffins.
Yeah.
Right.
So allow Travis Hunter to be the Muffin Man that he is and play both sides of the ball.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's good. That's great. I see exactly what you're saying. Because it's when you start getting a guy or start asking a guy to do things that he hasn't been doing or asking him to do less than he's been doing, then it changes things. It changes his entire rhythm.
Do you think it's more likely now that he's playing both sides because of what the Jags gave up to go get him? Do you think now that's the expectation? It's like, we gave up a first rounder, so you got to play.
You got to play like 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, but you know what Travis is going to say? Travis is going to say, you got to pay me like 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, wouldn't that be a thing if he was able to pull that off as a rookie? Not just playing both sides of the ball, but getting them to pay him that way, double the pay for double the work. That would be great.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. They do need to. Their roster is built for him to play both ways.
Yeah.
So you got Brian Thomas Jr. and Gabe Davis. They just signed De'Ami Brown. So you can play him on spot duty on third downs maybe, or full-time if you want to a receiver. But they need him at DB.
Yeah.
So he's definitely going to be a starting DB for the Jags.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about New England. I think Will Campbell will be the pick. I don't think that they're going to do anything crazy. What do you think? They're going to go with the big number 1 rated tackle, or are we going to see something maybe Armon Mimu or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I like Armon Mimu and Will Campbell. Like, the thing about Will Campbell they keep bringing up is his arms are too short.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he had 2 different measurements. They measured him at the draft, and then somehow at his pro day, his arms grew 3/4 of an inch. So
Hey, I could use 3/4 inch.
Listen, I'm not going there. I'm not going there. But,
Whoa!
Oh.
There he is.
Someone's going somewhere. Oh, there he is, Will Campbell.
His arms grew another inch.
Yeah, it looks like, he grew another inch.
And the pick is in. The New England Patriots select Will Campbell out of LSU.
Dude,
This is pumping.
Yeah, I know. It kind of startles you a little bit. Yeah, Will Campbell, 6'6", about 320 pounds. Great athlete. He's a guy who can move. I think he had a sub 540, if I'm right. The big knock on him, like we were just talking about, they said a little bit short arms or whatever. It's like, come on, right? Now, I think how long your arms are does matter as far as like, a lot of people look at tackles and they look at the height. The reason why the height matters is because if you're taller, you have longer arms, you can get more extensions. But like, you don't just gain like an extra inch of arm length. Two different. It's like, come on, nobody knows what happened. I don't think that's the case for this guy. The guy passed the eyeball test. Yeah.
All right, RG3, we gotta talk. We gotta talk QBs now because the Cleveland Browns are back on the clock. Do you think we're gonna see Jahdae go to the Browns? Do you think the Browns knew that they wanted Jahdae the whole time, and that's why they traded out? Or when do we see Jahdae go? Ooh. And then when do we see the dark horse of the first round go? Possibly Jackson Dart, because you're a man who knows QBs.
Yeah, I know QBs, and I don't know why they're hating on Jahdae Sanders.
Yeah.
I mean, I take that back. I know why they're hating on Jahdae Sanders.
Yeah.
But I don't think Cleveland is the place for him to be.
Okay.
It's just a toxic environment there right now. You got Deshaun Watson there with everything that's going on with him.
Yeah.
You got a head coach that's got he's not on the hot seat, but he's on the hot seat.
Yeah.
Right.
And they just brought back in Joe Flacco, who's like a fan favorite and guys played in the Super Bowl. That's not a great environment.
Yeah.
Like, who's he learning from there? You know? So I wouldn't want Jahdae to go to Cleveland, but they could certainly use him as a quarterback of the future.
So you don't think
you brought up Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
Yeah. I called Jackson Dart when he outplayed Jaden Daniels against LSU.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the kid can flat out play. Like, I hate using the monikers of like he's got moxie and he's the coach's kid.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he is. He is. Okay. But the bottom line for Dart, super athletic, can throw the deep ball, and has played a lot of college football. So from a reads, getting through his reads, timing, progression, moving coverage, he can do all those things. I don't think you can go wrong with picking Jackson Dart or Jahdae Sanders, but I think they both should be first-round picks.
There you go. A lot of people saying Dart won't make it past the Saints. That a likely place for him. So who do you think Cleveland would go with if Jahdae is not the pick here?
Yeah, if it's not the pick, I would say they should go with Ashton Genty.
Okay.
All right. Now, stay with me here. They just had Mr. Nick Chubarubba.
Right.
And he got hurt, and he's gone now.
Yeah.
But when he was their star running back,
he was the man.
That offense was clicking.
Yeah.
So if you look at Myles Garrett and you say, hey, we don't know if we have the quarterback of the future, at least you can lean on this guy and give him the rock 35 times a game and know that he can handle it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know all about playing an offense with a big-time running game and how big of an impact that makes for you as a rookie, right? I mean, and actually, in your case, you were part of the running game too,
Okay, Esfand, I see that Commanders fan coming out.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Listen, I'm a Cowboys fan, but look, you're my fellow Texas high school football brother. Okay, there's a brotherhood there.
I appreciate that.
So I always had to cheer on RG3. Baylor and the whole 9 yards. So yeah, no, it's that was fun to see and very, very hard to root against 2 games a year. So, yeah. So no, it's big time, man. I mean, having a well-balanced offense makes everybody's job easier, and we've talked about it with the defense a little bit.
Yeah.
And how you need the pass rush for your secondary to be able to make plays. You need your secondary to cover a guy so the guy can actually get to the passer. You need the guy on the other end of the line to play contain so that you can go get a sack.
Yeah.
Same exact thing on offense.
Yeah. RG, you got quite a streaming setup, by the way. Are you on Twitch?
Oh, Not a ton. This is just for you guys.
We gotta get you on Twitch.
You got the gaming set up. You're ready to go.
Hey, I just need the right direction, guys. I just need the right team. I need the right guys to help a brother out.
Yeah. Hey, you can join our team. We'll be good. We'll draft you. You'll be our first round pick.
Well, we don't want to take up too much of your time, but before we
we are actually because we got another pick in.
Mason
Graham. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
Surprise
pick, Mason Graham.
A Wolverine goes to Cleveland.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Mason Graham, big-time D tackle, great athlete, powerful on the inside.
They just paid Miles. You know, they got arguably the best defensive end in football. I guess you're going to try and take some pressure off him with one of the better guys inside. How do you feel about that pick?
Yeah, I mean, very surprised. Very surprised. Not that Mason Graham isn't a beast.
Yeah.
Okay. Did his thing there at Michigan. Another guy that they said has short arms, but it just feels like it's relief for Myles Garrett.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Right? Like having him in the middle. I don't have his stats right in front of me, but I think he had something like 5 or 6 sacks, a bunch of tackles for loss, and he controls the inside, the line of scrimmage. So if you have Myles Garrett on the edge, you can put Mason Graham right there beside him.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll alleviate some of the double teams. And if they don't, then Mason Graham's going to eat. So
Quickly, it was 45 tackles and 3.5 sacks last year.
Yeah.
there you go. 3.5 sacks.
Well, the big thing too, like we just talked about, it's not always about the production. Like I think you need some degree of production, but especially on the defensive interior, if you have a guy that can press the pocket and he can, because you have contain on the opposite side of the D-line, but then on the inside, like you want guys to stay in their pass rush lanes in order to make that quarterback have to run out, right? That you have to have this guy be able to roll out or make him roll out and make him uncomfortable, unless he runs a 4-3 like Robert Griffin, and then he's as comfortable as it gets, so it doesn't matter. But
I love that. I love that, Esfand, because if Mason Graham is pushing the pocket, who is he pushing the pocket to?
Yeah, and
he's pushing it to the greatest, one of the greatest, if not the greatest defensive lineman in the NFL right now. Don't get mad at me, T.J. Watt or Mike Parsons. But Myles Garrett is a damn Tyrannosaurus Rex out there on the outside. So having Mason Graham in there, who cares if his arms are too short? Maybe that's more sacks for Myles Garrett.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, I mean, I think you're hitting the nail right on the head with that. And I think this is going to be an impactful pick for Cleveland. I think if we were to call Sab again, I think he'd be distraught because I think he wants the sexy pick. He wants the offense. He wants to score points. And unfortunately, D-line is, at least the defensive tackle isn't always that.
Wrestler out of Michigan is not really hitting that lick for him, man.
Yeah.
Hey, the Mason Graham pick is probably not as sexy as Shedeur or Ashton Genty, like I was mentioning.
Yeah.
But the teams that win in the playoffs can run the football and can stop the run. Mason Graham will certainly help them stop the run. I just don't know if he's going to help them sell more tickets, and that's the bottom line.
Yeah, honestly.
Well, Robert, thank you so much for your time. We are both giant fans, and it was so cool having you here today.
Real quick, before we let Robert go, I do want to mention, Robert, you have a podcast.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your podcast.
Yeah, podcast is called Out of Pocket with RG3. Listen, man, we're talking to everybody, whether it's sports, entertainment, Hollywood. We might even go into Bollywood. I don't know. But we're having a good time having these conversations, talking to people where there's an intersection between sports and entertainment, getting to know these people as who they are, what they think about what's going on in the world, and really having a blast. So check us out. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, on YouTube at Out of Pocket with RG3. And Esfand, you and the guys got to come on the show, man.
I'm down.
We got to break it down.
I'm down.
Be there anytime you need.
Yeah, we're local. I'm only a few hours away in Austin. You're in your Houston area, is that right?
That is correct.
See, he came back home to the motherland. Okay, back in Texas. Back in Texas.
God's country.
God's country. That's right, brother.
There you go.
So,
there you go.
Rob, thanks a ton for coming on the show, man. It was a blast, and hey, we'll see you soon.
Appreciate you guys, and love the hair, Esfand. Love it.
Thanks.
Adios.
Appreciate it.
Well, we have the Raiders on the board, and If Robert was correct, I think Raiders Nation would be very sad if Ashton Genty was off the board right now, because I think we are sending the Boise State Smurf Turf assassin over to the Raiders.
The Raiders. Have you ever been to a Raiders game? You've been to the stadium because you went to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Yeah, nice stadium.
Beautiful.
Yeah, real nice stadium. Brand new stadium in Las Vegas. I went to a Raiders game, 2 years ago? Crazy atmosphere. Raiders fans are great.
Yep.
Raiders fans are great. So, and they will be incredibly happy they'll be incredibly happy to be able to get a guy like Ashton Genty if that ends up being
that's the pick. But I think we got a lot of Raiders fans in chat. Can we get Sab back? Is there any? Do we have him on the phone? I want to see what he has to say about that pick. I just want 30 seconds of a Browns fan going from we're about to get the most exciting player of a generation to be like, we got a defensive lineman.
Yeah, if we can get Sab back on the phone, that'd be great. I know we got a lot more people calling in today too. I mean, we got the Stalk Guy, big time Jags fan.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
We got to get him on.
Yeah, we'll talk to Stocky here in just a minute too. So whenever we can get him on.
Well, if we have him, we should grab him because that pick moves further and further away. So.
It does. So maybe production can get on the line. I mean, that's the thing with the draft is we kind of give guys a time frame. Like, hey, like we think this is about the time where your team's gonna pick or whatever, but you never know. So
here's Mason Graham's highlight reel, and man, he is a wall.
Yeah. Big man.
Oh.
Ashton! To nobody's surprise,
Genty!
The top running back in the 2025 NFL Draft, is selected once again, 5'9", 215 pounds. This guy is absolutely unbelievable. Ashton Genty was one of the favorites for the Heisman Trophy. It went to Travis Hunter instead, but here's the craziest thing about Ashton Genty. A lot of people said this early on in the season with Genty. They said, hey, they never pass. They never throw the football. Oh, well, the O-line is so good, yada, 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 right? As to why this guy got so many yards. People might not know this. Ashton Genty had over 1,900 yards after contact. That is more yards
bowling ball
than anybody else would have had before and after contact.
Yeah.
So if you look at the stat sheet, Ashton Genty had more yards last season than literally anybody else after he got hit for the first time. This guy is an absolute freak. Bowling ball, like you said.
Yeah.
I mean,
standing like Michael Myers in the backfield, straight up.
Terrifying.
No bend.
Terrifying. And you know what? Here's the thing with smaller guys like that, and I wouldn't say that he's quite like a Maurice Jones-Drew type. Maurice Jones-Drew is a little bit shorter, but I don't even think they're quite the same type of player. They get lost. You got 6'5", 6'6" offensive linemen. And Ashton Genty finds a way, and he's that one-cut type of power back that he goes in there, boom, 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 zone scheme. A lot of these teams are running zone running schemes now where you go, boom, right there, downfield, slash right through. Yeah. And he's got some speed. I mean, this guy's going to rip off 30-yard runs, 40, 50-yard runs.
Yep.
He can play. He's going to be big time.
And Esfand, now it is time for the New York Jets.
Ooh.
And the Jets have been playing with the notion of a trade down. I would love to see a trade down right now. Talk to the teams that are interested in coming up for Shadur or Dart. That would be great to pick up what the Browns picked up, maybe some of that sweet, sweet draft capital. I don't think that'll be the case, though. I think the pick right now will be Armon Mimu. I think that's all but chalk. I think the Jets want to complete their offensive line and give their running game a chance. However, Tyler Warren could be the pick here. If it's Tyler Warren, I'm over the moon. Give me the best tight end in college football right now. A guy who can pass, a guy who can block, a guy who can run, a guy who can catch.
He's the whole package.
Whole package.
Whole package. Tyler Warren is a great tight end. He brings the whole package to your offense, and that's really what you need to be able to do. Now,
a lot of people are saying pass ? Yeah, he threw like 3 touchdown passes.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
Tyler Warren. I was watching some film on Tyler Warren, and I mean they could do so much with this guy. There was times where they were doing They were doing throwbacks with him.
Yeah.
They had him come into the backfield, take snaps. I mean, Tyler Warren's an athlete. I mean, he's big time. He's going whatever team he goes to, he will be an impact player for. Now, Tyler Warren, he has the production to back this up. He has the yeah. I mean, this guy's big, 6'6", 257 pounds. I had him ranked at number 7 overall on the big board.
Yeah.
And he's just good all around.
He's just a
physical,
beast.
can catch, can block.
And the Jets need that pop right now.
Yeah.
The Jets need that pop.
Now, I will say this. I think the smart pick is to go, like you said,
Armon Mimu,
offensive line.
Get your right tackle.
I mean, there's not even like a hole there. There's like a gap. Like it's like the Red Sea was right here, and there's the gap, and then it continues at the tight end spot. So
I mean, I would also love to see a trade down. The Steelers in desperate need of a quarterback. George Pickens follows the team. Throw him in a deal.
Yeah.
Right? Go up and get your quarterback, Steelers. Give us Pickens. Complete our receiving core. We go and get who's left. That made me excited. God, this is the highlight of my football season every year. Yep. Let's have an exciting pick here for the Jets before we start losing.
Yeah. I mean, well, how do you feel like Justin Fields going to the Jets?
I love Justin Fields. I think of the available quarterbacks, he gives us a legitimate chance to see what the rest of the team is made of. I don't know if you're a playoff team, but I think you at least have a chance to win with some other pieces. I think Tyler Warren would help out tremendously. And then I think with an Armon Mimu, the rumor today is that the Jets were looking to trade Breece Hall. I don't know how that works with you completing your offensive line and then potentially trading the running back that you would use to power that. I think that would have only been the situation had Ashton Genty not been picked. I think the Jets really liked him, and they were formulating a plan in which they go get the younger running back and then move on. But we have someone on the phone right now.
We do. We're joined by none other than Bengal. Bengal is going to be joining us here. Yo.
Yeah, I was hoping to try to get this going on the PC.
Oh, hey.
But the OBS virtual camera is giving me some trouble, so we're going in the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, no worries. Bengal, what's up, man? Can you hear us? You got us?
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, can you get me?
Yeah. We have you. So what do you think about that Travis Hunter trade?
Absolutely mind-blowing. It was supposed to be chalk, 1 through 4, right?
Yep.
With Ward, Hunter put to Cleveland, and then Carter, Campbell, and then Jacksonville jumping up all the way to 2 has completely thrown everything. But it's fun. This is the NFL draft. It's chaos, and it's going to continue rolling on.
By the way, the Jets pick is in. So there is no trade. Armon Mimu.
There it is. Armon Mimu. Number 7. Another guy, Chad, who's going to fill a massive need for the Jets.
Yeah.
Now, I think in recent years, the Jets have been, in recent years, the Jets have been doing a little bit better.
Yeah.
Historically, the Jets are pretty much, we've all seen the highlight reels of Jets fans just in tears, crying, upset, just cursing the management over in New York.
Yeah.
Up and down. But they've done pretty good with the draft in the last few years.
Yeah, we went offensive line last year too, and I think the realization is after those seasons with Aaron and before, we had so many different offensive line combinations that nothing could happen. No offense could take root. And now you're going to have a run-heavy offense. So for the first time in Jets history, you know who's playing every position going into the season. And they're all, first-round draft picks, high talent guys. And it's not a sexy pick. I'm sure Rich Eisen right now is a little upset that he didn't get Tyler Warren, but Armon Mimu finishes that offensive line, and feeling excited about it.
Yeah, big time pick. Bengal, how do you feel about Armon Mimu?
I mean, I think he's in the conversation to be the best offensive lineman in this draft. Played right tackle at Mizzou. And I think has the measurables of an NFL tackle, 33-plus inch arms. I think came in at 33.5. 34 is typically about what you're looking for, but movement skills that say he can play on an island, You have your 2 franchise tackles of the future, bookends. Also, West African's kind of a fun combo.
Yeah.
Armon Mimu being Cameroonian, Olu Fashanu from a year ago from Nigeria. So you have 2 young bookend tackles that can set the tone for your offense for hopefully years going forward if you're a Jets fan.
Yeah, and that's really what they need. I mean, they need to be able to build around whatever the quarterback situation ends up being there in the future, and I mean this year and in the future, because building a quarterback-friendly offense, I think is something that is people kind of forget about it because they get excited about the big plays and the stats and the highlights, and they want to get like the top player or the top quarterback, this and that. But really, if you don't have the pieces around that guy, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
If you don't have an offensive line that can block for your quarterback, if you don't have an offensive line that can block for your running back and to establish the running game, you don't have the running back, you don't have receivers that can catch the ball, right? Get open.
Now we got a very complete running core and a running quarterback, and hopefully the makings of a good offensive line.
Yeah, no, I think that was a great pick. That was probably the best pick they could have made. Now, Bengal, you're from New York, or from New Jersey, or from New York?
From New Jersey, which is where the Giants and Jets play.
But you are a Giants fan, not a Jets fan.
Correct.
Tell us a little bit about how you feel about the Giants so far in the draft.
I think they really made the only pick they could have made, to be honest. I think you have 3 real blue chippers in this draft, in my opinion. You have Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and Ashton Genty. And with Hunter off the board, who was the best player in the draft for me, I think you had to pivot and go Abdul Carter. I think the Giants would have preferred Hunter, but Carter's a tremendous player. It does make Kayvon Thibodeau potentially expendable now.
Interesting.
Giants number 5 overall pick from a few years ago, but maybe too many cooks in the kitchen. It's good to have an edge rotation, but you may be able to recoup more value for Thibodeau than he would actually bring onto the field. Has been a little bit underwhelming for the Giants. Thankfully not as underwhelming as Evan Neal from that same draft, but Carter and Burns, I think, can form one of the best edge duos in the league. I think Carter could have been in play to be the number 1 overall pick. Obviously, the Titans ended up deciding on the quarterback, Cam Ward. It's the most valuable position in football. But Carter, tremendous player, has some versatility to play off the ball, too. Previous 2 years at Penn State were playing primarily off the ball. Now he's going to transition from a full-time edge for the first time in 2025 to getting a little bit more experience going into his rookie year. So seems to me like sky's the limit. This is a player who can be a phenomenal asset.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail right on the head with all that.
Well, thanks so much for your time, Bengal, and thank you for your insight. You are dialed in.
Yeah, Bengal's the real deal. Bengal's always all up on the draft and everything, and Bengal's got a great YouTube channel. It does the franchise rebuilds and all kinds of stuff like that. And so actually, you're doing your own draft coverage here for the next few days. Is that right?
Absolutely, every year. Dialed in, watching film for months. Thankfully, I have access to all 22 over the past few years.
Yeah,
so
it's been nice.
It's fun to do my own evaluations and kind of build my own boards and things like that. So a lot of draft content for me, and it's my favorite time of the year as a Giants fan because I know it's not going to happen in February.
There you go. There you go. That's
same for the Jets. All of MetLife weeps together.
Well, unless things happen with the Patriots again. Who knows?
There you go.
So, all right, Bengal, thanks a ton for joining us, man. We'll be seeing you later, dude.
All right, have a good one.
All right,
good
thanks,
luck.
man. We'll see you.
Do we have a lightning charger? Production, if there's a lightning charger we could fly in.
Dude, they might have to go to the recycling plant for that.
All right, by the way, we have the Panthers on the board. I think Jaylen Walker will be the pick. Big linebacker out of Georgia. I've had him penciled in here for a while. Obviously, Carolina needs a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk a little bit more about Armon Mimu real quick. I know we've touched on it a little bit, but just to kind of my own sort of mental pacing. I think Armon Mimu is the big thing with him that I think is going to be so good is how athletic he is.
Yeah,
'cause the guy can move, and you can actually have him go out in space, and you can have him go get linebackers, screen passes, and with your guy, Breece Hall. This is the guy who they throw the football to a whole lot, right? And this is the guy who they want to get out in space, and they'll toss it to him outside. And again, it's that zone running that pretty much everybody is running now, right? That's like a huge focus.
Look at that athleticism score.
Oh yeah, look, yeah,
almost perfect.
94.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 sacks allowed on 1,030 36 pass block snaps. Jeez.
Yeah.
Beast.
Yeah.
All right, the next 4 teams, we got the Panthers, the Saints, the Bears, and the 49ers. Carolina yet to make their pick. Again, I think it'll be Jaylen Walker, but it could be anyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is one of those things where Carolina needs so much. They need so much help that I think you go best player available here.
Yeah.
Whoever they think is the best. And I didn't actually realize how like bad Carolina was, how like not well off they were until this last year. I mean, they've lost pretty much all of their key players over the course of the last 5-6 years.
Yep.
So I mean, it's been rough. So they're still in the process of a rebuild. Somebody else who has been, or I guess another team that's been in the process of the rebuild, and they've done pretty well. Patriots.
Yeah.
And a big fan of the Patriots is Ludwig. So we actually have Ludwig calling in to join us.
Ludwig.
Look at that.
Hey.
Look at that hair.
Ludwig.
Hey, you guys
Yeah,
hear
we
me?
hear you. What's up, dude?
Hey, that's crazy. You guys can hear me. Hello, how you guys doing?
We're good, dude.
doing
Thanks for
well. How
calling
are
in.
you doing, my friend?
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Ted
Sorry you were cut
McMillan.
off.
I'm sorry, Lud. We don't mean to
Ted
cut you off.
McMillan is headed to North Carolina. Our first real shocker.
Yeah.
He's a bum.
See, Lud says he's a bum. Lud says he thinks he doesn't got it.
Lud, you're not hot on Ted, huh?
Nah, not a tech guy. Not a tech guy. He's Arizona. You can't trust the school. It's a soft school. They have a soft program.
Okay, I hear ya.
It's not like Arizona State.
Yeah.
With
Not like Arizona State, and they have a much better RB who's still in the draft.
Good old
Scatterboo.
Big Scatterboo.
Scatterboo. You'd be lucky to pick up Scatterboo. You'd be so lucky.
That's true. That's 100% true. How do you feel about the Patriots so far, Lud?
Well, I did a bit of digging. Over the last 20 years, the Patriots have drafted 8 people at offensive or defensive line. This is the 8th person they've drafted in the last 20, almost like 40% of the time, right? That's right, Matt?
Yeah.
So we're back to our core, back to our mission statement. The Patriots are their best when they have a really boring draft.
Yes.
And we're back to boring,
Either trade down or take a lineman. That's their school of medicine.
Yeah.
Exactly right. We want a new Nate Solder, all right?
Yes.
A Vince Wilfork. We want a lineman. I mean, obviously this one's offensive lineman, but somebody who's just going to be in the program for 15 years. Okay, have a loving wife.
Gym rat.
Wake up every goddamn
Lunch
Sunday
pail guy.
and block the fuck. A real lunch pail guy. So gets up early, stays out late. You know,
Get some guys who are quicker than fast.
Yeah.
Some sneaky fast athletes.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the Patriot way, really.
So how are you feeling about Vrabel in New England?
Yeah, it's tough. I feel like to be a coach, for me, an important quality is being out of shape.
Okay.
So that's my main concern with Vrabel. He looks good.
Yeah, he looks great. He's fit.
He looks great. And I think fit coaches aren't the play. I think we need to go back to the era of the coach who looks like they've never played the sport in their life. They got a gut. Maybe they smoke. Maybe they drink. They have some addiction.
Ideally, they have some kind of addiction.
Ideally, and I just don't know if Vrabel's that guy. Maybe he picks up vaping.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, he might pick up vaping.
Yeah, hopefully. God
Hopefully,
willing.
God willing, he picks up vaping. No.
But if I had to guess, based off how this draft's going, it's going to be a better season for the Patriots than the Jets.
Oh, yeah, no, well, I think that's a given.
I guess.
Not even based on the
I
draft.
guess. Well, based off. Wait, what was your record last year?
I think we had 7 wins, Ludwig.
I think we had 5 wins.
Oh, sorry, 2 years ago. What did we have? Like 4 wins? 5 wins? I don't know.
We have a bit of a race to the bottom here.
Yeah.
Do you want to do a bet on which team's better, or maybe which team's worse?
I offered to make you that bet last year, and you would have won.
Yeah, I'll take it this year. We're still rebuilding.
Okay.
All right. We need Drake May's a year 3 guy, not a year 2 guy.
Yeah. No, I think you have a better team and a better head coach right now. I think you will win some games.
So you think we're worse?
No, I think the Pats are gonna win more games than the Jets. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Wow. I think the Jets are going to win more games than the Pats.
You don't actually think that?
No, but I'll make a bet for it. $500
I'll bet that the Jets win more games.
Okay, I'll bet the Pats win more games. How much? 100
All right.
bucks, 200 bucks, 500 bucks.
What do I want?
What about a succulent meal? A succulent Chinese meal.
A succulent Chinese meal? I see you know your Cheeto well. All right, yeah. Okay, but you have to cook. You have to cook it.
Okay, loser cooks a succulent Chinese meal for whichever team gets the most wins.
I think, that's a hell of a deal.
Now that's a gentleman's bet.
That is a gentleman's agreement.
I'm on board with this.
Yes, a gentleman's agreement.
And it's going to be the Patriots getting 4 wins and the Jets getting 3.
I think you're gonna have more wins than that.
You think? You're bullish.
Dude, I mean, I think this is kind of like the year for Drake May to really be like, I'm the guy or I'm not the guy.
Dude, you guys went crazy in the offseason. Like you signed half of the free agents available.
Yeah. I think the Pats are going all in.
You know what? I like to hear this. Okay, I'm ride or die whether they got 5 wins or 15 wins. So I'll just I'll let the coaches do their thing. I'm happy with the first round pick. We'll see how it goes from there. Hopefully we trade down.
Okay.
Yeah, hey, that would be par for the course from the good old days.
Yeah.
Go O-line, trade down. D-line, trade down. Yep. That's
all you
need.
want. That's all
we'll
you
get
want.
all our receivers undrafted.
Yeah.
Pick them all up after the draft.
Well, Luddy, any other bold predictions for the draft before we let you go? You had some merch come out today too, didn't you?
Yeah, he did. I saw the tweet.
I did have a little bit of merch. Appreciate that. Here's my want to hear my insane prediction? It's Scatterboo to the Pats. Unbelievable.
Ooh, he's got a real Danny Woodhead vibe.
Yeah.
Real Danny Wood, real gym rat. It's all the characteristics, the same ones you kind of hope for in that Patriot program.
Yeah, that's just what you would expect with the Patriots, 100%.
I feel like we're just saying they draft a lot of white people, but
well,
no, they don't draft them. They sign them.
That would be true.
They sign them undrafted.
That's true.
No, I think.
But that's my prediction. It's my bold one.
Camp Scatterboo, he's a player. That guy can run. So,
well,
wait, Lud, do you have any merch on you?
All right, guys. I do.
Yeah, show us the merch. Show us the new merch.
It's a jacket I'm not wearing because I'm warm as hell.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Here. It's a little.
Hey,
nice.
Where's my little sampler box? I got.
Hey, where?
It's dumb. Do you
yeah.
want one?
Yeah, send me some too.
And get you all
Yeah,
sampled.
hell yeah. Where can they go to buy it?
Meatspin.com. That's the website that everybody should type in their.
That's crazy.
Hey, we have no sponsors. Also, don't do that. Don't do that.
15 years ago.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
If you had bought that domain,
if
you had bought that domain name, that would have been insane. Calvin Banks. Wow. All right, Lud, we're going to let you go.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Goodbye forever.
All right,
adios.
See you later, dude. Thanks for calling, man.
In kind of a surprising move, the Saints reach down and select one of the last 2 viable offensive tackles, in my opinion, in the first round out of Texas, Kelvin Banks Jr.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredibly surprising. I mean, Kelvin Banks is, don't get me wrong, Kelvin Banks, great player. Offensive tackle at Texas. He's an underclassman, came out early. 6'5", 315, prototypical size. That's like the size for an offensive tackle. Played at a great program at Texas. They've been pumping out talent last few years. They've been highly productive, played at a high level. And I think he's going to be good, but it does seem like a little bit of a reach. And I honestly, I expected them to take somebody that was going to, I mean, you just can't go wrong with offensive line. And I think that's really what it came down to. Maybe they weren't sold.
I mean, they leapfrogged Josh Simmons, who a lot of people have him as a higher ranked.
Well, if I'm right, Josh Simmons missed some games this year too.
Yeah.
So maybe they just felt a certain type of way about Josh Simmons, that he really wasn't there, or maybe he wasn't quite a fit for their offense the same way Kelvin Banks was. Kelvin Banks is a really talented, just all around. He's got good balance. He's got good athleticism. He's got basically like the prototype build for an offensive lineman. I would like to see a little bit more bend in his hips. I'd like to see him be able to get a little bit deeper, be able to move a little bit better. But he's still a good athlete, right? And I think he's going to develop into a great tackle.
Gosh, we are 9 picks in and we have 4 offensive tackles taken.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
There was one draft like 10 years ago or something that like it was like linemen for the first like 15 picks. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
you know who else we got to talk about some picks here?
sorry, 3 offensive linemen taken.
3 so far? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we got somebody else who didn't take an offensive lineman. That was the Jaguars, and we got the biggest Jags fan in the world right here with us.
The Stalk Guy.
Stalk Guy, how's it going?
I hate you.
How are you feeling, brother?
How am I feeling? You choose a team when you're 10 years old and you let them disappoint you the rest of your life.
Dang.
So
Okay.
So you're not,
you
you're
know,
not
30.
feeling
This
the
is
move.
actually my. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not. I mean, this is my 30th year as a Jaguars fan, and I've seen 3 good teams, and then that was it. So at this point, you just expect the worst. So you either meet expectations or you're surprised. So I don't know. We threw the house at them. I don't think it's over. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jags maybe try to use ETN as a trade tool to maybe get another pick in this draft. I really don't know. But you know, I was not big on the Brian Thomas Jr. pick last year, and I was wrong. So we'll see. I think the biggest thing from this is that Trevor Lawrence had every excuse in the world, right? Urban Meyer was a problem, and then it was, oh well, he was injured, or oh we didn't have that. No excuses now. You got, if Hunter goes to one side, BJT in the other, yeah, we don't have offensive line, but it's make or break. And I say if Lawrence doesn't work out, we bring Bortles back.
So
Hey, Bortles service.
you are cautiously optimistic because, that's the truth of the draft is if Travis Hunter goes out and balls out, they look like geniuses. And if he doesn't, it'll be marked as the worst pick in draft history because they moved up 3 picks and it cost them another first-round draft pick.
Yeah. No, they definitely sold the farm for it. But
I wouldn't say the worst pick, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Moving up 3 spots and costing them a second round next year's first, that's big real estate.
I mean, they definitely gave up a lot.
Jags aren't exactly and they also don't really have a great track record of first-round picks. So at the end of the day, I mean, it
Stocky,
is what it is. I honestly thought.
Let me put your mind at ease. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Travis Hunter is a legitimately good football player. Whether he can live up to this expectation is another thing, but I don't think he's going to be a guy who's like a bust.
I'm going to say 2 words to you, Justin Blackman.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Justin Blackman was a
Okay.
yeah, that was a rough one.
Blaine Gabbert. I got Dante Fowler. I could continue on and on and on and on and on here. So I'm just ready to get hurt. I really thought that they were going to make a move with the Raiders to get Genty and then move out and get McMillan as a wide receiver. But I guess new coach, new atmosphere, same old pain.
Well, think of it this way. You got 2 chances for him to be good. He could either hit as a wide receiver or defensive back,
Yeah. Maybe he does more for you.
As long as it's not his wife, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
What? I'm just saying a lot of NFL players have been getting in trouble for that crap, and I don't need that happening on our team anymore. We got enough. I think the Jaguars are the third most players that got like felony charges in the last 20 years. Enough with that,
Is that true? And you know what? I would not be surprised. Yeah, there's always something going on. Yeah, there's always something going on.
By the way, guys, the Chicago Bears pick is in.
Oh.
Colston
Loveland.
No,
stop.
Tyler
They
Warren.
took him over Tyler Warren? No, he's good.
That's crazy.
But Tyler Warren?
That's crazy.
Why? Dude.
Okay, well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I do know that there are some people that had Colston Loveland ranked above Tyler Warren as a pass catcher. He's more of a prototypical pass catcher. He's more of like a, I don't know, like a
But like, okay, Tyler Warren is good.
Yes.
He's really good.
So good.
He's so good.
Yeah.
And he might be a little bit worse, maybe as a pass catcher. But he
can do everything else.
Everything. You want to have a balanced attack on offense. You want to be able to take guys. The more you can do on your offense, the more opportunity you have to put people in a position to perform and to maximize your production. Now, Colston Loveland, don't get me wrong, great player. 6'5", 245. He can run. He's a great route runner. He's got great hands. He's not as physical. He's not the best blocker in the world. I don't think he's bad, but he's not quite as good as Tyler Warren, right? Tyler Warren, I feel like, is a more of that prototype, sort of all-encompassing package sort of tight end, that real like old school type, like the Rob Gronkowski types. Tyler Warren's probably the closest thing to it, right? Whereas Colston Loveland I just think he's not quite as physical, so I'm a little bit surprised that's, you know, when I'm thinking of like Bears football, hard-nosed, tough football, I'm kind of surprised. Whoa, wait, back to back? Wait, hold on.
Wow.
Dude, so I didn't mean to interrupt you again, but we got another pick, Micole Williams for the 49ers? What is going on in this draft?
They locked that in so fast. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I thought with the talent on the board, I thought that was gonna be a Jahdae Barron. I thought the 49ers were gonna go with a corner, but Micole Williams to San Francisco in an insta-lock, which puts Dallas on the board.
It puts Dallas on the board. I mean, Micole Williams is great.
That was a quick pick.
You think it's a good pick?
No, I was saying I was quick. I was just going to go back real quick to the Loveland thing. I agree with you. Warren is definitely more polished, but I think Loveland's going to fit better with Chicago. He just seems more like somebody that could be more developed into a system rather than coming in already like, a specific prototype of a tight end. I feel like Chicago's the type of team that's better off with a more developmental, like somebody they can develop more. And I feel like Loveland's actually a better pick, in my opinion, for that.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that too, actually, because it's like whenever somebody hasn't maybe been molded all the way yet, you don't have to retrain them to do certain things. I could see that.
Well, dude, this board is looking crazy right now because we got to talk about some things.
I feel like my wife.
A lot of people said that the Saints were going to go QB. The Saints did not go QB. They went tackle. Then the Bears leapfrogged the consensus best tight end to go with Colston Loveland, and San Francisco reaches down the board and grabs Micole Williams, while some other ends, particularly Mike Green, is still on the board. We got a lot of talent moved around in weird places, and we have your team picking right now with insane talent on the board. How would you feel about Tyler Warren with a start on the side of his helmet, or Mike Green, or let's look at a Will Johnson, or a Luther Burden? How you feeling?
I mean, I think Tyler Warren being on the board. Look, I became a Cowboys fan. I really got into football in like the mid-2000s. Okay, so for me, I've basically experienced nothing but pain as a Cowboys fan. Okay, I missed all the Super Bowl years, but I had some good years and some hope. And when I had hope was when Jason Witten had that store on the side of his helmet.
Yeah.
Give me a big-time tight end. Give me the safety net. Give me the guy who's going to be in there day in and day out, Mr. Reliable. I think Tyler Warren. Now, I don't know what they want to do offensively, and I know people keep saying they should go receiver. But, man, Tyler Warren would be a great weapon on that offense.
Yep.
And
Dallas needs a receiver that throws hands. That's what they need.
Luther
they haven't been good
Burden.
since they've had receivers that throw hands.
Luther Burden.
Get some guy throwing hands out there. Yeah.
That's what you need. You need a receiver that's going to throw hands. That's what you need. They need a spark. That team is dying faster than my hairline. There's no soul. There hasn't been a soul in Dallas since since the receivers were throwing hands on the field. That's what they need to bring back.
They need to bring the swagger back. You know?
So, Stalk Guy, before we let you go, you said that possible trade up. If the Jags somehow trade back into the first round or early in the second, who are you hoping they go after?
You know, I really just want an offensive tackle. I don't know who's going to be on the board because they're flying like hotcakes right now. But you know, they parted ways with Sheriff. They got rid of Campbell. You know, I think Lawrence had the least amount of time between snap to throw before being, you know, pressured in the NFL for like 2 straight seasons. They need to get him some protection because that big gazelle is not going to be able to take as many hits. So I say if you have the opportunity, get some big beefy boys on the line and protect him so that he has the ability to throw to these 2 receivers, Brian Thomas Jr. and Hunter now. And then, you know what? You know, give me 4 wins. just do me a favor, Jags. Do not win the first 3 games because I swear to God, the one good thing about being a Jaguars fan is that by week 5, you get your Sunday.
I feel you as a Jets fan. Gosh, I feel you. Stocky, thank you so much for joining us, brother. We love you, and we'll see you soon. We'll call you back if you trade in, all right?
All right, I'm on a flight to Vegas in a couple hours, so I'll see you guys
We'll
soon.
call you in the air. See you later, bud.
All right, bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the 12th pick of the draft, and the Dallas Cowboys are about to select, and it has been a wild one thus far. The Dallas Cowboys need a running back, they need a wide receiver, they need a guard, they need an edge rusher. I could see a Mike Green here. I could see a Luther Burden here. Or I could see it, how about an Omarion Hampton? You know, go get your running back and feel good about it. But I think they'll wait on a running back. We have an expert on the phone now, though. We have a guy who knows Texas football maybe better than any other human being on the planet. We have Coach Esfand on the phone.
Look, listen. The Cowboys are out here, and they're going to make some plays, okay? And this is what they need to do. I mean, they need to take some of my draft strategy, and they need to just start trading. Sell the 2nd-round pick, sell the 3rd-round pick, 4th, 5th, 6th. Sell them. I want 6 first-round picks. I want the Cowboys to take 6 first-round picks this year. That's my goal. That's the number one thing that I'm looking at. Because right now, there's still a hell of a lot of talent on the board. And if they don't do that, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed. It's going to be a dadgum shit show out there. I can't hear you. My hearing aid just went out. I can't seem to hear you.
Can you hear me, Coach?
Hell, I hear you now until my damn Bluetooth don't break again.
So am I to understand that you want the Dallas Cowboys to trade back into the first round not once, not twice, but 5 additional times?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's the only thing you can do because you can't just come out here and they say it's not about the X's and the O's, it's about the Jimmys and the Joes. Okay. Yeah. You got to bring in talent. Now, I know a lot of people with old Jerry that think it's about the Willies and the Johnsons, but that's a mistake, okay? It's not about Willies and Johnsons. I know Jerry has a different draft strategy, but we got to look to the future, okay, and think about Jimmys and Joes.
Right. Now, you also famously went on the record this year saying that the Dallas Cowboys should draft a punter in the first round. Do you want to talk about that?
I did. I think what they should do, I mean, right now there's a hell of a lot of guys available. At the quarterback position, I think they should draft a quarterback and teach him to punt. That way, yeah, you got to. If I was the Cowboys, I'd take Shedeur Sanders
and use him as a punter.
Yeah,
so kind of get the Travis Hunter, but with a player who's never played the other position. Okay.
Sorry,
yeah, no, I feel you. Okay, you also mentioned that the Dallas Cowboys should change their. Are you, Coach?
Keeps opening. I'm the damn locker.
You mentioned that the Dallas Cowboys should change their colors from blue and silver to tree print camo. Coach, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just I keep hearing damn creaking in the background.
Okay. Did you want to talk about what you were saying about that?
No, I'm just saying. See, thank God it's closed.
Okay.
What was the question? Look, I don't have all day here.
I'm sorry. You said that the Dallas Cowboys should change their colors to real print tree camo?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, so either that or just some sort of shade of the sun because that damn stadium it's like a window bigger than the Noah's Ark.
Right.
Yeah. Why the hell is that much sunlight on the field? Nobody can see shit. I mean, if you're gonna do that, you might as well just go full on camouflage. All right. Go full on camouflage and try and sneak attack them. Hey, hell, I don't give a damn. Put 12 guys on the field.
Right.
Shit.
So also, Coach, before we go, the tush push remains in the NFL, and you're claiming that the tush push was based on a play you invented in the 1980s called the butt blast.
Absolutely. Yeah. So it was actually old and God rest his soul, old colleague of mine, Mike Leach, and I talked about the butt blast quite a bit. I mean, he was an offensive genius. I mean, he was even trying to do things like, you know, hey, where's the shortest guy on the field? Okay, not short enough. We got to sign. We got to recruit the smallest guy we can, and just goal line package.
Yeah.
Send them.
Yeah.
Right over the line. So the butt blast was actually the first version of that, and unfortunately that never came to fruition. They kind of worked it back a little bit, and it became the tush push. With the butt blast, you know, you try to get the quarterback, and you try to get everybody to push the quarterback. The butt blast, we were going to pull guys in motion, okay? Yeah. So you know how you have the counter step where a guard's going out here, and boom, he's going out. Double guard, double tackle counter with a pre-snap motion, okay? With a pre-snap motion with a slot receiver, and I'm talking 5 fellas right up that ass.
Wow.
Just going full force in the A-gap.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Coach. We're going to have Dallas's pick in here in a second. Thank you for giving us so much insight on the 5-guy butt blast.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Signature Coach Esfand strategy there. All right, the pick should be in. Dallas Cowboys, I want to keep you here to react to this because I know this is going to be a big one for you. So let's see Dallas Cowboys.
I want to see Shador Sanders getting picked and moved to punter, and he's going to be a gadget player at the special teams.
Okay, so you think this pick's going to be Shador?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're about to find out who is going to the Lone Star State to put the star on the side of his helmet.
The other thing, I think they could take a Jackson Dart.
Oh.
Yeah, I think they could take
Good
Jackson
name.
Dart and move him to running back and just
Let him dart.
toss, pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that you might be looking at a Tyler Warren, a Luther Burden, or an Omarion Hampton here. But we'll see where Dallas goes.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a Mike Green.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Green's another good player for us. I mean, he had a hell of a lot of sacks. He had 17. I mean, that's a lot of big sacks. And look, I mean, you can have 17 sacks. It's not as good as a 5-man butt blast, but
Wow, there it is. Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker. Who the hell is Tyler Booker? Who in the Sam hell is Tyler Booker?
Let me get to my notes here.
This is horse shit. Why? How are guys gonna come out here? Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker, the guard out of Alabama.
Guard?
They select a guard.
You have need at punter, okay? And Shador Sanders on the board. And you're gonna take Tyler Booker? Guard? Guard?
Well, Esfand.
Wow!
Coach Esfand, thank you for your time. We're going to go back into the studio now to talk about the selection. But as always,
piece of shit.
Coach Esfand, everybody. Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama, 13 games played. And, yeah, I mean, he was the 48th player on the PFF depth chart. And, you know, Dallas makes a surprise pick there. They wanted to buttress their O-line. I'm surprised. That feels a bit like a reach. But you know, if you got your guy, if you have your need, if you trust it, that feels like a reach. I'm not gonna lie to you. I can't wait till we get Esfand back. Here's Esfand back now. Esfand, you had to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys selected a guard.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Oh, guard? Oh, I can tell you all about Tyler Booker. I mean, Tyler Booker's a great guard. He is. I think Tyler Booker, he's a big guy. I believe he played at Alabama.
Yep.
I mean, he's got some, this guy's got some meat. Okay, he's a big boy. All right, this guy's a road grader. Okay, he's going to be able to go out and he's going to be able to make some plays for you guys on the offensive line, open things up a little bit, and help shore up the running game, passing game, the whole thing. I believe he was a 3-year starter. He might have been a 2-year starter at Alabama.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever let up a sack either. So incredibly impressive in the passing game. And sorry, I just had production in my ear for a second. But you know,
6'4", 321 pounds, 13 games played. 13?
Are you sure that wasn't just this year?
That's what the stat line says. I don't know if that's literally all they have for him.
Oh, okay.
Tankathon.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I was just mistaken. But yeah, no, Tyler Booker is going to be, I think he's going to be a great player. I do think, I probably wouldn't have gone guard. I would have liked to see them take Tyler Warren, because I think that just would have been fun. But I don't really know what they plan to do offensively, right? Like, I think you can't really go wrong with O-line as long as the guy can play. If he pans out, it's always going to be great. But I think Tyler Warren would have been a fun pick, and to have that guy that could have a guy that could just be Mr. Reliable for Dak Prescott and for the long term, right? Who knows? Maybe Dak's not there sometime. But I mean, I'm a Dak Prescott believer. Some people are out on him, but I think Dak Prescott is good. I think what always happens is, like, you have a guy come in. You have a guy who's like the new shiny quarterback is always going to be like, oh, him. But like, this is the new guy. Because that happened to Romo, right? And they kind of ran Romo out of town. And now I feel like they want to do that with Dak too. But speaking of new and shiny, okay?
Yeah.
We got another guy who's going to be joining us who's getting drafted this year.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, from my alma mater. I believe we have Elijah Roberts on the line.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think we got Elijah on the line right now. Elijah, how's it going, man?
Hey, Elijah.
We got good signal here.
How you guys doing?
Doing
Well,
good.
man, how you doing?
We're doing real good. Good to see you, man. Good to hear from you.
Doing good, man. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
it's our pleasure.
How's all the draft prep been going?
Yes, sir. It's been going good, man. I'm just waiting on to hear my name called within the next few days, so I can't.
Yeah, hell yeah. So Elijah is an SMU Mustang.
Pony.
Okay? He's pony up, SMU Mustang. So my alma mater, chat knows I mention SMU all the time. I'm a proud Mustang as well. So what's that been like, Elijah? Going through the whole process of like the last few years, seeing the program really develop into, SMU's a powerhouse. SMU kicked ass last year, and Elijah was a massive part of that. So what was that like for you, being a part of the rebuild?
Man, it was great. You know, just being able to be there, man, and just since day one, like when I got there, the program really just went this way. You know, we just kind of just went like straight up, and it was just, first year conference championship in the American, and then our next year defeated in the ACC, and we make it to the ACC championship. It was great.
So when you came into SMU, what was the deciding factor for you to say, you know what, SMU is going to be the place for me, and that's the place where I'm going to want to go to play out my college career, and hopefully, and actually, not hopefully then, it's going to happen now, end up in the NFL?
Yeah, it was really just the coaches, just being able to go meet with the coaches, and like after I talked to them, it just felt like home. Like it was no BS. Everybody kind of just cut it straight to me. Like no one promised me anything, but I mean, I really wasn't looking for any empty promises. I really just wanted a chance to get on the field early, be able to contribute, and be a guy that a team needed to play. Not just come off the bench and be a role player. Like I wanted to be a guy that a team kind of counted on. So going to SMU, I mean, it worked out for me, then it worked out for them as well.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think anybody who can get that kind of production rushing the passer. How many sacks did you have this last year? You had 10 sacks this last year, is that right?
Yeah, the year before was 10, and then this past year, I believe, was 8.
Getting after him.
There you go, 18 sacks over 2 years.
We'll take that.
Yeah, that's a hell of a lot of production. So what was it like going from, we talked about like the rebuild and everything, that new facility and everything that came in this last year. What was that like?
Man, it was great. The boosters at SMU are literally second to none. Like SMU are literally second to none. And I really, And I honestly like had no clue about it because I, at Miami, man, like I never really heard of SMU until Coach Rhett had went over there. So going to Dallas, like I didn't realize how much money Dallas had, man. I'm talking about from students pulling up to classes in Lamborghinis to the boosters coming to the games and just. I think we had one guy.
Yeah.
I think we had one guy donate maybe like 70 million.
Yeah, it's why SMU's crazy. There's two types of kids at SMU. There's people who are there on some kind of financial aid, like whether it's athletic scholarship or something like that.
Yeah.
And then there's
oil barons.
There's oil barons. There's tiger owners. Like these guys fly helicopters in their free time. So, people like me and Elijah were in the minority for sure.
Yeah.
Like I remember seeing a freshman show up with an Audi R8. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, we got a pick in.
Oh.
Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Grant going to Miami. Kenneth Grant, Miami Dolphins. Dude, I think this whole entire draft is kind of, it's gotten shaken up like crazy. Kenneth Grant, defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's good seeing D-line get taken so early. Because obviously it's we talked about it earlier about how the whole scope of a defense and how you have all these different moving parts. Defenses are moving quickly. The players have to be able to do more because the offenses have gotten faster, right? So, Elijah, for you, you're a guy who you can stand up, you can put your hand on the ground, you can move around the front a little bit. How much of an impact do you think it makes to be able to have these different talents and be able to move around like the front seven whenever these offenses have gotten so much faster and faster?
It's very important. Like you said, like offenses literally now are throwing the ball maybe like 40, sometimes even 50 times a game. So having a guy who could come in and rush from, the 5 technique, I've rushed from 9 technique, 3 technique, head up 0. I've rushed from all along D-line. So, I feel like I'll be able to fit right in any team that grabs me. I'll be able to fit right in and jump into the right scheme where, I'll be able to help out any team's pass rush and in the run game as well.
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I think that's a huge deal. Just having guys who can move around the front, do different things on defense. It's a huge deal. It's an absolutely huge deal. And then you get those big guys up front.
Whoa!
Picks again.
Wow!
So fast.
Indianapolis got their guy.
Tyler Warren.
The Colts ran to the board.
Immediately.
They ran to the board. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. They drafted him in 30 seconds. The Indianapolis Colts get the guy that they targeted at the beginning of the night for a steal. There was talks of them trading up to go get this guy, and they get him at their native pick. They just get to sit and take the best tight end in the draft.
Yeah, having guys, or having a guy like that for the Colts is going to be a huge deal. They use tight ends a lot. They use like H-backs, and they do a lot out of their backfield with Indianapolis. But having a guy like Tyler Warren who has all that talent is going to be a huge boost to their offense.
By the way, let's talk about Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Grant, our second Michigan D lineman off the board. Kenneth Grant had an absolutely massive game against Ohio State when the Wolverines basically ruined their good time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kenneth Grant is speaking of massive, he's a massive human being.
Yeah.
That guy's a big ass nose tackle. 330 pounds. I think he's 6'4". This is a behemoth of a man.
And 69 career tackles in his his lifetime. Yeah, nice.
So yeah, no. Kenneth Grant is. I think he's going to be a big cornerstone of that front. So and really again open up things for the. You Elijah, for you. You can't double team everybody, right? So when you have other guys on the line eating up blocks, if you have a guy on the other end who's able to play contain, I'm sure there's times where you got a sack and you're like, oh, thank God I got that guy on the other side of the line, because I there's no way that I would have got him if we didn't have contain there, or the guy runs into you essentially because of having that that pass rush.
Yeah, of course. I think having a great nose tackle, a 3 tech, having a great interior defensive lineman is honestly the biggest part of the defense. If a team can't run up the A-gap, if a team can't just run downhill on you, I mean, it's going to be hard to run the ball at all on a team like that. So, I mean, having a guy like him, honestly, is going to help your defense regardless of where he is.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you were getting ready for the draft, when you were prepping for pro day, everything, where did you train in Dallas, or where'd you go to train?
No, I trained in Fort Lauderdale at Bommarito's Performance Services.
Okay. And what was the biggest thing that you think you were able to work on getting ready for the draft? Or for pro day, I should say.
Man, just like how my body is just, you know, how it functions, you know, like being able to bend in ways that I'm not used to, being able to, you know, kind of like work on my hip mobility and just being able to pick up my knees more when I run. Just kind of the small things are going to help me, you know, get to the passer a little faster, or just being able to get off blocks a little faster. Like all that stuff, I mean, it really, really counts. All that stuff really, really matters. So those are things that, you know, I was able to work on during the offseason for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So do you think, do you have any sort of like feelings about, you know, any teams you might have talked to or anything that you're like, you know what, I think those guys really liked me? Did you kind of get a feel for that anywhere?
I mean, it's so hard to tell because, like, you feel like every 30 visit went great. You feel like every Zoom call goes great. But then every time I talk to a guy who's in the league and he tells me, bro, the team who drafted me was probably the team who I talked to the least. So, it's like, I mean, like, you never really know, you know?
Right. No, absolutely. No, I mean, that's a big thing too. It's like, you know, you have guys who you always think one thing, and just like the draft, like you never know who's going to get picked where. So it always ends up being a thing that's like, oh, okay. Yeah. So do you have now, Elijah, do you just made a Twitch account, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Nice. Welcome to platform, baby.
Yeah.
Let's
What's your Twitch username so we can get people to come follow you?
Yes, sir. It's Elijah #1 and then Roberts. So Elijah 1 Roberts.
Elijah 1 Roberts. There you go. Yeah, so chat, make sure to go follow Elijah. He just made a Twitch account. Fellow SMU Mustang. Yeah.
Sure. And I'm a huge gamer too.
Oh,
so
nice.
Maybe I'll start streaming on here as well.
We have his Twitch in the corner right now. If you guys want to go follow him, it's on the screen right now. Elijah, thank you so much for your time. We got to play games together sometime. What do you play?
I play everything: Fortnite, Call of Duty, Madden.
Nice, we'll get you in.
NCAA.
There we go.
I play a little bit of Spider-Man here and there.
Oh, yeah, the Spider-Man. Wait, hold on. I gotta
Yes,
ask,
sir.
what's the best Spider-Man movie? Do you have a favorite?
Say it again.
Do you have a favorite Spider-Man movie?
Oh, probably like the original ones with
Tobey Maguire?
like the very first Spider-Mans. Those are the best ones. I feel like after they made.
Yeah,
okay. For sure.
Based. Good answer. Good answer.
Well,
Good answer.
Elijah, thank you so much for your time, man. We appreciate you, and good luck in these next few days.
All right, Elijah, we'll see you later.
Man, I appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, 100%, man.
Yes, sir. Thank
No
you
worries,
so
my
much.
friend. All right, and now he's awesome.
Yeah,
It's also so cool talking to an alum from your school. Like, that's gonna be sick for you.
Well, yeah, like for me, so maybe some people don't know this. I was like in the room with Chad Morris and like our recruiting coordinators drafting up the proposal for the new indoor facility, and like SMU had a bunch of stuff built in the last like few years.
Yeah.
And I wasn't there whenever it finally got done. So this was like a 10-year sort of project. So whenever I was there originally, like I was there like helping with this stuff. Like I was like, so now in the last few years, I've kind of seen it all come to fruition, and it's so cool to see like the school and the fan base and everybody kind of reap the benefits and seeing the guys.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I'm telling you, I went to an SMU football practice 3 weeks ago. It's a different program. And don't get me wrong, things were great whenever I was there. Like that was like the beginning of the turnaround process. Actually, the beginning really started with June Jones, and there's been this process of things turning around, things coming around, and you had You went from June Jones to Chad Morris to Sonny Dykes and now to Rhett Lashley.
So quickly, from Ian Rappaport, Travis Hunter had 0 conversations with the Jaguars since the Combine.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy.
Well, that's, I mean, just to Elijah's point.
Yeah.
It's like sometimes it's, hey,
They just knew. They moved in silence.
Yeah.
Speaking of turning things around, though, the Atlanta Falcons last year baffled everybody with their pick, taking Michael Penix right after giving Kirk Cousins the bag. Kirk Cousins still on the roster as of now, one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL, but likely will be the highest paid backup in the NFL. They passed on defense last year. Will the Falcons select one of these top defenders this year? I'm talking about maybe a Mike Green. I'm talking about maybe a Jahdae Campbell, or I'm talking about the #1 cornerback on the board, Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron.
Yeah, I mean, I think corner is, man, I'm thinking for Atlanta here. I think they definitely do need to go defense.
Oh,
I think without question they go defense. But do they need more help on the front 7 or in the back end? And I think there's so many good options here that you've kind of hit that point in the draft. In the middle of the draft where you have like the kind of like blue chip talents.
Yeah.
Like right at the top. And then you get this mix of like, maybe this guy's going to end up being worth a first round pick.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I think this draft has like a lot of players that are going to be, they're going to be good. And I don't think there's a lot of like bad directions that you can go here as long as they go defense, really.
All right. Well, speaking of imposing defenders,
yeah,
we have Maya Higa on the
We have Maya Higa joining us here, actually. Yeah, Maya, how's it going?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Wow, Maya Higa,
Hey.
football expert. How are you feeling today?
How are you feeling about the draft so far, Maya?
I'm feeling really good. Thank you guys so much for having me. I love the game. I live for this draft, so I appreciate the opportunity to be here and talk to you guys
I
about it.
didn't know you were a football fan, Maya.
Oh, she's the biggest.
Really?
Yep. Fan of all football except the Jets.
Wow, that's okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, Maya, I mean,
I don't like the Cowboys either.
okay, well, that's unnecessary. We weren't talking about the Cowboys. But Maya, on your third alt Twitter account, you were talking about how you really expected Atlanta to go for Jahdae Campbell in the draft, and now that he's available here at 15, do you think they're actually going to pull the trigger on him, or no? Do you think they're going to go a different direction?
Yep. Yeah, I think they're gonna do that for sure.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Wow. What animal do you think would have the best career in the NFL?
Oh, that's a really great question, Will. I think about that one all the time. It keeps me up at night. Animal that would make the best career in the NFL, probably, I don't know, we got Stompy's an emu. Stompy can run 30 miles an hour. That's pretty fast.
Okay. I mean,
We got, cheetahs can run really fast. We got Georgie the bullfrog. You guys know him. He's a freaking tank. No one's getting by that guy.
Georgie's. I can see Georgie as a great
His arms are kind of
safety.
short though.
Yeah.
I hear that's a problem.
Yeah, I think Georgie could just.
Yeah, he's a really great.
Yeah,
safety.
he could be out there, and I mean, nothing's gonna get past him. I mean, he'll just be grabbing things out of midair.
How do you think a bird would do being hit full speed by an NFL linebacker?
I think it depends on the linebacker.
Okay.
But not the bird.
Generally.
Oh, well, speaking of birds, the Atlanta Falcons just picked Jaylen Walker.
Yep.
Jaylen Walker, great pick. Great pick. I mean, this is the other person that you were talking about, Maya. You were talking about how great of a pass rusher Jaylen Walker is, and keeping the guy at home. He's a Georgia player. That's something you were talking about on your fourth alt Twitter account. Is that right, Maya?
Yeah, I've been waiting on this one. That guy's got an arm.
Yeah.
He's got big arms.
Linebackers known for their big arms.
Big arms. Yeah, a lot of power, a lot of strength.
Yeah, really long arms.
So
Yep.
Maya, what all you've been working on lately? You just did a charity auction.
I did. Yeah, we did an art auction at Alveus. All the animals sold some paintings that they made. It was awesome.
Wait, the animals made the paintings?
And then I've just been. Yeah, they did. It was incredible. They did a great job.
Wait, that's actually sick. I thought somebody else made the paintings of the.
No, the animals.
I just assumed. That's sick.
Yeah, they pick up little sponges and they hold little paintbrushes and they make little footprints.
That's sick. So chat, you can wait. Do you have any more? Are you gonna do that again?
Very nice.
Did I say chat? I'm in Maya. I go through
Yeah,
chat.
we do it every year. Every year on Earth Day, we auction off animal paintings.
Sick.
It's a great time.
So if you want some animal paintings, if you want to help support a great charity, because we love Maya here.
Yep.
We do love Maya, and we love Alveus Sanctuary.
Yep.
I don't have a gun being held to my head
Thanks,
while
Esfand.
saying that.
Nope.
That was so nice of you.
Yeah.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Well, Maya, your football insight is invaluable. Thank you so much. Any wild predictions for the rest of this draft?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the Cowboys are going to draft somebody else. But I don't think it matters who they draft because whoever it is, Prescott's still getting sacked.
Come on. Wow. That is unnecessary.
Well, I think that is one of the truest things said all night.
Actually, to be fair, that was a factual.
She's a football visionary, really.
Okay, very good. Great.
Thank
great
you,
prediction.
Maya.
Maya, thanks for calling in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
All right, good game.
GG's. Good game. Thanks, Maya. Thanks for joining us. So there's Maya, one of the great football minds. You know, I coached her myself, as you can.
Oh, really? Yeah,
I did.
I can tell she's definitely got your fingerprints all over that. That football IQ.
Absolutely.
Speaking of fingerprints all over it, the Arizona Cardinals are gripping the 16th pick in the draft.
Oh, boom.
And I'm thinking Walter Nolen, defensive line, Mississippi, the 7th overall rated player in the draft, feels like a steal out here at 16 for a team that needs defensive line.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to agree with you. I mean, they need a lot of help up front. Arizona's such a weird team because, like, every year I'm like, man, these guys should be good, and they just keep on being not good. And I don't know why. They're like always like they're always kind of middle of the pack, and there's always some kind of hope, and there's like an injury bug or something happens, and they just seem to fall apart, and I don't understand quite why.
So, side note, let's talk about the storyline that is developing.
Okay.
Jahdae Sanders is now past teams that need a quarterback. From this point forward in the draft, almost all of these teams, save the Steelers, know who are going to play quarterback for them next year. So now you start talking about the slide. Yeah. And they've been showing cutaways to him with his father, and the confidence level has dropped because now we're probably looking at a trade-in scenario, or the Steelers, as his last stop in the first round.
I think that the Steelers are very likely to take a Jahdae Sanders. There's been a lot of talk about that. A lot of people have him penciled in there. I think you did too.
Yep.
And I do like. I think there's a lot of like Jahdae Sanders is kind of like a weird one to talk about because now my personal opinion is I think Jahdae Sanders is good and I think Jahdae is going to be good in the NFL. I think that sometimes people. This is my hot take. I think because he is a Sanders, I feel like people either over or under, like they either give him too much credit, and they don't want to criticize him, or they think that the primetime neon Deion Sanders personality is not something that's going to work. But it's
there was an
it's not
anonymous
the same
source
guy.
that said he gave what the person considered the worst top 30 interview of all time.
An anonymous source said he's the worst top 30 interview of all time.
That his franchise had ever seen.
I mean, this is what I think.
Okay.
I think that, well, first off, to finish my last thought, I feel like it's not fair to think that just because like primetime Deion Sanders, whatever, is this great character, and that's like a like what you, that's like the prototypical like he's just entertainment, right? I love Deion Sanders. And people think like, oh, that's like a cornerback defensive mentality, whatever. It's like weird. I think all that stuff is weird. I think you can be that guy at any position and you can still get the job done and still be a leader and still have respect on your team. Now, to your point, I think people just say shit sometimes. I think people just throw stuff out there and anonymous source says this. Well,
Just
you know
to
what?
push the draft value one way or another.
Put your money where your damn mouth is. And if you want to make a criticism,
Come out and put your name on it.
Put your damn name on it. If it's something that you want to say publicly, put your damn name on it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can't really put any stock into it, right? Now, it's fun to talk about.
Well, they don't want to lose their job either, though.
Yeah, there's that too.
Whoa!
Oh, speaking of...
And I called it!
Walter Nolen. Great pick.
Too much value. Well, we have an expert now to talk about Shedeur and everything going on. Do you want to introduce our next guest?
I do. Actually, we have another guest who knows all about the media and pro sports. We got Cam Bedrosian. Cam, how's it going, man?
Gentlemen, I'm doing great. How are
We're
you doing?
doing good. We're doing good. Thanks for calling in. So, how have you been, man?
Thanks for having me. I've been great. I'm currently up in Nebraska right now with my wife's brother and their family and just doing some uncle duties and watching this draft unfold and having a blast, man.
There you go. Have you been enjoying the time off?
Yep. It's been good. It's the first time in my life, well, since I was a kid, I've had some time off. It's just been playing nonstop since I could walk, basically. And now it's the first time I finally get to sit back and relax and enjoy things like this. And it's been awesome, man.
Yeah, no, that's great. And we really appreciate you calling in. So, Cam, a longtime pitcher in the MLB.
Yep.
You played for the Angels, and most recently, was it the Phillies? Was your last team that you played on?
Yeah, so it was Angels, then I went to the A's, and then Reds, and then Phillies. Yeah, ended up with the Phillies.
Yes, longtime pitcher in the MLB. We were just talking about like media, how the media can go and construe things, especially now with social media. People just say stuff, man. People just say stuff to try and muddy the waters. And they were talking about how they said Shedeur Sanders was the worst interview, and what did you say, the top 30?
An anonymous source said that he was the worst top 30 interview that they had ever had.
Yeah, is that something that you experienced a lot of in
anonymous.
MLB?
Anonymous.
Yeah, Anonymous said that.
Yeah, anonymous. Oh, of course, it's got to be anonymous. You know what? I have experience in baseball, but I think in football it's a lot worse. I do.
Oh, really? Okay.
Just from hearing all the things that, I mean, it happens in every sport, of course. But I think with football, there's a lot more cat and mouse, and especially this time, with the draft going, it's easy to just throw a little something out there and get it in the waters, and then before you know it, it's caught fire, and everybody's talking about it like this, and it definitely makes for good TV and good talk, and yeah. So we'll see where he lands. I was kind of hoping Atlanta, man. I was hoping Atlanta pick him. After last year getting a quarterback, I thought we'd double up and have all three, Kurt and Penix and Sanders, all three of them fight it out for a spot.
There you go.
I was kind of disappointed.
Run the three quarterback
coach,
offense.
Talking about the punter, I thought that. Yeah, after Coach was talking about him doing the punting, I thought that'd be a great addition for Atlanta as well. So,
yeah, absolutely. So Cam, you recently started streaming too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you're Cam Bedrock on Twitch. So how's that been?
I am. It's been a blast. I've played games my whole life. From a kid, I was landing it up with my brothers, playing Halo. That's kind of my first introduction to gaming. And then recently, well, not recently, but in 2014, I started playing Destiny, and that's when I really started playing games. And ever since then, I've loved it. And I wanted to do it when I played, but I just didn't. I was like, you know what? I kind of, it'd be a little too late of nights. I wouldn't be going to be there until about 4 a.m. every night. So I thought maybe that's not the best idea. So deciding to do it now, and I love it, man. I love doing it and being able to talk to people and just, starting this out. And it's been a blast, man.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. So was this something that you really like? I mean, was this like an after baseball thing for you? Or was it something that you, as far as streaming goes, or did you like want to get into it and you're just like, well, now I'm playing games in my free time anyway, I might as well stream?
Exactly. Yeah, I wanted to do it, but again, I'm in the hotels most of the time, and I'm like, I gotta lug around a little setup or something. I guess I could do it on my laptop, but you
guys have so many games
in baseball. Yes. Yeah, exactly. We're playing every single night. So it's like as soon as you get home from the game at, you're getting home at midnight. I'm streaming from midnight till 4, and then I got to get up and go to the field at whatever. So I just thought it would be good to maybe just focus on baseball while I did it. And now that baseball's done, man, I know it's a crazy thought, but but now that it's done, I've just, I was like, you know what, I'm playing games, having fun anyway, so I might as well turn a camera on and have fun with it.
Yeah, see how it goes. Well, that's cool. That's super exciting. So did you play football as well growing up?
I did. I played as a kid. I was actually, believe it or not, I in my opinion, and from what I've heard, I was pretty good at football. I was about as good at football as I was baseball. Yeah. Toot my own horn a little bit there.
Yeah, there you go.
Multi-sport athlete.
When I was real young, I got injured, drove into a pool, and I broke some vertebrae in my neck. And then that pretty much did it for my football career. Yeah, like a big dummy.
Well, wait, what did you play? Were you quarterback? I'm just assuming because you're a pitcher.
My favorite position, though. Yeah, my dad played too, so he was always like, yeah, I think you should play quarterback. So he kind of pushed me to that. But I really like playing. All I do was fullback and linebacker. I just love hitting guys as hard as I could. Yeah, that was my favorite thing.
And hitting pools apparently as hard
Absolutely
as you can.
Crush people.
By the way,
yeah, that's true. Anything I can't hit my head with, I'm diving in head first.
Quick aside, halfway through the draft, our leaderboards on the mock draft, It's Pierogi and Longback Live have gotten 70% of the picks correct.
Wow.
And a tie for first, which is insane.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, the
That's
draft.
really good.
The draft is always like, it's a crapshoot, right? But it's such a crapshoot that you have to be impressed whenever like somebody has a mock draft that's like, wait, what the hell? How'd that actually happen? Because we were off halfway through, like 5 or 6 picks in. Shamar Stewart.
All right, here we go.
Shamar
For the Cincinnati Bengals, the Texas A&M defensive end. Shamar Stewart, big guy, physical specimen, okay? This was the current year version of A&M's Myles Garrett, but he didn't have the production. I mean, I don't think Shamar Stewart is a great, he's like a big old slab of marble, okay? And he's got to be molded. I think he has a lot of room to grow in terms of technique. Like, this guy's got to get coached up right, and he's got to get put in a position to where he can make some plays. Because Shamar Stewart, I think he only had 1.5 sacks last year, but he is big. Like, this is a large human being. I think he's like 6'5", 285 or something. Yeah. Can we actually pull up Shamar Stewart's stat sheet? I'm drawing a little bit of a blank here, but he's about 280, I believe. And he can run, he can jump, strong. Shamar Stewart is a great athlete.
Defense.
Yeah.
Big in this draft.
Yeah, big defense. Guys who like to hit people like Cam.
Yeah. Well,
you used to like to hit people when you played football.
Yeah, before
you're
I
the
started
neck.
jumping into pools, but before I started jumping into pools like an idiot. But I think that's good, man. I think that's great for them. That's what they need. With signing, getting T. Higgins back, and with Jamar and Joe, man, I think they're gonna be a powerhouse, man. They can get a little bit more on the defense, a little better on defense. They'll be good.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be really exciting to see. So Cam, we talked a little bit about you streaming now. We talked a little about your retirement. You're on vacation now, enjoying some time with the family.
Yep.
Do you have anything else that you've been working on, or has it just been like I just want to relax, play some games, do the streaming for fun on the side?
Yeah, like I said, I've been going for so long, man. It's been nice to actually like have some time to just like sit back and do nothing and kind of be a slob and just relax, man. I haven't done it in so long. It's just nice to finally get some downtime. But I will say I am coaching right now.
Oh, okay.
I have a couple fantasy teams that I'm coaching up, and I'm hoping the boys really do well this year.
Nice.
And we got a couple rookie drafts coming up.
Okay.
So I'm excited for tonight and see where some of these guys fall.
Okay, good stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I got to ask one more question. Cam, you're a WoW player.
Yep.
Is that right?
I dabble.
Okay. So Cam is a WoW player. Cam, what is the best WoW expansion?
All right, I got to be honest. So I got into WoW late. I never my brother played growing up, and I thought he was a big nerd for playing.
Okay.
And I was made fun of. Like, you play WoW? What a nerd.
Okay.
But during COVID, I was sitting around not doing much after spring training, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to jump in. And I started playing during Shadowlands.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry.
So everybody always talks how bad it is, but that was my first expansion ever. So to me, that was pretty good. I'd never known it before, but going back now, playing through all of them. Best expansion, I don't know. Vanilla's pretty good. I know it's an expansion, but just playing the original game is a blast, honestly. Because I played retail for first and then kind of went back the other way. Now I've been playing some Cataclysm, which is good, but I think Vanilla's probably the best in my opinion.
Based. Good choice.
Yeah.
Did you get to try Burning Crusade at all?
No, I have not. Okay. I have not. I play a lot of Horde, and so I don't really play much else besides kind of Paladin. Well, not Paladin. A Warrior, and then dabble a little bit with Mage and Rogue. So yeah.
Okay. Well, in I think Burning Crusade, the anniversary servers are going to go to Burning Crusade towards the end of the year. So. If you want to give Burning Crusade a shot, I think I'm gonna be coming back to old classic around then. So I'm doing a little bit. I'm doing a little bit.
You're playing. Yeah, Season Discovery's been a blast too. Cause I think it's kind of a good mix of the runes and stuff's kind of like a good mix of almost like a little bit of retail with the classic. What about MOP? You think MOP's any good? Should I jump into that?
Before we talk about MOP, I'm getting in my ear that the Seahawks are now anxiously investigating a trade. Apparently, the Hawks might trade out of this position with who we don't know.
Okay.
This might be your quarterback selection coming in right now.
Okay.
Beat the Steelers by 3 picks.
Ah.
We'll see what Seattle decides to do, and let's see if somebody comes in for a quarterback. Yeah, I think
that'd be great.
As far as MOP goes, so I actually had this block of time where I was completely out on WoW. And I really wasn't even playing video games even during that time there was a 2-year period where I stopped playing video games because I was football, working, all that stuff right before almost right before I started streaming, ironically enough. But for me, I hard quit before Cataclysm, or at the very beginning of Cataclysm, and I kind of quit at the beginning of Wrath. And then I never played MOP. And people always tell me Mr. Pandaria was the best PvP expansion, and I'm a PvP guy. So they're like, oh, you should play MOP, But for me, it's all about Burning Crusade. I love Burning Crusade. So yeah, that's
and the pick is in, so no trade out here. But we'll see in moments who the Seattle Seahawks selected. They need help on the offensive line, and they also needed a defensive line player. The defensive line players kind of picked through a little bit. You might see a Gray Zabel here. If they choose to go with that offensive line, or Josh Connolly Jr. out of Oregon.
Oregon offensive tackle. Yeah. I mean, offensive line is definitely a big need for Seattle. And actually, that's probably the direction that I think they'll go. I think they'll go offensive line. Seattle's kind of weird because they have players, they have talent, but they. And this is that point in the draft where you're right in the middle, you're in the late teens, where all the teams are pretty good, and they have holes, right? They have little things that they're missing, and they're like, this guy, we can bring him in, and this guy could plug something up here that allows us to kind of get over the hump, get into the playoff race. And Gray Zabel, offensive lineman out of North Dakota State University. Now, the thing that makes Gray Zabel so special is that he can play legitimately every single position on the offensive line. A lot of people think that he's a guard, but they can play him at tackle. He can snap the football at center. He's a guard, obviously. That's where a lot of people think that he's going to end up playing. And he's an unbelievable athlete. And you have guys like this who, in the NFL, you have guys who've come out of a North Dakota State or another FCS school that typically people think if you're from a small school, if you're from what they think is a D2, 1AA, whatever it is, they think that it's a lower level of competition and the guys aren't as good. But that's not always the case. Yeah. There's a lot of guys from these smaller schools that end up being great players in the NFL.
And Gray was definitely a riser, really performed well in the Senior Bowl. They played him at almost every position you could think of.
Yep.
And he dominated. He's a guy who's been rising the whole process. But Cam, we want to thank you so much for your time, brother. We got to talk about everything from football to Mr. Pandaria.
Yeah, we talked about it all. Yeah, Cam, we gotta wow it up sometime here. Hey, I'm telling you, Burning Crusade. You want to play? I'm probably gonna play Horde Burning Crusades. So we can
I'm 100% in.
Okay.
I'm 100% in, man. I now that you said it, you give it a recommendation, I'm in. So
there we go.
I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for having me on. This has been a blast and been fun watching you guys. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
No worries, thank you.
And chat, make sure to go follow Cam Bedrock on Twitch. Go, you guys can check out his streams there. So, all right, Cam, we'll see you later. Yeah, he's great. I mean, we've had so many good guests today.
Yeah, today's ruled.
Yeah, it has been awesome. We've had so many great guests, and we're so like I'm so thankful that we have so many people that are willing to come on the show, and they're great when they're here. It's fun to talk to them, and they give a little bit of insight. We've had other streamers, we've had pro athletes, literally pro athletes from different sports, players getting drafted today.
Yeah.
We've had former NFL players. We have everything. So and chat, you guys get to see the perspective of all these guys in all these different avenues. And that is I think that's what makes this show so great. That's what feels so good to me about this show. And that's what I'm really proud of.
So we got the Tampa Bay Bucks on the board, and we have our first few kind of sliding talents of the night. Shedeur Sanders, Malachi Starks, safety, and Mike Green. Now you want to talk about the most Eagles thing ever? What if Mike Green slides down that board to the Philadelphia?
Man, the thing with Mike Green, or I should say the thing with the Eagles and a Mike Green situation, I don't think there's enough positions on the defensive line or the front seven to put that guy on the field. I mean, these guys, the Philadelphia Eagles have basically, they walked on down, they drove on down to the Athens, Georgia Police Department, and they said, "Hey, give us the list of your top driving infractions, and we'll start there."
But dude, 17 sacks. That's like Bobby Boucher numbers.
Oh yeah,
that's like Waterboy.
Yeah,
numbers.
that's the man. That's the man right there. Mike Green is. I mean, there's some talk about him being a little bit undersized, maybe. But the production is just through the roof, man. I mean, I think Mike Green is. Initially, I wasn't so sure.
Yeah.
Because my vice, whenever I'm looking at evaluation, like when I'm evaluating a player, my vice is not production. Some people like really lean into production. For me, I look at like the size, the speed, the measurables, right? And I'm like, oh man, imagine what we could do with this guy, Let's put him in over here. Let's do that with that guy over here. And sometimes you just got to say, you know what? You can play ball. You can get shit done.
Flat out ball.
Yeah.
17 sacks is like Madden numbers.
Yeah, I mean, you're averaging more than 1 sack a game. That's unreal.
Yeah. By the way, what do you think the Bucs are going to do? They need a defensive end, a linebacker. You still have Jahdae Campbell on the board, and they need a defensive back as well. Will Johnson available, Jahdae Barron available. I think this could be a Will Johnson angle here, but
yeah, well, I mean, Will Johnson could be a good pick. You know what I think the Bucs are going to do?
What's that?
I think they're going to rip that cannon and go for the big boom. Get an explosive player in the backfield and give me Jahdae Campbell.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to go out there and he's going to blow shit up like a T-Rex. That's what he's going to do.
Okay.
Big Jahdae Campbell.
All right, well, we have Vinny Hacker on the line to talk about Gray Zabel and the Seahawks pick. Vinny,
what's up, man?
Hey, what's up? What's up with
Vinny
you guys?
Yo, how's it going? Good to see you, man.
Number one Seahawks fan in the United States and the best looking guy I know. How you feeling about the pick, brother?
I was looking at it. I was really kind of hoping for a Shedeur Sanders for the plot, if I'm being honest with you. Or Warren, the tight end out of was it Wisconsin, I believe, or
Penn State,
or no, Michigan.
Oh,
Michigan.
Colston Loveland.
Is it Michigan?
Yeah.
Colston Loveland, and then, but I'm not too upset. At the same time, I think that we have room to work with, but there's also a lot of different areas that we can improve on, and starting off with this one, I don't think it's a terrible pick.
Yeah. Well, how you feeling about Sammy Darnold as your QB? And we have our next pick in Emeka Egbuka, Ohio State's #1 producing wide receiver. comes off the board, goes to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay has had some of the great wide receivers.
They have.
And they got another one here.
Okay, so yeah, they decided to go wide receiver here. Give them another weapon on the outside. Emeka Egbuka, a lot of people compare this guy to like a Jackson Smith and Jigba type. I mean, that's the obvious, same school, all that. That's usually what happens. And that's a lot of how, sorry, Chan, I just knocked you guys in the face with my mic. but yeah, no, this is another guy who's going to come out there. Great route runner. Finds a way to get open. He's going to get a lot of balls thrown his way. And, I mean, they got a great quarterback there. They got old shaken Baker Mayfield.
Yep.
So,
Vinny, how you feeling about Sammy D as your QB?
You know what? I got high hopes, man. I got high hopes. We got Sammy D. I think he's something to work with for sure as well. He's got a lot of experience under his belt, and I think back at home in Seattle, I think he'll be able to thrive. I'm looking optimistic.
Yeah.
I'm feeling optimistic for this collaboration that we got going.
Absolutely. So win projection next year. Where are you looking? How many wins do you think?
Oh God. You know what? I'm not going to sound like a Seahawk fan when I say this.
17.
But, 17. We're going to the bowl, baby. No, I'm thinking maybe. This is gonna hurt coming out of my mouth. Maybe 9.
Okay, we'll take 9.
On.
Maybe 9.
9, and a playoff appearance.
Yeah.
You're gonna sneak into the playoffs with 9, or are you gonna miss the playoffs with 9?
Oh God! You know what? I'm gonna say we're making the playoffs. I'm gonna say.
Okay.
I'm gonna say.
Find a way to sneak in at 9. Okay.
I'm going to find a way to sneak in at 9.
All right, Vinny, I got one more question for you before we let you go. You mentioned Shedeur Sanders. Now, he's sliding. We're at pick 20. Do you think we're going to see Shedeur selected today, or do you think he's going to slide into day 2?
I think it's a high possibility that he can still get selected today. But, I mean, whether or not he does, I think wherever he lands, obviously he'll have to prove a lot. But I think that he'll be able to still come out and perform a lot with whatever team he goes with, whether that be, he has to sit back and watch like the veterans play and whatnot. But I think that there's still a high chance that he gets picked today.
All right, we'll see what happens. Vinny, thanks so much for calling in, and good luck to the 12th man and the Legion of Boom and the Seattle Seahawks. I hope you get your 9 wins and a playoff appearance next year.
Rest in peace, Legion of Boom. Thank you, guys.
No worries, my friend.
All right, Vinny, appreciate it, man.
All right, now we have Denver on the clock. They need either a wide receiver, someone on the line, someone on the defensive line, or a running back. And my favorite running back in this draft is still on the board. Omarion Hampton is a wrecking ball.
Yeah, Omarion Hampton is, big north-south runner. I've seen a lot of people compare him to Rashard Mendenhall, old Steelers running back. He's kind of got that prototypical build, 6 foot, 220, one cut, north and south type of guy. I think he's going to have a very good career in the NFL. And I think that, this is something else too, and this is like a thing with North Carolina, the UNC. They just have studs.
Yeah.
They always have studs. And I feel like we never hear about them throughout the course of the season that much, because it's like they have so many guys that the combine rolls around, pro day rolls around, it's like, oh shit, they start turning heads. And then people go back and like the mainstream media doesn't see.
Catches up.
Then they catch them and they're like, oh, okay.
How about them Tar Heels?
How about them Tar Heels?
Okay, the other guy that I want to talk about is Luther Burden. Because in my mind, Luther Burden is the only true day one wide receiver other than Matthew Golden that's there. After those two, there's a noticeable fall off. So does Denver take, arguably the best player still on the board on offense in Luther Burden right now? Or, what do you think they're doing? Also, anybody who's listening, can we have Red Bulls? I'm starting to lose the plot a little bit. I'm looking at LEDs all day. Oh, you got a Rebel?
I think I have one. Oh, I have two.
Oh, bless you, bless you, bless you.
Yeah, you got. I mean, hey, you gotta drink the bull, dude. You know
Not
what?
sponsored. Drink the bull.
Yeah, drink the bull, dude. Drink the bull to become the bull. You know what? Hey, Red Bull. We guys sponsor the show next year. I've been doing this for 8 years. Okay. I love Red Bull, okay? Please sponsor us.
He's been doing this for 8 years, and only the last 2 have been televised. He just did them in his basement. Screamed at a TV.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a terrible pick, right, chat? The maniac screaming in a
No, hey, look, that's one of the things I've always wanted a Red Bull sponsor. Look, we got no sponsors. I'm gonna start asking for sponsors. Hey, Red Bull, hit me up.
For me, though, dude, Amarian Hampton on that Broncos offense would be so rad. That'd be one of those picks where, like, even though I'm not a Broncos fan, I'd be like, that's tight.
That'd be a fun one. That'd be very fun. Yeah, I think, like, I'm like, why is my iPad not charged?
Okay, and then after the Broncos, the Steelers, the quarterback-less Steelers.
Okay.
No quarterback. None.
This is what I want to see. I want to see the discourse around Steelers are on the clock, Shedeur Sanders, or Jackson Dart.
Brother,
I think they go Shedeur.
Imagine if it's neither. If the Steelers
they go like
look bold face in the eye and they're like, no, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. We don't care if we don't have a quarterback.
Or they go, what's his name? Tyler Show. Is it Show or Shuff? I don't know how to pronounce it.
It's Tyler Suck.
Suck?
I think it's Tyler Suck is how you pronounce it.
Suck? That is the most unfortunate.
It's not pronounced like it's spelled. I always forget how it's pronounced. I think it's Tyler Shuck. Shuck.
That sucks.
His name is actually pronounced Tyler Blowjob. It's very strange. Spelled with an S.
Slow.
No, it's Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah, I mean, I think Tyler Flash. Okay. See, that's what I get for reading chat. Okay. No,
there it is, Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Fellatio. Throw power, accuracy, pocket presence, athletic.
Denver's pick is in, and then it has to be a quarterback. It has to.
I mean, I think. For
the Steelers.
For the Steelers, yeah, absolutely.
So I think we either have Tyler Burden or Amarian Hampton right now, and then the Steelers. You can't have 2 QBs fall down the board to you and pass when it's such a need.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like I think, man, I'm getting kind of. Oh, pick us in. Whoa! Jahdae Barron.
Jahdae.
Good pick.
Yeah.
Very good pick. Shoring up that defense. I mean, they have great. Excuse me. Yeah, they've already got great players in their secondary, right? They got great players in their secondary. They got Patrick Surtain, okay, who, I mean, if Broncos fans are lucky, is going to be a Bronco for life. But Jahdae Barron, I think, is going to end up being a great player here in the here for the Broncos. And I mean, it's really just having more guys out there who can give your defensive line time to get to the passer.
Yeah.
Make plays happen in the defensive backfield. Get things going. Cause turnovers. I think Jahdae Barron's a great pick. I think he's going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, man. He was a lot of people's number one corner in the draft. A lot of people had Will Johnson, but dude out of Texas, man, I'm surprised they didn't go offense, but I think they got a hell of a player. Mm-hmm. And they shored up that defensive secondary.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think the big thing you're going to see with Jahdae Barron is he's got I don't think he's got any huge flaws, right? The guy is he's 5'11", 195. He's got good mobility. He's very fast. Ran a 4.39 40 at the combine, I believe. Smart guy from University of Texas, Okay, Texas, again, has done phenomenal the last few years, not only bringing in talent, but they've also performed. And
Whoa, the Steelers have already picked.
Oh, really? Well, let's see it. I mean, if
Derrick Harmon, defensive line, Oregon.
Well, hold on. Let's wait to see if we can get some confirmation on that. Is that? I think there's.
That's crazy.
Well, let's see if we can get confirmation on that before we.
That is.
But Jahdae Barron, I think he had 5 interceptions last year. I think Jahdae Barron had 5 interceptions last year, which would have put him towards the top of the entirety of college football. So he's a playmaker. Jahdae Barron's going to be really, really good.
Esfand, I am shocked. You are now looking at the very real possibility that we only have one quarterback selected tonight.
Maybe. Or somebody trades in. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But I mean, we'll see, because it's not confirmed yet. We want to wait on that, chat. We want to wait on that to see if we can get confirmation. We've got some rumors swirling. But I want to talk a little bit more about Jahdae Barron and what's really going to happen in Denver with the Broncos, because
there it is.
There it is, confirmed. Dude. Derrick Harmon. Okay.
Dude.
I mean, look, this is turning into a thing where, man,
Okay, so what this means is, what this has to mean is that the Steelers have a line on a quarterback that we don't know about. Either that they have some confirmation from Aaron Rodgers, or they've been talking to Kirk Cousins, or something. Because you can't go into a season with, what is it, Mason Rudolph?
I think Mason Rudolph is their starter, right? Right now he is.
That's like what?
So, I mean, there has been some talks about Aaron Rodgers joining the Steelers. It has been, stated. It's been confirmed. I think he said it himself on. It might have been on Pat McAfee, that Aaron Rodgers was saying that he went to meet with the Jets, flew all the way over there, and they had like a 10-minute conversation about, we're not interested in keeping you next year. And it's like, okay, why don't you just call me? So yeah, I'm getting the coughs. Excuse me.
I got to be honest. I am.
Get some water.
That's the most shocking pick of the night for me.
I would agree.
When you have, listen, it wasn't a deep QB class, right? It doesn't compare to last year's QB class. But when you talk about having the draft fall to you,
yes,
right? You have the number 2 and 3 quarterbacks fall to you.
Yes.
I think one of them that has an actual first-round evaluation in Jahdae Sanders, and you go, nah, we're just going to spin the wheel on a guy that's not even on our team that's doing ayahuasca right now. He's actively on ayahuasca.
He probably is on some kind of.
The guy that they're waiting for is literally breaking the veil, doing drugs as we speak, and they're like, nah, we're gonna pass on the young guy. We're gonna buttress a position we're already really good at, which is our defense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just shocked, but that takes some cojones.
No, I think it does. And don't get me wrong, I think Derrick Harmon is a good player. I think Derrick Harmon is kind of like a complete package defensive tackle. He can rush the passer a little bit. Great size. I think he's about 315 pounds. He's a guy who has the ability to rush inside. He has the ability to stop the run as well. And he's a pretty good athlete. I think he ran like a 4.9 something 40, and I think he had 5. Well, let me check my notes here. I think he had 4 or 5 sacks in 2024. Yeah, he had 5 sacks in 2024. So I think he's going to be a great piece to that puzzle. I think he is.
So now, Jahdae Sanders and Jackson Dart will remain on the board unless a team trades in. There is no team left that would select one of those players by any calculation, by any calculable metric anymore. So unless there is a major trade, that's it for the QB market.
Yeah, I mean, Chargers, no. Packers, no. Texans, no.
No. Texans, no. Rams, no.
Rams, no.
Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, no.
Everybody's got a quarterback. Now, here's the question.
Rams, maybe. Maybe.
What if one of these teams that has a quarterback takes him anyway?
The Rams are the only ones I can see doing that. The Rams are the only one I can see doing that. The only one. Stockpile a kid? Which one of these other teams is going to stockpile a kid? They're all young.
Scenario.
Okay, give it to me.
What if Shedeur Sanders, come the end of the night, is wearing that Philadelphia green?
Oh, shut up.
Shut up. They draft him. They try and develop him for a few years, give him some time. Old school.
If I'm Jalen Hurts, I'm demanding a trade. If that happens, I would be livid.
What do you think? What do the Eagles need? They're so damn good. They don't need
That's the thing. That's what I was saying. The Eagles always have these incredible players drop to them. And now we have probably the expert of the night.
The expert of the night is here.
The coach.
The coach
and he's
himself.
going to make sense of what's going on with this QB situation. We got Coach Cameron. Coach, how you doing?
Good. How we doing, man?
Oh,
we're doing good, Coach Cam.
We're doing really well. We're trying to make sense of the Steelers passing on a quarterback at 21. How do you feel about that?
Well, the Steelers haven't had a ton of luck since Roethlisberger, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
At quarterback. And I think the only thing I can figure, that everybody's got the board stacked. They've got the value of these QBs. And they're hoping that they're going to keep passing, and then they can always trade up. I'm going to go way back when Joe Flacco, we kept moving back. Everybody thought we weren't going to take a quarterback in Baltimore, and all of a sudden Ozzie Newsome moves up to, I think, 19, and we grabbed him. And now he's still playing after 40 years old. So there's still a lot of ebb and flow that can happen throughout the rest of this draft, as y'all know.
That
absolutely,
is correct.
Coach. Absolutely. So. For you, do you have a situation like this? You were talking about how you guys kept moving back. Joe Flacco was in the perfect position for you guys. Have you ever had a situation where you're in the war room and you're looking at a guy, let's say it's multiple rounds, like you think a guy's a first round pick, and then all of a sudden you're sitting in the third round and you have this guy with a first round grade on him, or maybe he had a third round grade, and you had an opportunity to take him in the fifth round. Was there any other players like that who just fell like crazy and you're like, we have to take him?
Well, my first year in the league was with Washington when they were the Redskins, and I didn't know much about the draft, and I got called down to the draft room in like the 6th or 7th round, and we'd already taken a quarterback. And we look up on the board, and there's this name that says Gus Frerotte. And we had a third-round grade on him. And all of a sudden, they're saying, why in the world would you have a third-round grade on the guy? I said, well, he reminds me a little bit of Jim Harbaugh that I coached at Michigan. And all of a sudden, I go back to my office and look up, and we drafted Gus Frerotte in the 7th round. And Gus Frerotte plays 17 or 18 years in the league. So the places that I've seen that are successful and being a part of the Ravens are teams that stick to the board. And if all of a sudden there's a guy, doesn't mean there won't be discussion, but you stay true to the board because I always hear of teams that start grabbing guys and either undervalue them or overvalue them, and those teams usually aren't successful. Stick to the board because all the time and effort you put in it.
Yeah, well, speaking of grabbing, the Jacksonville Jaguars made one of the craziest trades we've seen in a long time, moving up 2 spots and giving up a king's ransom to get Travis Hunter. How do you feel about that? Is that kid worth the ransom they gave up?
You know what? Time will tell. But I've got a little board. I've been taking these little notes, listening to you guys. By the way, great show, man. I'm telling you.
Thank you, Coach. We appreciate it. We really do.
Show. I've known Peyton and Eli since they were young, and they got nothing on you.
Yeah. Clip it out.
You guys are doing good. But I put the word alien. Every now and then there's an alien that you just go. Take all the rules out and say, you know what, this guy can play corner. Worst case scenario, if you're starting receiver, you can play him at nickel. He's going to be a punt returner. He's just a unique guy. But I'll say this, and I went and pulled up some notes because I know Esfand, you and I grew up a Cowboys fan just like you.
There you go. So you had the good years. I didn't have the good years.
Yeah, Roger was my guy, and then obviously I got to know Troy, and then my first NFL job was North Turner after he'd won a Super Bowl there.
There you go.
So here are my notes. Here are my notes from the Super Bowl, and you'd be shocked.
Oh my God!
Whoever wins the Super Bowl, how it sends shockwaves through the league. And the Cowboys, here's where they were smart. I'm looking right here at these grades of Jaylen Carter and Jordan Davis. And they're looking at what those two guys were able to do to that pocket and put it right back in Patrick Mahomes' lap. It really took it's the first time I've seen Kansas City out of sync for a while. And you think about what Dak Prescott, kind of his skill set is. They've got to solidify the A and the B gaps. And I think, you know, did they overdraft maybe a little bit? I don't know, but they needed to solidify the interior because you got to win your division first. It all starts with your division and then your conference. And they started, and then go look at this daggum draft. You guys have already said it. Look at all the offensive linemen. Look at all the defensive linemen. Where do you build great teams?
Trenches.
Right up front.
The middle. And so the reason I got off on that a little bit is because you say Travis Hunter's a perimeter guy, but he's an alien in my view. And so you can move off the middle, but if you aren't solid from safety, like I was around Ed Reed every day, Ray Lewis every day, you go right down Matt Burke at center, great quarterback, Drew Brees, on and on and on and on, LaDainian Tomlinson, the Hall of Famers I've been around, right down the middle. And go look at Philadelphia's team. They were dominant.
Yeah,
absolutely, Coach. See, that's old school football right there.
And I was saying, Coach, it's so Eagles to have a freak fall to them. I'm calling it already. Mike Green is going to slide to the Eagles, and they're going to get another just absolute dog, 17-sack college player fall to them, and they're going to go, oh, thanks for that.
Yeah, the Eagles, I swear, they are as lucky in the draft as the Giants are lucky on the field. At least they were about 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So it is crazy. They always seem to manage to get those guys. Now, Coach, I always say the same thing. I said when you look at football in general, and the higher up in the levels of football that you get, the bigger the impact the guys who are closer to the football make. Talking about those perimeter guys, I mean, you're in Pee-wee football, middle school, high school, it's all the quarterback, the receiver, all this stuff. But man, every single successful team in the NFL has a dominant defensive line or a dominant offensive line, and they usually got both.
They do. And I would add one thing. I was going back through just my notes, knowing I'd be talking to you guys. I looked at all the playoff teams, and you look at the top, the football IQ team. So obviously, everything you're saying is accurate, but you look at the Super Bowl, two of the highest IQ teams in the league. Look at the AFC and NFC championship game, high IQ teams, and that's the X factor. Once you've built it down the middle.
Yeah, well, quickly update.
Speaking of X Factor.
Yeah, a little bit of a shocker. The Chargers take my guy, Omarion Hampton.
The Chargers.
And good golly, they are going to run the ball.
That guy's not getting a second contract. You know that? The whole Chargers running back ordeal with Austin Eckler. So yeah, they went high on running back here. They said, hey, we're gonna go. Hey, we'll give him first round money.
Yeah.
Okay, go take the big time running back right now. I mean, this is a workhorse running back. Big guy, explosive, north-south runner. Coach, have you gotten a chance to watch much of Omarion Hampton?
I have, and it goes back to what we were saying, right down the middle. And Jim Harbaugh, I was fortunate to coach Jim for 3 years at Michigan, and then obviously we've stayed in touch. You got a great football coach there, and I'm not sure. I know they've had 1, 2, look at my board, 3, maybe 4 of his Michigan players drafted. Am I right? Maybe in the top 15, at least 3. I think 4 in the top.
I think that's 3 right there, but Will Johnson will probably come off the board here in the next 3 or 4 picks.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. And I work with Joe Ortiz in Baltimore. You got a great GM there as well, and they're on the same page. And to run the football, Jim, that's his recipe for building the champion. And great pick.
Yeah, so would you say for Jim, there's a lot of, you have like scrambling quarterbacks, the dual threat type of guys. You have guys who are pocket passers. Would you say Jim was a handoff quarterback?
Well, he was actually a scramble run around. I don't know if you remember when he was with the Indianapolis Colts. He did that at Michigan too.
Uh-huh.
Jim he was underrated, and people don't realize. All right, trivia question: what round was Jim Harbaugh drafted in?
I'm gonna let this to you, Esfand.
For the Bears.
Ooh, I actually looked this up at one point, but I can't remember. I think he's a second rounder.
I think he was fourth round.
Fourth round?
First round.
Wow.
He went in the first round, but we were so conservative back then. But Jim was kind of our outlier as well, and really did some great things. So he's still Bo Schembechler and his dad Jack, and they still want to run the football and be physical.
Coach, this has been an unbelievable pleasure having you on the show.
Absolutely.
You're so football-minded. You're so brilliant when it comes to sport. Last question before we let you go. 9 picks left. Is someone coming up for Dart or Shador, or are they sliding to tomorrow?
I would, if you're going to try to get him tonight, you're going to slide up and try to grab him right at 30, 31, 32 would be my guess.
Okay.
And trade up. Otherwise, everybody's going to regroup, and then they're going to see if they can play it out. So, hey, one last thing.
Yeah.
I know both you guys are act like coaches. You have an open invitation to get a coaching clinic here anytime you want. And if that isn't good enough for you, I'll set you guys both up over there with the Chargers with Jim, and I'll guarantee you guys will love it.
Absolutely, Coach.
Oh, I'm sending Coach Esfand.
Yeah.
We got to get this guy with the visor on.
Yeah, we'll take you up on that for sure. So I appreciate it, Coach. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here today.
Coach, you made our night. Thanks so much.
Yeah, same.
You have a good rest of your night.
Good night.
What a guy.
That was awesome.
What a guy.
That was awesome.
Cam Cameron.
The coach, man.
What a guy, dude.
Chad, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm geeking out because I met him in my parents' hometown. He's a neighbor, and I was like, oh my God. And to have him on the show is so cool. That's our first head coach, man.
Yeah, actually that's our first NFL head coach that we've had on the show. And I mean, we've had all kinds of great guests, right? And we're going to keep having great guests, from different sports, coaches, everything. So it's cool to see how many people are really getting involved and hell yeah, that show looks sick. I'm down.
Also, dude, his football IQ.
Oh, crazy.
That's crazy.
I mean, he's the guy.
Yeah.
Coach.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's one of those times where it's hey, the pick is in. The pick can wait. I didn't notice how everybody else, they're talking, we're like, hold on, we got a pick. Yeah. We had one of the craziest picks of the night happen, and we're like, the pick can wait. Coach is talking. Hey, this is me and Will. Me and Will are sitting here taking a knee. We got our helmets in our hand. It's after practice.
Dude, I was ready to run through a brick wall. But speaking of which, Omari and Hampton to San Diego or LA now, but holy smokes, what a pick.
Oh yeah.
Run the damn ball.
Yeah, run the damn ball, son. See, that's old school football. I mean, everybody's trying to do these, hey, motion this guy, a double throwback, double pass, reverse, crazy trick plays, Philly special. Look.
Yep.
ISO.
Run the damn ball.
Run the damn ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, production is telling me the word on the street is Green Bay is fielding a lot of calls to potentially trade out. That's not a sure thing, but they are receiving quite a few calls. This could be a trade out, but I don't know. There's still so much talent on the board, including Will Johnson. To go and get arguably the best corner in the draft at the 23rd pick would be such a boon for Green Bay.
Yeah, I want to say I'm kind of surprised to see the corners fall the way they have, but it's a big puzzle, okay? Yeah. That defense is a big puzzle. You got to have pass rushers, and there's been a lot of D-line and a lot of pass rushers taken.
Oh, dude, tackles, D-line, and guards.
Well, we had both of the Michigan D tackles taken in the first 15 picks, didn't we?
Yeah.
By the way, hey, if you're a Michigan guy right now, those boys are corn-fed. That's some corn-fed boys. That's Big Ten football right there. Wait, are they still in the Big Ten? I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are they? Dude, this conference.
Yeah, they're Big Ten.
The conferences are all over the place. Yeah. I think they're Big Ten still.
Big Nor'easter. Man, this has been a really fun draft, Esfand.
Yeah, this has been a great. I mean, this has been, from a prediction standpoint, the biggest disaster of a draft, which makes it an amazing draft. Because the best kind of draft is one that, I mean, from an entertainment standpoint, it's one where you have no idea what's happening, right? You got no damn clue. And that's, to me, that's been wonderful. So, like, you know, we have a lot of really talented guys coming in, and that's what happens, man. I mean, it's draft night. All these guys' families themselves, this is a lifelong dream for a lot of people. For some people, hey, they just were really good at this thing and they fell right into it.
Yeah.
So,
well, you know, if Green Bay passes on Will Johnson, I think the Vikings will snap him or Malachi Starks up. Too much value there. Especially, you know, they kind of needed a running back and they needed some D-line, and those positions have been picked clean.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think with the Packers here, I'll be honest, I thought at this point the Packers might even go for a trade. But then obviously they're not going to.
Yeah, I mean, the pick is in. I don't think they could find a trade partner. Coach, I think you have someone calling in. I'm going to use the restroom quickly while you talk to him. I'll be back in a moment.
Oh, go right ahead. And you know what? Speaking of run the damn ball, we got a guy on the line who's run the damn ball plenty of times in the league. And that's Boston Scott. Boston, how's it going, man?
What's up,
how's it going,
Can you
dude?
hear me?
Good to hear from you, man. Good to see you. How you been?
I've been good, man. I've been good. You know, I've been healing up, working out here in Arizona, man. I've seen some Exos guys come off of the board, so that's been pretty cool to see. But yeah, this draft honestly is. I know a lot of people are surprised here or there with a couple of picks, but to be honest, I honestly feel like this draft is kind of how it should be going.
Yeah.
So that's just me, though. That's just me.
Okay. You think it's kind of the way that it should be going? Oh, well, speaking of going, somebody who can go is Matthew Golden. This guy can run. This guy is fast.
Oh, is that Missouri?
No, Matthew Golden. No. I think Missouri was Alec Elmanor. I think was Elmanor from Missouri. I think, but Matthew Golden is from Texas. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's right. Is he a receiver?
Yes, receiver from Texas can fly.
Yes.
Yeah, Matthew Goldman.
Yes, I love that
speed.
pick.
Tons of speed. He's going to the Packers now. I mean, that's great for them, and they need playmakers. They need guys who can go up and they can stretch the field.
Yep.
So yeah, you're right. Huge pick for the Packers.
Most definitely. Yeah, I love putting giving Jordan Love some more options, man. I feel like you can never have enough talent on the outside, man. Obviously, watching them a little bit last year, I feel like they could have definitely needed. I think they had a injury. What's the guy that ended up getting hurt with the ACL? I think they lost a vertical element to their game big time. So, yeah, I definitely think that'll help him big time. I've heard a lot about him actually rising up on a lot of people's draft boards as the combine has gone through, as pro days have gone through. I think he's a really smart kid, man. He's got a lot of talent, so I'm excited. I'm excited for him. I think Jordan Love and that offense can be. They just needed that one X factor, right? They just needed a little bit more power on offense, and I think that he's going to give them that for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, Boston, you said you've been training, you've been healing over at Exos. What all have you been up to during the time off?
Yeah, man. To be honest, like I've been away from it since like September, and honestly, it's been really cool to kind of watch just from a different vantage point. Life has kind of slowed down a little bit for me. I don't think I've slowed down by any means, but it's been cool to be able to watch some of my homeboys just kind of do what they do, man, and take a little time with family. For the first time in 6 years, bro, I was able to spend Thanksgiving and Christmas at the crib.
Nice.
You feel me? With a little bit of food, you know what I'm saying?
There you go.
Put in your belly a little something.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? But nah, it's been cool, man. I think I still have some in the tank, bro, for sure. I'm healthy now. I'm moving honestly faster than I have ever.
Hell yeah.
I've had a little bit of time to gather some information about myself.
Hell yeah.
And I'm, I got some on my chest, and I'm still trying to get out.
Yeah, there you go.
Hopefully it ends up working out. But I just wanted to watch,
You said you've been training at Exos. You're at one of the top facilities in the country. So I mean, it's
yes,
you're
sir.
out there.
One of the nicest places I've ever been.
Yeah, you've been training, you've been working hard, making sure your body's right, getting everything back sorted at 100%. So it's exciting to see, man.
Yep.
I know I saw you were. You've still been streaming a little bit. I seen you. I seen you in chat.
Man,
I lurked a little bit. I saw.
I'm streaming right now.
You're streaming right now. There you go. There you go. Are you playing Rocket League? You got the Rocket League going?
Hey, your boy.
Nice.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you this. Your boy is last season. Your boy was 10 games off of SSL. 10 games.
10 games.
Did I get there? Did I get there though? Hell no. But hey, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
You'll get there. Yeah, this season. It'll be all good. Yeah.
It's gonna happen. But yeah, I really think that this draft, honestly, like one of the things that I've noticed, as I've had a little bit more time to watch, man, you can't stress the importance of building through the trenches enough, bro. Building through the trenches, that's where it starts.
Yeah.
The point of attack, man. If you're having disruption at the line of scrimmage, every damn play, it makes it very hard for you to game plan. You can have a game plan going into the week, but if there's disruption at the point of attack, it's going to be hard. And you see it with a lot of teams that, have been successful over the years. The Philadelphia Eagles, the Baltimore Ravens, you know what I'm saying? Even before San Francisco had all the injuries, the San Francisco 49ers, a lot of their game was through, obviously Fred Warner's he's a dog, but you know what I'm saying? Like the defensive line, offensive line, the Great Wall of Philadelphia, that's where it starts, man. That's where it starts.
100%. No, and I mean, you guys established that when you were in Philadelphia. I mean, you guys had this is how I felt as a Cowboys fan. I'm like, great, we got to play a team with 4 starting running backs, basically. Because the O-line allows you guys to play at, it's like it unlocks your potential. So, I mean, it was just rotate anybody in there and you guys would pop off. So,
and here's a crazy stat for you. This is just how good the offensive line was for this year, okay? Saquon Barkley, he's a generational back. Great player, you know what I'm saying? He's got it all. He's a full package. But did you know if Saquon Barkley was given the ball every play of this past season and he just fell on the ground, he would still amass over 1,000 yards.
That's
rushing.
disgusting.
Over 1,000 yards. And that's all. Hey,
that's disgusting.
Stoutland University.
That's crazy.
Stoutland University. It's insanity.
I mean,
bro.
that's like that.
That's where it starts.
That's like the opposite of Ashton Genty. Genty had 1,900 yards after contact. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Saquon Barkley having
really
1,000 yards rushing before.
Speaking of the trenches, Donovan Jackson, Ohio State, the Ohio State
University. Donovan
Vikings.
I almost said Donovan McJackson because we were talking about the Eagles and my brain went Donovan McNabb.
He was your
Donovan Jackson,
your 45th ranked player.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was a second round guy, but so many offensive linemen are getting taken.
Yeah,
that you're like, if we want O-line, we got to go grab an O-lineman right now.
Yeah, now that Armon Mimu pick for the Jets is looking real smart, by the way, because there's still a lot of good tight ends.
Yep, and like Boston said, that's what it all comes down to. It all comes down to everything up front. So.
Let me say this, though. I think my dark horse for most impactful player so far, I think it's going to be Tyler Warren with the Colts.
Yeah.
That's my take on it, bro. I think honestly that's been the missing dimension for that offense. And I really think, obviously, with Jonathan Taylor and some of the other receiving options that they had, I think putting a player like that into the mix is really going to give defensive coordinators fits, man. It's gonna be fun to watch. It's gonna be fun to watch.
100%.
So that's I like Omarion Hampton too. Like Coach Cameron was saying, they gonna run that. Them boys gonna need some WD-40 by week 10. You feel me? They gonna need all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
That's that Harbaugh mentality, bro. You know what it is.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun to see. I mean, the Chargers are gonna be juiced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna be bolted up.
For sure. I mean, They were close, man. They were close. Like, you know, they weren't necessarily making the headlines. They weren't necessarily this or that. But they were right there, bro. They were right there. They were right there to be contenders. You know what I'm saying?
I think so too.
I just think, So I really think the mentality that Harbaugh has, and obviously I think Herbert is a really, really, really good player. I just think, and I think the defense is actually I think that's one of their highlights as well. Derwin James is an absolute dog. But
I met Derwin James.
They're gonna turn some heads.
Well, I met him at
I met him too on the field. I didn't want to meet him no more.
I was saying I did lucky for me I didn't get hit by the guy. So whoa.
Trade?
Is there a trade?
Do we have a trade?
Uh-oh. Oh, first of the night.
The Giants are trading
The Giants have traded.
New York Football Giants are trading in.
Is this a quarterback?
The Giants have
Hold.
Oh my gosh.
Why do we wait? Okay.
Oh,
we're waiting for the confirmation.
Gosh.
I think we're waiting for the confirmation.
If the Giants get Abdul Carter and then wait and pick up Shador at the 25th pick,
that would be crazy.
Hey. I don't know, man. I don't know. That would be kind of crazy.
But why would
it makes I don't know, bro. I feel like it makes sense a little bit, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
They could use a quarterback.
They could use a quarterback and talk about a guy that can deal with the New York media. Talk about a guy that can deal with the New York media.
Hey, can the New York media deal with them?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Shador.
Y'all better wear some sunglasses. That boy gonna put some light.
It is confirmed the Giants traded in.
Yeah, we do have confirmation. We do have confirmation that the Giants have the pick. Okay.
It's gotta be.
Here we go. We need a little curveball tonight, man. Come on, let's go.
It has to be a quarterback.
Talk to me.
I mean, dude, this will be crazy. This will be crazy. I mean, so the Giants move up.
Hey, Primetime hit the phones. He said, "Oh hell no, y'all about to." Hey,
a lot of people had Jackson Dart going to the Giants in the second round. Dude,
I like Jackson, bro. I like Jackson. That's been a name that's actually been buzzing around Exos.
Well, here's the thing. Maybe they're looking at this now and saying, you know, maybe they would have taken Jackson Dart if Shador Sanders wasn't so close. If Shador Sanders wasn't within reach. So now, with Shador Sanders within reach, wait for the confirmation.
Oh my God, I'm not going to tell you what I'm seeing right now.
It's all rumors.
I'm not going to tell you what I'm seeing right now.
It's all rumors. Wait, you got to wait. Okay, don't tell us yet. We got to wait for confirmation.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Hold.
Apparently, I'm going to tell you what I've seen.
All right.
I just saw a picture of Dart high-fiving his agent.
Uh-oh.
Dude.
Wow! No way!
Oh my God!
No way!
Jackson Dart.
No way!
Hey, not wrong. Not wrong. That is a Madden creative player last name. 1,000%. Jackson Dart, quarterback, going to the New York Football Giants, and Shador Sanders continues to fall down the board.
Wow.
All right, for the fuck of it, now the Jets have to trade up and take Shador, right? Fuck it.
No, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
I can.
Dude.
Might as well. You know what I'm saying? Let's make it fun. Yeah. Let's make it fun.
Boston, how do you feel about that trade up? How do you feel about the Giants bypassing Shador and going for Dart? What's going through your mind right now?
Man, I honestly think it's crazy. I think that it's going to be obviously happy for the kid, you know, probably one of the best nights of his life. But also, too, I think there's going to be a little fire lit underneath Shador Sanders, man. I think of a guy, you know, that's in Philadelphia right now, you know what I'm saying, that kind of followed a similar kind of path, you know? But who knows? Who knows is going to come of this, man? I hope the best for Jackson, for Dart, man. Like I said, the best name in NFL football for a quarterback. It doesn't get much better than that. Shout out to mom and dad.
Yeah, true.
Shout out to mom and dad.
Yeah. putting that kid in quarterback camps as a young kid, saying like, "Hey, you have to be a quarterback."
Just jack some darts.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Look,
You have no other
Jackson
option.
was like, "But I want to go be a doctor.
I want to punt."
No,
No,
you no doctor, no lawyer. You are a football player. You are a quarterback, and that is your only choice.
Do we have any details
named you for
on the
this.
trade? Do we have any details on the trade compensation?
That'll be
Because
interesting.
I have to know what they gave up.
I think they gave up a second. Was it next year?
Is that it?
No. I think it was a 3. I think they got 3 total picks for it. But let me see. I think it might have been a second this. Oh no, they got the second this year.
Second, third, and next year's third.
Oh, next year's third. Okay.
That's not bad.
That's not a crazy. Yeah, that's
all
not
right.
crazy. I mean, it's a bit, but it's not.
Is this redemption for the New York Football
I mean,
Giants?
especially
redemption?
now that they have Kayvon Thibodeau to probably trade too.
Man, but or you.
Yep. Whoa, ooh, that's kind of crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy to think about.
$34.99 and a third rounder. Wow.
Okay, yeah, we just got it in from production. The 34th overall, the 99th overall. So yeah, second, third, and then.
I am absolute. I did not see that coming in a million years.
No, I did not either.
Wow.
Now I mean,
crazy.
look, I think the thing is with New York, man, like. I'm a Cowboys fan, but like
we have another trade. I think
I kind of feel bad for him. Well, let's get confirmation on it.
Falcons have traded up.
Here we go.
Falcons have traded
Can you
up.
confirm?
Falcons? The Falcons?
Can you confirm? Shador
There's no way. There's no way.
Dude, actually, Shador Sanders in Atlanta.
Well, what do you do with Michael Penix?
I don't know, but I'm just saying.
Hey.
I don't think it's gonna happen. But just imagine the Shador Sanders. I don't think they're not gonna draft him. But I'm just saying, like the
shit
if
is
he
getting
was in
crazy.
Atlanta-
This is not usually the case.
man.
Usually shit is crazy at the beginning of the draft, and then it kind of tapers out. The end of this first round is bananas. All right, here we go. Here's Jackson
Kirk
Dart getting
Cousins.
selected. I want to watch.
Here we
this.
go.
Yeah. Jackson Dart getting picked.
Hey, Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix debacle with Atlanta. GM says, hold my beer. Hold my beer. Hold my beer.
We're going to 3.
I got something for
Hey,
you.
Boston, we got to get you on as the third host next year. You are incredible, man.
Nah, come on.
He's gonna be training
hey,
tomorrow.
You seen that?
He's gonna be.
Hey, you seen that goofy meme? I'll effing do it again.
Oh man.
Man, that is hilarious.
Yeah. Oh man. We'll see what happens, dude. This is wild, dude. I cannot.
They're gonna go line.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine. If who are they gonna come back in for? So it's confirmed.
Malachi
Production, is it
Starks,
confirmed?
Mike
Atlanta is on the
Green.
clock. Is that confirmed? 100%.
Jahdae Campbell, Will Johnson, Luther Burden III. Like, all these guys have slipped a lot.
Wait, has Will Campbell's gone, hasn't he? Or no?
Will Johnson, I said. Will Campbell was the fourth.
Will
overall,
Johnson.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I got you.
But dude, Boston, thank you so much for your time, man. This was incredible. We got you at literally the best part of the draft. That was so fun.
Yeah, Boston.
Let's go, man.
We appreciate you, man. It's good to hear from you. Good to see you. Chat, make sure to go follow Boston Scott on Twitch. One of the best Rocket League players in the world, actually. Yeah, one of the best Rocket League players in the world, right here. So, and an incredible running back over at Louisiana Tech, over in Philadelphia. Spent some time with in Pittsburgh last year. So.
Yep.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yes,
so,
sir.
all right, Boston.
I appreciate the love,
100%, man.
All right, man. Have a good one, bro. Y'all
all right, we'll see you later.
Dude, look at the Giants QB room. Russell Wilson, Jackson Dart, Jameis Winston, and Tommy Cutlets, baby!
Tommy DeVito.
4 quarterbacks in New York. Who the hell is going to start? No one fucking knows. We don't care.
Dude, I don't know what's going on in New York, dude. New York's a freaking dumpster fire and a half.
Tommy fucking Cutlets!
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see, man. It's going to be fun to see how that quarterback situation pans out. I mean, honestly, Jackson, that's a great situation for Jackson Dart.
Oh, dude.
It's like the best situation.
He can actually sit and learn something and then have a team that actually has some tools.
Yep. Yeah.
And a good head coach, too.
Yeah. Yeah, they got some big opportunity there for him, 100%. So
wow.
School record over 10,000 passing yards. Yeah, over 10,000 passing yards. I think 10,617 over at Old Mississippi. Yeah.
Also, James Pierce Jr. Okay, they traded up for arguably the last defensive end with any kind of first-round grade whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
So, well, Mike Green is still on the board.
I mean, yeah, Mike Green, but he's sliding now. Something's happening.
I mean, I was kind of like a little bit. I thought Mike Green.
The man had 17 sacks. What's going on?
Well, it's also like it's about measurables and technique and how those sacks came about, right? Because I think it's so many that it's kind of like, okay, surely.
Yeah.
I mean, we had the same thing with Michael Sam, right? Michael Sam led the SEC in sacks that one year. But then whenever you go and watch the tape, so much of it was like Marcus Golden was just blasting.
I think I'm going to be honest, I think Mike Green has off-field shit going on.
Oh, you think so?
Yes.
You think that's why he's
heard
letting?
that there was some off-field shit. I think that there is some off-field shit going on.
Maybe.
James Pierce, I think, had 8 sacks last year. Atlanta gets a pass rusher that they passed on last year, basically.
Yeah.
But they,
because everybody thought that they were going to go pass rush.
Yeah, they trade up to do it, though.
Yeah, a little bit surprising, but I think you're right. Maybe they didn't want to wait for it, and they said, you know what, let's take this guy. This is our guy, and have the confidence to make that decision.
But dude, the flock is on the board with, again, 4 of the best defenders in the draft now who have slid in Will Johnson, Jahdae Campbell, Mike Green, and Malachi Starks.
Yeah, I mean, I think whenever I'm looking at my notes here, and I'm looking at what could what direction really could the Ravens go in? Because I mean, the Ravens have been so good over the course of the last since Lamar Jackson has been there. Really, they've been good ever since Lamar Jackson.
And they were good even before that.
They were good before that too. Yeah, Lamar Jackson kind of fell in their lap. Can we actually pull up Baltimore's team needs?
They need a guard, they need a defensive end, and they need defensive backs.
Now, if they
Will
want
Johnson makes too much sense right here.
And that's kind of where I was kind of leaning towards too. I think there's a lot of linemen gone. I think at this point in the draft, you're going to reach a little bit if you want to go O-line. I do think that the Ravens' bread and butter is their running game. And if corner is a need for them, if they need help in the defensive backfield, in the secondary, if they need help at safety, if they need help at corner, Will Johnson is prime. Right there, he's just easy pickings right now.
I could see Josh Simmons being the pick, tackle out of Ohio State. I could see Luther Burden being the pick, Will Johnson, Mike Green.
Yeah. Hey, Will Johnson, Michigan guy as well. So, you know, that's some more, you know, hard-nosed football. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give it my pick for this would be Will Johnson. Yeah. I'm gonna lean Will Johnson. I think it's got to be.
All right, well, we got 2 football experts on the line. We got BJP and Austin Show. Guys, how are you?
Well, what's up, fellas?
Yo!
Oh, yeah!
What's up, guys?
Happy draft night.
2 of my favorite people
Austin
in the
Show.
world.
How you feeling about that big old guard, baby?
Well, let me tell you, as a Vikings fan, you know, I'm feeling pretty good. The Minnesota Vikings, if you have watched them, they've struggled in the trenches on the offensive and defensive side of the ball, and they need a little extra help. Was a little bit of a shock to see them pass on the DB, but you know what? I'm in. I'm all in, baby. Super Bowl.
Yes.
Super Bowl. There it is.
So,
hey, speaking of big guys, big guards.
Yeah.
Cowboys took a big guard. As well.
They did.
Yeah.
We did, and don't get me wrong, I wanted offensive or defensive line. I didn't want a receiver. I didn't want a running back. I liked the position we chose, but we could have gotten that guy late first, maybe early second. So I think it was a little bit of a reach. I think we could have traded back and gotten him later. So I was a little disappointed on that, but I'm happy we got somebody on the offensive line.
Yeah. How did you feel about, I mean, Tyler Warren was still on the board. How would you have felt if they took Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State?
I didn't want a tight end. Not at that spot.
Okay.
Not at that spot. Yeah.
Austin Show, I got to talk to you. Famously, you're the best-looking man to ever play quarterback, Baker Mayfield.
Right.
But now with Jackson Dart in New York, it feels like your time as the biggest showboat, most flamboyant quarterback is coming to a close, and Jackson Dart's star is rising in the Big Apple. What do you have to say?
Well, as a true professional who's entering into my 30s, I do understand that everybody's time comes. But unlike him,
tell me about it, Austin. Tell me about it.
I have proven myself time and time again. I mean, you see me light it up on game day, 500 yards.
Yeah.
Right? I found their weakness. I think I went after Fandy.
I was about to say, can we talk about the defense earlier?
Yeah, Fandy was a defensive back. I threw to her side every time. But, look, my time has come, and it is what it is. I wish the best of luck to him.
I mean,
great career, Austin.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta pass the torch.
Gotta pass the torch.
You gotta pass the torch.
I mean, look, I'm happy. I was a first-round draft pick.
Yeah.
True.
So I made a lot of money. I made a lot of money.
To both of you gentlemen, how do you feel about the biggest plot line of the night? Shedeur Sanders now likely falling out of the first round.
All right, hold on. Before we get to that, though, I agree. Major plot line. I agree. That's what everybody's talking about. But let's talk about that trade early on.
Yeah.
Because I did not see Jacksonville moving up. And if Cleveland passed on a generational talent, they got great return for their trade. But if Travis Hunter's who we think he is, Cleveland might be regretting now.
Yeah. No, I mean, I know Saab. I tried to do a wellness check on Sab earlier. We had Sab call in, and this guy was singing the praises of Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Only to right before his very eyes see trade is in, flips to Jacksonville, and Travis Hunter gets picked. I have not heard from Sab.
No.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. He might.
He's on suicide.
He's on suicide watch. It is bad.
We're sending a wellness check. Browns fans everywhere.
Having said that, though, hey, Shedeur and Dion have got to be happy they didn't come to the draft because that would be brutal if they're in that green room right now.
Oh, yeah.
I hate to dramatically change the subject.
Oh, please do.
But 1 year ago today, I sat in the very room that you folks are in right now, okay? And do you want me to wait till this goes by?
No.
Okay. I sat in this very room, and there were a group of Bears fans that talked major shit to me last year. And I want to see if there's any of them in the chat still that want to say anything, because last time I checked, last year didn't go so well. What are you going to do this year? Because the Vikings have only gotten better. Okay, we're going to go into Soldier Field. We're going to have that ass. And then you're going to come home to Minneapolis and we're going to have it again for a second time.
That's fighting words.
That's a double heaping helping of ass.
Yeah, that's a lot of ass.
That's right.
That might be more ass than Austin can handle.
We'll have to see.
No such thing. No such thing, man. Austin, though, but hold on, Austin, is J.K. McCarthy better than Sam Darnold?
Look, I mean, it remains to be seen. I think, watching Sam Darnold play, I mean, it was phenomenal what he did with the Vikings, but at the end of the season, it seems like he started to show some cracks and didn't have that killer instinct when it really mattered in the season. And obviously the Kwesi and coach saw it the same way, and they decided to let him walk to Seattle, and they're all in on JJ. And so am I. So we'll see. I hope he's better than Sam. I really do.
So
specifically where it matters.
In the meantime, the Baltimore Ravens, talking about Philadelphia Eagles and the Baltimore Ravens, always letting the draft fall to them. Malachi Starks, the number 7 overall evaluated talent on most people's board, goes at the 27th pick to the Baltimore Ravens, who already have a defense that is world-renowned, and the rich get richer here.
No, absolutely. And here's the thing with Malachi Starks, and this is, I've talked about it time and time again. Position flex. The offenses are so fast. They run no huddle. They move guys around. They have tight ends that are lined up with receivers. They got receivers lining up in the backfield. And the positions have started to merge a little bit. The defenses have to respond, and Malachi Starks does that. This is a guy who can play a deep safety. He can come down. He can cover the nickel. He can play almost like a hybrid linebacker even. He's small, right? Or small for that, right? Because he's about 200 pounds. But he can do it, right?
That defense,
come down in the box.
Roquan Smith, Nate Wiggins, Kyle Hamilton, and now Malachi Starks. It's like old school.
And think about the safeties the Ravens have had. Ed Reed, Rod Woodson. I mean, they've had some unbelievable safeties over the years. So yeah.
Yeah. So he's a big time leader over at Georgia for the Georgia Bulldogs. Had almost 200 tackles in his career as a safety.
Good God.
So and hey, if you're playing at Georgia and you're a safety and you get 200 tackles,
you're a bad man.
You're chasing those tackles because I don't know who's getting past the front seven for you to get 200 tackles. You earn those tackles. So yeah, Malachi Starks is big time. That's a huge pick, and that's going to be a
also
scary guy.
Detroit on the board.
Oh God.
Hey, and none of these three teams need a quarterback. So if there's no trade, your door's not going tonight.
No.
Yeah,
you're talking about maximum disrespect.
Can the Lions pass on Mike Green here? Because that's value. It's a position need. Or Jahdae Campbell.
I mean, man, I think Jahdae Campbell has slid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Jahdae Campbell is.
Yeah, I like Maxwell Harrison. We talked about Will Johnson and his feet issues, his injury issues, but I like Maxwell Harrison out of Kentucky, another corner for Detroit. In that division, they've got to defend. They got to defend Justin Jefferson. They got to defend.
And they're going to have their hands full with Addison and Jefferson over here in Minnesota. Yeah. Some of the biggest losses that the Lions had in the offseason was their coaching staff, and I think it remains to be seen how they are going to function as a staff without that dynamite offensive and defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, good coaching staffs, teams that do well, the coaching staffs start getting poached. I mean, that's just the truth, right? People want to hire those coaches, try and get them. Coordinators become head coaches, position coaches become coordinators, and I mean, here's the thing: the culture over there in Detroit is so damn good right now that you have Dan Campbell, a head coach. He's my favorite head coach, and I could watch any press conference, any interview, anything with Dan Campbell. Hey, give it to me, dude. I love Dan Campbell. So if you can maintain that culture, hire from within, do whatever it is that you need to do, maintain the culture. That's what matters.
But like Austin said, how much of it is it Dan Campbell? How much was it Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn?
Yeah.
Was Dan Campbell just the rah-rah guy, and these guys were actually doing the X's and O's?
Hopefully, it was all Aaron Glenn, baby. Hopefully, it was the whole damn team.
Yeah. Well,
also,
I love you, Will.
Look, I think everybody should. I've never seen a fandom go so quickly from being everybody feeling bad for them to everybody hating them so quickly than the Detroit Lions fans.
Yeah.
It went really quick.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, guys, thank you so much for your time. We don't want to keep you here too long, but
I do have.
We're getting kicked off, Ryan. They're kicking us off.
Well, no,
I
see the guest they got
coming up. Austin. I am not feel disrespected at all. Their next guest is a legend. So yeah.
I'm not disrespected, but a little bit of respect for the starting quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, please.
True. And the OCK game day.
I mean, now that Jackson Dart's been selected, this out with the old.
True. I do have to say one thing,
I was
Austin.
robbed of an MVP.
I do have to say one thing. You asked for people who are Bears fans to where are they at now? Talking trash. It was bear down, go Bears. Vikings suck. You asked them to insult you or kind of go at you.
Oh no!
And then somebody says,
man, it's a mug.
please decorate. Someone said, please decorate, which I think was probably the most painful thing for you.
No, I know. It's very painful. Look, I know who's coming up next.
Money tight.
We're gonna clear the way for this next guest. Y'all introduce him. I'm excited for this one. I'm gonna sit back and watch.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much for your time. We love you.
Appreciate you, fellas.
Take care.
And with
Thanks for
that,
coming,
the
guys.
Lions select Tyleik Williams.
Tyleik Williams.
Defensive lineman. Crazy that there are some guys on the board that we thought were going to be out of there a long time ago. There's kind of a little pack of guys sliding now.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the shuffle that occurs. I mean, whenever you have people trading and it turns into like a sweepstakes, right? Everybody made a big run at O-line. Now they're making a big run at D-line. Tyleik Williams from Ohio State. This is a big body guy. This guy's just meat in the middle of the defensive line. He doesn't have a whole lot of production rushing the passer. I think he had 2.5 sacks last year. But this guy can press the pocket. He's very strong. He can stop the run. He does push the line of scrimmage, and that's what you need. You need guys who can take the line of scrimmage and move it backwards. And that's what he did over at Ohio State. So,
well, with only 4 picks left, I would say that I think Kansas City is going to take O-line no matter what. I think that could be Josh Simmons if he's still there.
Well, you know who loves O-line?
What's up?
You know who loves O-line?
Who's that?
There's a certain guy by the name of Armon Green.
Oh, my goodness.
Who's going to be our next guest. Armon, do we have you?
What's up?
Armon, how's it going, man?
How we doing?
How you been?
Doing good. Doing well. How you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic. This has been an unbelievable draft. Tons of O-line getting picked. I mean, you're probably your favorite teammates are the guys up front, making way for you that great illustrious career that you had over in Green Bay, over in Houston.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of big guys, which obviously as a running back I enjoy, but here's a shot y'all want to see right behind me here.
Let's go.
Oh, you're right there.
Oh, that's awesome.
He's right there. He's back home. That's back home is where it is. Dozens of touchdowns were scored right there.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
So, but no, I like it's always good to have inventory of O-line, obviously, because it helps the run, helps the pass for any NFL team. D-line as well, because if you got good penetration from a defensive line up front, actually was backstage with Eric Armstead and former 49er, former Colt that created a lot of problems for the run game. Seeing how tall,
he's like 6'7"
he is in person, was like, okay, he's a unit. So it's really cool hanging out with him. But yeah, all the D linemen, all the 3 techniques, all the guards and tackles to go. That means the NFL teams sometimes, for me, don't seem really smart in getting the big guys because you build from within your offensive line and defensive line to protect your quarterback and keep your run game sustainable, where you can actually have a run game, period, pretty much.
Yeah, 100%.
A lot of teams lose that and forget about it.
100%. So you're there. You're in Green Bay right now. You're outside of Lambeau.
Yes.
What happened? Were you going to the draft or what was the deal there?
No, went to the draft and came out. Had the instructions to come out on stage, and so when I got backstage, which was really cool, found out that we're going to ride, as y'all saw, the bikes.
Oh yeah.
And then, by the way, Lil Wayne Gregor, be right behind you. He's going to be the last bike.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's pretty dope.
That's
pretty
awesome.
dope. So it was fun meeting him. Little dude, but Packer fan. He's a big Packer fan.
Yeah,
for sure.
There you go.
But it was really cool hanging out there with all the former Packers and myself, Clay, Mason Crosby, Jordy Nelson. And then also was and we're hanging out with the commish, Roger Goodell. It was I don't think the last time I saw him was probably like 4 or 5 years ago at an NFL event. or we had a face-to-face. So it was really cool to catch up with him
We
again.
couldn't hear the broadcast. Did he get booed even though he was on a bike?
Oh yeah, no, he got booed.
Yeah, he came out on a bike and was like, this guy's
he
pulling
was
out all the
saying-
tricks to not get booed this year.
And it
did not work.
It didn't work. He got booed, but he welcomed it. Like, he welcomed the booing. He was like, bring it on.
Yeah, well, that's
So
good.
He is. I say in my world, I like to say he is gangster about the booing. Like, he was like, bring it on. He was Tony Montana out there. Like, you want some more? Give me more.
Say hello to my little bike.
Or what's his name? He was right. Or he was Russell Crowe. Or are you not entertained? Give me more. That's how he wanted it. It was not. He did not shy away from the boos at all.
Yeah. So how do you feel about the whole? I mean, this is probably the biggest storyline of the draft so far. How do you feel about the Shedeur Sanders situation? Seeing how he's still not picked. A lot of people thought he would be the second quarterback taken.
Right. 100%. And I was just talking about this to the crew of guys I'm here with at the Stay Plugged In content house that we're at. And so I basically said, like, for a player that sits and there's, we got a pick coming in.
Well, yeah, we did just get a pick coming in.
Commanders grab Josh Conley Jr., tackle out of Oregon. They add to Laramie Tunsil, who they've already added. Build the wall in front of a meteorically rising young quarterback.
Aiden Daniels, a hell of a quarterback.
And I have loved everything that the Commanders have done this offseason.
Yeah,
solid pick.
The last two off seasons they've owned. They've done absolutely phenomenal. We'll talk a little bit more about Josh Conley. Finish what you're saying about the situation with Shedeur Sanders. I'm on.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, like, when you have the projection, right? The whole projections start back during the regular season of college football and NFL, where Shedeur and any quarterback, not just Shedeur, from Cam, Ward, all the quarterbacks of this year, and a quarterback being in a position, obviously, that gets all of the attention, all the notoriety, and then obviously comes the negative side of it, right? So when you get that projections, those expectations of going high, obviously you get the backlash when you don't go.
Yeah.
And so for Shedeur, the good thing is having his dad, former player, obviously great player, Hall of Famer, and now also great coach. So sitting there is not a bad thing. Sitting there, if anything, one is motivation. Because for myself, I was the third round pick, so that means I was probably a 12-hour day before I found out where I went anywhere. And Shedeur, if he doesn't find out tonight, he may find out tomorrow, second round. But it's something, one, like I said, motivation. And two, it really doesn't matter, because whenever you get picked, you still got to go prove yourself. And I think you have that opportunity to say, you know what, guys passed on me, and I'm still able to go, I'll prove myself. I'll put the pressure on myself to go out and do great things. And I don't have to have the team or the city to do it, because I was the first round guy, quarterback that got paid all this money. Because with that, it gives the target on your back, like, okay, we just gave you all this money, first round pick money. You should be playing and doing this right now. So now you don't even have that pressure. So you can just go out there and be himself and get better year over year, maybe behind a veteran quarterback wherever he ends up at. He's going to end up somewhere that has a quarterback that's already there, and that's going to even bode well, because now he can sit on the shelf and learn either from that quarterback, either from mistakes, and then get better coaching before he gets thrown to the Lions, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, that's 100% the case. I mean, this is one of those things where, and this is something we've talked about before. The draft is 3 days. And it does not matter which one of those 3 days you get drafted. Hell, you might not get drafted. You might be an undrafted free agent. Yeah. And at the end of the day, when you show up to training camp, you are out there playing football. And it does not matter where you got drafted. None of it matters. It's how good are you. So once the draft is over, it's over. No. So it's fun, and maybe there's a little bit of extra incentive or investment that the front office has. They want their high picks to be, or they want their money to be going to the right places. But at the end of the day, if you can't play, you can't play. And if you can play, you can play. So, yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, it's going to be exciting to see.
100%.
Well, thank you so much for coming on our show. We appreciate your time, coming to us live from Green Bay.
Oh yeah, no
well,
problem.
Armon, is there anything that you you want to shout out, or is there what else do you have going on? Yeah, I know you said you were running esports. Was it Nebraska?
Yeah, I did that for a little bit, but now I'm partnered with Stay Plugged In and Brightspeed out of North Carolina, and so we had a content house here.
Okay.
That we're going to be playing video games.
Nice.
Most of tomorrow, Madden, Mario Kart.
Okay.
Nice.
To name a few.
Did you get a Switch too? Did you get the pre-orders?
A little trash talking here. You know what? I don't know if I got my pre-order.
Yeah, I mean neither. I tried, dude. I was sitting there this morning.
But I'm on the road. I'm not home. I don't have all my tools.
I had a laptop
I'm not on my
refresh, and I was
PC.
going through the iPad looking at my notes for getting ready for the show while trying to refresh the pre-order page. So I missed out too. I'm like,
yeah, so I kind of threw it. I tell you, you know what? I'm on the road. I'm in draft. I got too much going on, so that's gonna be my excuse.
Yeah.
And so hopefully I'll pick it up just at a Best Buy or talk to one of the partners that I work with to work on, give me one, come this summer.
yeah.
So
Well, there you go. So
go with that. But no, I appreciate y'all for having me
absolutely.
here.
Are you gonna be back at Evo again this year?
Yes. Yeah, I'll be with Evo. Got some big things coming for 2025. The rest of 2025 and 2026, myself and a few other partnerships that are popping up between Stay Plugged In now, where we're at here, and some things coming down the line with some other bigger companies that guys are well aware of.
Okay.
So it's going to be all surprises and fun.
Okay.
For Mind Green TV and former athletes everywhere in the world.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
So, Armon, it's always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for calling in. We know you're on the road. You were at the draft and all that. So we really appreciate you. And chat, make sure to go follow Armon on Twitch. That's Armon Green TV. So legendary Packers running back.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Esfand.
Absolutely.
That was awesome.
Yeah, Armon Green is great, dude.
Yeah.
I've gotten a chance to run into him at like a few events and stuff. And actually, it's kind of crazy. I've run into him like, I think 4 or 5 times, just at random conventions. And like, Armon Green is just like walking around like, I'm like, what the hell? I mean, this is like
guests today
one of the
were
greats.
insane.
Yeah.
Our guests today were insane.
Yeah.
All right, apparently the Buffalo Bills have locked in their selection. 3 more picks to go in this first day. And for my New York Jets, I am absolutely hoping and praying that Luther Burden slides out of this first round. God, that would be sick. Guy's an animal.
I mean, Luther Burden is a freak. I mean, you know who else is really good still on board is Elika Manor. No.
Whoa!
Whoa! Oh!
Wait, what? Wait, what? We're getting word that the...
Wait, what?
What? A trade? Wait. What just happened?
Is that confirmed?
Wait, okay. The Bills have selected...
The Bills have selected Maxwell Hairston.
Cornerback out of Kentucky, which is crazy.
Because they went over Will Johnson. That means they got to be worried about his foot.
They got to be. But the Eagles have traded up 1 slot with the Chiefs?
Who would they trade with the Chiefs for?
What?
I don't understand. Who would they take that they are worried about the Chiefs taking and the Chiefs are just...
But why would the Chiefs accept that trade if it was someone that they were worried about?
Well, you know what? Sometimes that's not what it comes down to. It's not about like, we want... you know what I mean? Sometimes it's not about that. It's, hey, Kansas City calls up Philadelphia and says...
Okay, there's
Maxwell Hairston. Very good. Okay, Maxwell Hairston, big corner out of Kentucky. Big time guy. Yeah, big time guy.
I'm baffled by the end of this draft, though.
Yeah, this has been a crazy draft. I'm like, this has been probably one of the weirdest drafts that we've had in years. And let me kind of go back, finish my thought a little bit.
Yeah, the Eagles, it's confirmed. The Eagles have traded up 1 pick.
So when you call, sometimes teams will be like this, and they'll say like, hey, you know, we're getting calls from this team and this team and this team. You wanna trade? Can you guys, can you give us something a little better, and that way you can secure the pick? And then it's like, okay, fine, yeah. So then they might want to trade up one spot so nobody else trades with the Chiefs. Nobody jumps them.
I'm baffled by that.
Yeah.
Who could it be? Mike Green, Will Johnson, Jahdae Campbell?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It could be anybody. But let me talk a little bit about Maxwell Hairston. So
Sure, go for
Maxwell Hairston, he's a little bit of a he's a big time corner, unbelievable athlete. I think he ran a 4.28 at the combine. I think that was the fastest time at the combine this year. So just pure speed, raw speed, and he's great in press coverage. They can bring him off the corner on a blitz. He's got pass rushing capability. They can bring him inside from the nickel, all kinds of stuff. And he, I think it was 2 years ago, he had 5 interceptions. So yeah, I mean, this guy's a playmaker. He's a ball hawk. He's an athlete, absolute athlete, and I think he's going to be a good pick over there in Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm just blown away. I think the Eagles, the rich get richer. Will Johnson. Could the Eagles at a position of need get the best cornerback in the draft?
Yeah, arguably.
At the 31st pick? Because that would make sense.
Dude. These guys freaking just had everything handed to them, dude.
Kansas City probably wants Josh Simmons. They're like, hey, we don't want this guy. We know what people are trading in for. Do you want to move up one?
Dude, these guys just get shit handed to them all the time, dude.
Yeah.
Like, every single year, the Eagles just kind of sit there and like, all right.
Best
okay.
player at the position, we'll take him.
Oh, okay, whatever.
Wow.
Freaking pissing me off, dude.
And now I would say any hope of Shedeur going in the first round is over. Turn out the lights, send him home.
Unless Kansas City
trades again. Yeah. The old double. There it is, Jahdae Campbell.
Jahdae Campbell. Holy.
Good God in heaven.
Jahdae Campbell. Man, 6'3".
That Eagles
35.
defense is airtight.
Their front seven is disgusting.
It is gross.
Yeah. I mean, Jahdae Campbell, unbelievable player, 6'3", 235.
Who wants to play against these guys?
Speed. This guy can push. This guy is gonna get into the backfield. Explosive player. Okay, unbelievable athlete. He'll be blowing up the backfield left and right. It's gonna be disgusting. You can put him inside. You can put him outside. Stand-up guy. I mean, Jahdae Campbell is this guy.
How does the NFL let that happen? How does the NFL let the best linebacker in the draft and the best corner in the draft be there at the 32nd and 31st pick?
That's disgusting.
That's crazy.
That's actually crazy.
All right, I would be willing to bet anything. This has to be Josh Simmons. This has to be Josh Simmons. Has to be.
I mean,
let
me look at my notes here. I think Kansas City.
And Esfand, while you're looking at your notes, I think we have one more person to talk to here before the end of the day.
We do, actually. We do have somebody else to talk to here. We have, I think we have Sam Schwartzstein on the line. Sam, do you have us?
Yes, I hear you guys. What's up, fellas?
Sam, how's it going? How you doing, man?
Doing great. I mean, I've loved this show, and you had Cam Cameron on, and I work for Amazon Prime Video Thursday Night Football, and he does our prep videos every week and talking about Jim Harbaugh, my old college. This got my blood pumping a little bit, guys. This is a great show.
Hell yeah. No, we appreciate it.
I was telling Esfand, I was like, Cam does the prep for everyone. He's like the football mega mind. So when he said he would do the show, he's like, yeah, guys, I think I'm going to get done fishing. And as soon as I get done putting my tackle box away, I'll call in. I was like, yeah.
No, Cam was great.
I've heard about Cam talking about Justin Fields' spinner throwing motion about 100 times over the past 3 years.
Yeah, there you go. So, Sam, how you been? What have you been working on?
This has been great, man. Working in the offseason to work on Thursday Night Football to get some AI models that we'll ultimately see on our show Prime Vision with Next Gen Stats.
Yeah.
This year we got a couple cool ones coming to try and find new parts of the game, former players. So I'm trying to use AI and math to try and solve some of the problems I couldn't when I was playing.
There you go. Yeah, no, I mean, it's been really cool to see, like, the development of the sport. I mean, I think in general, like, So whenever I was working at SMU, like we were just getting into using like VR for the quarterbacks. Now like every college is doing it. So we had like a drone. We started filming drills with the drone, so it was like the Madden vision. And because all the kids play Madden NCAA, it's like, okay, well, I can understand this because it's the same POV. And then they started doing the 3D, kind of the 360 cameras. We started filming practice with the 360 cameras to give people VR so they can practice, hey, what is this scenario? What does this blitz look like? What is, when we'd get out there and we'd have guys film a certain blitz just so they could see it. So yeah, it's the advancement of technology when it comes to training, when it comes to analytics, when it comes to even the like media, when it comes to the broadcast, it's actually nuts. So it's been cool to see everybody kind of getting involved with that.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. I used it, when I was at the XFL, and now in draft, we everything at the XFL was all analytics based, and seeing this now and seeing, we use analytics now to identify how much did the Browns get from their trade. They gained the 17th overall pick in value that they got from there. So we can use analytics now to look at what we can chart these picks, their expected points that they're going to be able to generate from this. So it's been pretty cool to see how this has been now invading parts of football.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of analytics.
Yeah.
Sam Schwarzstein was the highest rated lineman in NCAA. Was it 14?
Let's go.
2013, yeah. It was the highest rated O-line.
There it is.
And, that's my claim to fame.
A game.
There you go.
I had Tom Telesco tell me football was not for me after now he's become a great friend of mine, former GM of the Chargers and the Raiders. But at the time, it was like, not for you, Sammy. Maybe move on to different. So I moved on into a desk afterwards. But my claim to fame is I was the best in the video game.
There you go. And at the end of the day, that's what matters.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the end of the day, that's what matters. So that's the scoreboard. So. Hell yeah. No, it's been great to see what you guys have been doing with like Prime Vision and stuff too. Like everything kind of coming to Thursday Night Football coming to Amazon, and we talked about the stats and everything, but just the accessibility of getting the Thursday Night Football games online. I mean, so many people are watching things streamed now, right? Whether it's a live stream like this, or whether it's like something like Netflix or Amazon Prime Video or on-demand stuff. So people are now accustomed to consuming media this way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna happen on Sundays eventually. It's got to.
Yeah, and guys, you might not. My boss would hate if I told them if I said this, but it's free on Twitch. Prime Vision is free, so you don't need a subscription to anything else to be able to watch our Thursday Night Football game for free on Twitch.
Well, you know what you need to tell your boss? You need to tell your boss, hey, Esfand and Will should be watching the games every Thursday too. Let them watch it on stream.
Yeah, let us do a play-by-play with the Vision. We're ready. We're with the Vision.
Come to Culver City. We got a studio. That's where I do the games from every week. So you come to Culver City, we can hang out there.
Yeah, we'll do our own. We'll do our own Manning cast. Hey, that's what Coach Cam said. He's like, hey, I've known Eli and Peyton since they were this big.
That was the best endorsement we've ever.
I know. Honestly,
it's not going up better.
Hey, let's put that on a reel.
Yeah.
Hey, we only got one Coach Esfand segment, banging on the lockers, doing the AAA gap. I don't know how much people are going to be okay with the AAA gap blitz. But we only got one segment. Come on, people want.
Thing. Production is like, hey, Coach Esfand, hey, Coach Esfand.
Well, the second after the draft, we didn't.
Yeah, I mean, it was just nonstop trades.
Yeah,
and the guests are too good.
By the way, what do you think about John Campbell going to the Philadelphia Eagles at the 31st pick, a one-pick trade up?
It's crazy. And thinking about what they did with Zach Bond, so they moved Zach Bond, who. Zach Bond is actually a guy I've known for a long time before he became a big name because he messed with all the AI models because he would fluctuate between a down linebacker, down on the ball edge rusher versus off-ball linebacker. And they just got the prototypical guy in college football in Jahdae Campbell who can do both. So now Vic Fangio, who was my defensive coordinator in college, you think about what he's able to do with Zach Bond. Now he's going to add Jahdae Campbell, who's also that same prototype. as a former center, I would not know who I'm supposed to call protection to. I don't know who I'm supposed
It's
to block.
crazy.
Not to mention everything else that they got. So they have the best D-line, the best D coordinator, now the 2 best inside linebacker duo.
Terrifying.
I don't know.
That front
what
seven
the
is
rest
disgusting.
Yeah, terrifying.
It's absolutely disgusting. No, and I mean, like you said, you said, look, you're former center and you're sitting there. You're supposed to call the protection, call the front. Who's the Mike linebacker? The positions have gotten so homogenized over the years, where your linebackers are safeties, your safeties are linebackers, your corners are it's what's going on? Like, but they have to do that because the offenses are faster. We're in this formation, we're in a base set going 5 wide now all of a sudden because our tight end is basically just a big receiver, and our running back played receiver until he was a senior in high school. You're able to have guys do so many different things that the defense has to be able to account for it. So football's changed a lot. Like even in 10, 15 years, it's crazy. I mean, since I played, it's a different game.
It's crazy to think about what the players did in college, and they're not being asked to do as much because they're transferring so much. But now you come into the NFL, and you can now use that to the advantage because no one can really scout what Jahdae Campbell might be. Some people thought he was a down linebacker or down on he's going to play on the edge. Some people thought he was going to play off ball. Now use it to your advantage. You have a full 4 weeks of the first 4 weeks of the season. No one's going to know what you got, and then you can flip it. As like an analytics person, I'm trying to break down a defense and get a read and a key on this. But by having a wild card player like that, there's no way a team can get a true read on what the Eagles are going to try and do on defense.
Yep. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the last pick of the night is in. I assume the Kansas City Chiefs are going to take Josh Simmons.
We'll see in just a moment.
But we are moments away from the last pick of the night.
Sam, hey, maybe next year we got to get you here, and you're in Culver City. We got to get you here in studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe next year we can get you right here. Yeah.
Oh, I'm ready.
Oh,
and like clockwork, there it is.
Josh Simmons.
Last pick of the day, Josh Simmons. I don't think there was any analyst in the world who told you that the Kansas City Chiefs were going anywhere but O-line.
Yeah, I mean.
And they get, a position that's been picked over, but a really solid tackle out of Ohio State, Josh Simmons.
Absolutely. I mean, Josh Simmons, another guy from Ohio State. Ohio State's had plenty of guys in this draft so far. And Josh Simmons is just another one in a long line of big boys up front over from Ohio State. So, it's exciting to see. I mean, 6'5", 317. I think Josh Simmons does have. I think he's got room to grow and room to develop, and that's. Look, I mean, when you're the team taking the 32nd pick, maybe. I mean, you're one of the best teams in the NFL. Kansas City has been one of the best teams in the NFL over the last 5 years. Every single year, they have guys, right? But you can't ever go along with O-line, and you have the luxury of taking a guy that you can say, hey, let's develop this guy a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's help this guy out a little bit.
And I think he fell a little bit because of an injury to his back.
I think it was back or knee, was it? I think it was. But it was something like that.
Before we talk about everything that's happened today, thank you so much to our guest.
Sam,
thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure. We really appreciate you coming on, and we're excited for some Thursday night football here in a few months.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll see you in Culver this year. I know that for sure.
There we go.
Absolutely.
There we go. I love it.
See you there, brother.
I love it. We'll see you soon.
Well, Coach?
Well, I will say one more thing.
Yeah.
I will say one more thing. I believe we got another call coming in.
We have another call coming in.
Yeah.
We're waiting.
Oh, we're waiting for another
call. We're waiting for one more call.
Misunderstood.
I mean, what an exciting first round of the draft.
Unbelievable first round. I guess we got a big guest we're waiting on right now who's gonna be calling us.
All right, quickly, just a laundry list of what happened while we're waiting. Jags trade up 3, give the Kings ransom. Travis Hunter ends up in Duval. The Browns trade back and take Mason Graham to buttress their line. Carolina has a new WR1 in Tetronimo McMillan. Let's see what else the big plot. Oh, the Colts get their guy. Tyler Warren ends up in Indianapolis. Omarion Hampton is running for the Bolts. New York Football Giants trade back into the first years, and they get a dart thrower by the name of Dart. And last but not least, the Eagles trade up 1 pick and get arguably the best linebacker in the draft to the chagrin of absolutely everyone. Going into day 2, some noticeables that are still on the board. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders is still there. No one can believe it. Mike Green, Luther Burden, Will Campbell. Day 2 is going to be absolutely jam-packed.
Yeah, this has been an unbelievable draft so far. I don't think anybody even came close to predicting what could have happened with the trades and with the. I mean, you had an O-line sweepstakes, then you had a D-line sweepstakes, then you had Shedeur Sanders falling, and then you had Jackson Dart leapfrogging Shedeur Sanders. Mike Green is still off the board. I mean, this is one of those things that, like, look, this is why you watch the draft, because
we have a tweet from Brian Daboll already.
Oh.
Brian Daboll just tweeted, Russ Wilson is our starter.
Like, hey, just so you guys know.
What?
Just so you guys know. Now,
before you even get the kid in the building, the dust isn't even settled, and Daboll goes. I mean, that's crazy to me because Daboll is a guy who's such a good coach, but he's playing for his life right now.
Yeah.
If he fucks this season up, his bald ass is gone. I think he's fantastic, but he will get the fucking boot. So drafting a quarterback, and before the dust is even settled, going, hey, we're not going to play this guy. Maybe in my lifetime as a head coach, here to the next head coach as a kid you might develop. I don't know. We're going to ride with Dangerous Russ?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I like the idea of just like letting it sit and just letting it simmer and letting the media stew for a little bit. I mean, that's what I would like to see. But look, from a team standpoint, coming out and saying, hey, that's my quarterback, this is our guy.
Yeah. Apparently, sorry, that was Rappaport's Twitter via Daboll making a statement.
So the point is, he doesn't want to have any sort of like any like confusion, right? About like, hey, like what's going on here? Like, are we gonna push this guy or not? Now, I also think there's something to be said about like, look, let's bring the guys in. Let's go through OTAs and see what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that. I like letting the guys, hey, let the kids play ball and see what happens.
Dangerous Russ.
Danger Russ Wilson.
Dude, I'm looking at this board and I'm just praying Luther Burden hangs on for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more picks so that my Jets.
The Jets can get Luther Burden.
All right, and guys, we have one more guest to recap the madness with us right now.
Yeah, we got a couple people joining us actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We have Godku joining us, and we have Micole Hardman.
Oh my gosh.
Micole Hardman and Godku, how are you guys doing?
What's that?
Doing good. We're doing good. Thank you for joining us. So what do you guys think about the end of the draft there? I mean, so Micole spent a lot of time over with the Chiefs.
And he spent but a moment with my Jets.
Spent a moment over with Will's Jets. But how's that been, man? How's everything been?
Everything been good, man. Just living, working out, staying in shape, getting ready for this next season. So, and obviously watching the draft, seeing some kids' dreams come true. But it's definitely a crazy draft this year, though.
Yeah, 100%. And Godku, how are you doing, man? You've been doing your subathon.
Doing great, man. Day 15, so it was cool to get this little invite to come out here, get with Cole, come on here. I've been watching the show tonight, too, with the subby, and you guys been killing, man.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, dude. We appreciate it.
It's been wild, too.
All right, so now that the first round is done, guys, who's your biggest winner of the night?
I got the Falcons winning right now, man.
Really? Okay.
They came and I think they got a steal at Jaylen Walker at 15.
Yeah.
I think that's a top 5 pick, top 10 pick.
That's a big one.
Then they come back and trade back up and get was it James Peace from Tennessee, I believe, the edge. And so I mean that's 2 dominant threats on the end. So I got them winning right now in the draft.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think 100%. Go ahead.
The Ravens getting that safety, man, that's a steal. Starks, right?
Yeah.
Starks is nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm from Georgia, man. UGA, man.
Yeah, it's the Georgia boys.
I love it. Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, that defense, man. So cool to see future Ed Reed going there.
There you go, future Ed Reed.
Future
Wow,
Ed Reed.
high praise right there.
Yeah,
That's
man.
high praise, real high praise.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, hey, he's at the place to be that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, they got weapons, they got tools.
All right, guys, we know the number one storyline heading into day 2, right? Where is Shedeur gonna land? Where is this kid gonna land? And how does he get leapfrogged by Jackson Dart? Some people said that he had him higher on the board. This was shocking to me.
Oh yes, man. I don't know if it's a lot of outside influences that's factor in, but honestly, man, just looking at the tape, looking at the quarterbacks, man, clearly he's one of the best quarterbacks in the draft.
Yeah.
Him and Cam Ward is definitely 1 and 2, and I love Jackson Dart, which I think is third on that list. I was watching his film not too long. I tweeted out, watched his film, and he's amazing. But for him not to go first round, Shedeur is kind of like, wow. It's probably one of the wildest things that's happened over the years in the draft. So,
this has been absolutely crazy.
It's definitely wild to see him dropping, but he wherever he lands, he's gonna do good. So maybe I saw earlier you guys talking about the unconfirmed source releasing that interview. So
yeah.
I wonder if that caused any drama or anything with it. You know what I mean? But
I don't see how can interviews make you not want to draft. I don't know.
I feel like people just say shit.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I feel people just say shit to media people to mess with them, and like they just try and people try and get their hands dirty with stuff. Like I don't know. I think it's just stupid.
I don't think Shedeur will have a long day tomorrow. I don't think so either. At the 33rd pick to the Browns makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens, but the Browns are going to get 2 licks at him right at the top of the board because they have Jacksonville's pick too. So at 33 and again 36, I can't see the Browns just holding their guns twice there. But
I mean, dude, that would be crazy.
That would be crazy.
That would actually be insane. Now, I got to ask you. So you just signed with the Packers, Micole, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So you just signed with the Packers. That receiver room is looking pretty juicy. You guys got some speed, some real speed.
We got some.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, you've been pretty much. Well, let's keep it real. When you got Micole Hardman on your team, any wide receiver room is going to be fast.
Yeah.
So he's going to raise that average up a little bit every single time. But, I mean, so it's almost like you guys are kind of building another version of what you guys had in Kansas City there for a few years early on in your career.
Man, yeah, man. It's kind of looking good, man. Especially when we get C-Watt back, bro. That's going to be huge. Me, Jaden Reed, C-Watt. Then you got Matthew coming over there. You got, Dobbs. You got Malik. Like, we got some dogs, man. Especially, I like their young receiving core. I watched them last year. I'm a big fan of Jordan Love. So, I always watch some of his film and seeing them young guys like that, man. I'm just happy to be a part of it and actually be kind of a veteran in that room to, try to bring that experience and knowledge that I have and, try to go to the next level with them guys.
Yeah.
So I'm just happy to be a part of that room. So
how's that transition been? I mean, you go through the different levels of football, right? You play high school for 4 years. You can play college for 4 years, right? But now, I mean, is this year 6 in the NFL?
Year 7.
You're 7 in the NFL. So you're kind of like, you've gone past the point of like, okay, like I am a veteran now. You just mentioned it. So being that mentor to those young guys, like how do you feel about that opportunity?
I mean, you gotta embrace it, because like you said, you go through stages when you that young guy, that hungry and eager guy, and learning from the vets in front of you, and then obviously that league go by so fast, and you find yourself in a situation where you can give back to the kids that was in the same spot that you was in a few years back. So to me, I look at it and embrace it, and it kind of keep me kind of like motivated because young guys coming in make me stay on top of my game and make sure that I got everything in order. So I love it. I embrace it, and I enjoy that role, honestly.
That's awesome. That's great
Fantastic.
to hear. I think, hey, look, the Packers got a good one.
Yeah,
They did. So, yeah, you guys are gonna be killing it next year. It's gonna be great to see. Do you guys have anything else you guys want to mention? Do you guys have anything you want to shout out here?
I was gonna say I'm a Bears fan, so it's whole week there, bro. I was like, man, of all teams, man, like, come on, man, come on. But I've always wanted to go to Lambeau, so It's giving me a vibe. But yeah, the one team I was like, man, come on, bro, like, come on. But you know, hey, you gotta do it, man. I'm excited for Cole, dude. He's gonna do good out there, baby. It was cool to see BKC, but I'm excited to see you out there in the cold though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, cold. Yeah.
How you feeling about Colston Loveland on the Bears?
Dude, I think it's a good pick. Obviously, I'm curious why I went with him over the other guy, but
yeah,
I'm assuming in the back room some stuff going on. They like him more. Maybe Willie's connecting. I don't know, but you know, with the Bears, it's a very, very up-down relationship with the Bears. It's hard to be a Bears fan, but I'm here for them.
I feel you.
I'm hoping the future, man. But as long as I'm not a Cowboys fan, that's all that matters.
Yeah, or a Jets fan.
Yeah,
like me.
It's rough out here. Okay, it's been. I've said this earlier. I started I started watching football and really getting into football after all the good years. So,
yeah.
I mean, I had some hope over there in 2007 or that 13-3. The what did they do? They did the Mexico trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, that year.
Hey, the Jets went through an entire pope without making the playoffs, right? So Catholic Church has completely given up on us.
Yeah, not good. Not good at all. So, all right, hey,
that's funny.
We appreciate you guys coming out. Thank you guys so much for joining us, man. It's been great. It's been a great draft, and we thank you guys for coming on.
Thanks, guys.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you, man.
And good luck this season, Micole.
Man, I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was great, dude.
What a draft show.
What a draft show.
We did it.
Dude, that was fast. Was this draft faster than the other one?
Okay, there was 6 teams
that were like boom, 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 boom. Yeah.
I don't remember a draft where there was so many teams that as soon as they got on the clock, they were like, yes, let's run it. There was 6 teams that we saw auto pick. Guys, this was an absolutely incredible experience. Year 3 of Esfand and Will's Draft Night Extravaganza. We want to thank you guys for coming out. We want to thank the lack of sponsors for letting us say whatever the fuck we wanted to. But this has been an amazing program, and every year it gets better and better. And we thank you guys for tuning in and choosing us. Of all the places that you can watch your draft coverage, you come to us. And we're so grateful that you do every year because we have so much fun talking football, and there is no better drama than the draft, as you saw tonight. Winners, losers, surprises, hope for the future, the crushing of dreams. It all happens on night 1 of the draft. And I think I'm being told that we have one more person calling in. Is that correct? Production, we have one more person calling in. It seems as though Coach Esfand has clawed his way back into the building. Coach, what's going on, bud?
Okay, I'm telling you, there 2 quarterbacks, and the Cowboys did not even. First off, you took God knows who. Okay, you took the wrong Tyler. Okay, and then second off, you got Shedeur Sanders on the board. Okay, you got Tyler Sucks on the board. Okay, take these quarterbacks and convert them to other positions, okay? I want trade. Bring them in. Let's get punters. Let's get kickers, okay? We're faking, okay? I want running backs who can throw. I want receivers who can throw. I think this draft was dog shit, okay?
Wow.
This draft was complete dog shit. I'm incredibly disappointed in what happened today. It pissed me the hell off. I'm sitting here, at home. If I was still coaching, this would have been a completely different day, I'll tell you.
Well, Coach, can you hear me? Coach?
Yes.
Coach, I heard that you were supposed to be one of the people that rode a bike out, but unfortunately you destroyed your bike before the opening ceremonies. Is that correct?
It gave me a flat. I had flat tires.
Okay.
That was them. They did that shit.
So they sabotaged your opportunity to be on stage with Lil Wayne.
It was horse shit.
Okay.
Yeah. So I show up there, and I start trying to wheel around, and the rims of the wheel just start slicing through.
Okay.
There's sparks flying out of my bicycle.
Do you think that maybe you were too heavy for the bike?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
You know why? Because the training wheels didn't bend neither.
Okay. All right.
I mean, if I was too heavy, the training wheels would have bent.
Well, Coach, you said you hated tonight's draft. Was there any parts of it that you enjoyed at all?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there was no Shador Sanders. There's no punters drafted. There's no, there's no kickers drafted. Fake kickers. We should call them fake kickers and fake punters. You know, I mean, hell, I took a fake taxi over here.
Yeah.
And I took a cab over here.
So interestingly, I heard that the Eagles reached out to you for advice on their draft selection, and you wrote back only 3 words. You just wrote Millie Bobby Brown on a blank piece of paper.
I did.
Gave it to him. What did you mean by that?
I did. I said, Triple OG Bobby Brown, you know what it is, and that's just what I hear the kids saying. So all the children are saying it these days, and I just went ahead and I wanted them to know.
Okay. All right. Okay. Do you have anything else to say to that? We really got to get that locker fixed.
I don't know what is going on. I don't know what.
We really got to get that locker.
Is there somebody back here? What the hell?
So okay, Coach.
I gotta go. I think there's somebody back here.
Okay, Coach. All right. Okay, I think that's it for the coach. I think he just left. Well, everybody, guys, one more time. We want to show a trailer for you guys. I think this is L Clock. I'm not sure. Why don't we just play it and we'll respond to what it is after. And that was Conquest Dark.
Conquest Dark. Guys, Conquest Dark is coming out April 30th. Yes, the most anticipated. Do they call them survivor-likes now? Is that a genre that I've seen people call it a survivor-like.
Oh yeah, vampire survivors.
Yeah, they're calling it survivor-like. Guys, the most anticipated survivor-like in the world is coming out April 30th. That is our game from Mad Mushroom. And the demo is sick. The demo has an endless mode, and it's super exciting. So check it out. Download the demo. Wishlist the game. So check that out on Steam. You guys are going to love it. That comes out April 30th.
And now it is time for the winner of our Esfand mock draft extravaganza with 43.75% of his picks correct, which is fucking astronomical in a draft with so many surprises and trades. Long back _live. Congratulations.
Congratulations. We'll get a hold of you on Twitch. You'll be getting a Starforge PC, Starforge television. Okay, so yes, huge show today. Absolutely unbelievable draft show.
One big thank you to WePlay.
Yes, I think it is time for us to go. WePlay put on an unbelievable production again today. Hearts in the chat for WePlay Studios right here in Los Angeles. Absolutely killing it as always. Hearts in the chat for you guys. Chat, again, for showing up and supporting us every single year. And we cannot wait for year 4 for you guys to join me and Will next year. It's going to be incredible. Just like it is every single year, it's going to get better and better and better and better. So, thank you to our sponsors. Huge. Thanks a ton for watching, guys, and we will see you guys later. Bye, everybody.